Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. There are still some empty ones, so if you're still standing, you can find your space. We're going to be starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the second day of the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Maja Mazurkiewicz. I'm the host of the TV show Anatomy of Disinformation at the TVP World, and I will be holding space for you today at the Brussels stage. And we have very, very exciting discussions all over the day, but we're kicking off with a very, very special conversation on the future of European and global security economics. And as we all know, the security is not only about tanks and bots, but it's very much about economics and tariffs and what we as the citizens also feel as the security in our housing and our economics. And we are having very, very special guests. And please join me in welcoming Mr. Andrzej Domański, Minister of Finance and Economy of Poland, and Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, Minister of Finance of Norway, Secretary General of NATO from 2014 until 2024, and already Maria Tadeo, the European correspondent of the La Grande Continent that is holding the conversation, is here.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
We have strictly 20 minutes because the minister is very busy, so I'm going to start and get on with it. I had a different question to begin with, but I want to ask you, there's been some interesting developments over the past 24 hours about what to do with the Russian frozen assets. That is going to be debated tomorrow by European leaders. The German chancellor put out an op-ed in the Financial Times suggesting we should use them, and there's this idea of a reparation loan. So should that happen?
Well, good morning, everyone, and I'm really happy that I'm here with you today. The importance of this event is higher and higher, so really happy to be here. So coming to your question, the Polish position here was always very, very clear. Aggressor must pay. Russia must pay. We have billions of Russian frozen assets, and it's our job to use those to rebuild Ukraine. And it was the Polish position from the very beginning. Then, of course, some countries were presenting some arguments against, but it looks like European Commission managed to present a solution that will both enable using those assets for Ukraine now, and at the same time will calm down some legal disputes about frozen Russian assets.
So you say we supported, and in fact we did from the beginning?
Yes, we did.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Stoltenberg, I was just about to call you Secretary General again. This was going to kick in. I know you have prepared some remarks, so maybe you want to, or maybe we should just go straight in ahead. That's perfect. In a way, you're the perfect person to speak to at a panel like this because you know defense very well, and now you handle finance. One of the things that we've heard repeatedly in this conference from a lot of executives who sell weapons, that's their business, they say it's great to talk to the defense ministers, but we should be talking to the finance ministers because they have the money. They have to be in the room. What synergies do you see between finance and defense?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be back in Warsaw. I've been in Warsaw many, many times over the last decade, but then, as you said, in the capacity as Secretary General of NATO. Now I'm here as a relatively newly appointed Minister of Finance in Norway. And to be honest, I'm very surprised that I ended up there, but it's a challenge. And as you said, there are actually many strong links between defense and finance for many reasons. Partly because I think we need to understand that a vibrant and strong economy is a precondition for safe and secure societies. And I think if we just briefly look back, the reason why NATO won the Cold War was not because we fought a hot war on the battlefield, but it was because our economies were stronger, more competitive than the economy of the Soviet Union. So they couldn't afford to continue the Cold War, and therefore the Soviet Union was dissolved, the Warsaw Pact dissolved, and NATO prevailed after the Cold War because of strong economies, innovative, dynamic economies. So economy, prerequisite for strong societies, safe societies. Second, we see how economic tools are now used to coerce NATO countries. The most blunt example is, of course, Russia using gas after full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We should not put ourselves in the same situation with China, where we become too vulnerable to depend on their rare earth minerals or Chinese technology. So economy matters. We should not become vulnerable for coercion. And thirdly, strong economies is what we need to finance defense. And the minister, Andrei, and I, we just discussed the challenge that more and more NATO allies now pay more in interests on the debt, government debt, than they pay for defense. So borrowing in the long run is not sustainable. Strong economies, high growth is the way to finance strong defense. So Minister of Finance, very important for defense.
Very good. That's a perfect segue now. Perhaps, Minister, a question to you. Mr. Stoltenberg just said something very interesting. You can't just borrow ad infinitum to finance defense. In the European Union, as you know, there's a big debate as to what is a funding question. A lot of ideas have been presented. The SAVE, the EDIP. There's now this question of the national budgets are going to have to carry it. But there's also the idea that joint debt could be present. The European Union did it in the pandemic, and that worked well, seemingly. So is that something that you say we need to have that conversation? Joint debt is something that we should put on the table?
Well, security is a common good. Therefore, we should look for a common answer, common reply, how to provide it in Europe. So we are happy that we have SAFE already, and the Poland being the biggest beneficiary of that, up to 43 billion euro. Then, of course, you need to finance it from the state budget, and this is why we are kindly asking our European friends to spend more on defense. And we see that it's country by country, there are more and more declarations of increasing spending on defense, and it's very, very good. Then, on common borrowing. Well, we know that we need a consensus here, and there are some countries, important countries in Europe, who are strongly against.
Germany said no.
Having said that, our duty is always think about that and always argue in favor of that. So this is that's our position. And frankly, while looking at a new European budget, we see that the spending on dual use, on broadly understood defense, are increasing. So we see that the European Commission is sharing our position, And with our discussion with Commission, we are really optimistic about the future.
And Poland was also very successful in pitching the idea that there should be an exemption of the 3% deficit too while your presidency. But I wonder, the Greek Prime Minister said the other day, this is a delicate debate. The question of debt triggers big emotions in the EU. But he did say, my impression is that support is increasing, not decreasing. Is that something that you feel too, when you sit around the table?
First of all, about fiscal rules of EU. Well, we do like, of course, the general escape clause that allows us to spend more. Having said that, as a Minister of Finance, I need to say, debt is debt. Deficit is deficit. At the end of the day, I need to borrow those money and one day pay it back. So just please understand that there are, of course, limits. There are limits. Then on buying together, I believe that maybe, of course, we are emphasizing how much we spend, and we are proud, close to 5% of our GDP. Having said that, it's maybe even more important how we spend those money, whether we are really spending those money in a way that it's helping strengthen our European economy. For me, it's very crucial to spend each zloty, each euro in a way that strengthens European economy, that creates jobs in Poland, in European Union. That's also not only the question about economy, also about the long-term security of our continent.
And you think support is increasing? Would you also share that? The Greeks said, we believe this debate, support for debt, joint debt, has increased, has not decreased.
For sure.
So you feel that too. Mr. Minister Stoltenberg, one of the things, again, yesterday we were here for day one, there's been sort of idea that we should not confuse European defense with just EU defense. These are two separate things, but they should also run in tandem. You are a European country, but you're not a member of the EU. How do you see this constellation of European defense, and do you share the idea that it goes beyond the EU? It's really the entire continent.
I think the EU has a very important role to play to help to strengthen European defense, not least by strengthening European defense industry. The fragmentation of the European defense industry is a huge obstacle to reduce costs, to utilize the economy of scale, and also for innovation, and also help to push up defense spending among European allies. But Europe is not the European Union. Europe goes beyond the European Union. There are roughly 450 million people living in the European Union. In NATO allied countries, which are European, also the European NATO allies, that's 600 million people. Much more than, so actually there are more Europeans in NATO than there are Europeans in the European Union. Because we have countries like the United Kingdom, Turkey, Norway, and others. So we just have to understand that the EU is very important, and I am strongly in favor of the EU. I tried to convince the Norwegian people to join the European Union in a big referendum back in '94. We lost, but I believe in the European Union. But the European Union cannot replace NATO for European security, partly because of the fact that there are more Europeans in NATO than there are in the EU, but also because if you look at NATO's total defense expenditure, 80% of NATO's total defense expenditure comes from non-EU allies. Meaning, again, of course, the United States, but also Canada, United Kingdom, and many others. And thirdly, if you look at the geography, you see in the south, you have Turkey. Turkey is critical for the southern flank, for the fight against ISIS, extremely important for European security. In the north, you have countries like Norway and Iceland, not very big, but extremely important for the transatlantic link to protect the North Atlantic. And then you have, in the west, of course, you have the United States, Canada, but also the United Kingdom. So people, 600 million versus 450 million. Money, 80% versus 20% of total defense expenditure. And geography, all of this makes it obvious that the EU is important, but NATO is the framework to protect Europe.
And do you believe, however, in the EU program specifically, there's measures like the SAFE, more things could come in. Do you want to see further integration? Do you want the EU to treat third countries like yours not just like a close partner, but really fully integrated? And since you mentioned joining the EU, some believe if you want integration, the best way is to just join the EU. Is that something that you believe could start again at the common imagination? Some believe the Nordics, maybe defense can trigger enlargement in a way.
Well, also, I believe that the best way to integrate with the European Union is to join the European Union. But the problem is that you have democracies and the people decide. And in the United Kingdom, people disagreed and they voted to leave. And in Norway, we tried. Also, Norway is the only country in the world that has negotiated an accession treaty with the European Union not only once but twice, in '72 and in '94. And then the Norwegian people have voted it down twice. And I have been on the losing side twice. So yes, I agree with you, but then help me to convince the Norwegian people or the British people or all the others. So I think we just have to face the fact that big European countries like Norway, Iceland, but also United Kingdom and others, remain outside the European Union, like it or not. And then we need to find ways to work together, and we do that, and there are many of the EU programs which are open, which integrate Norway and other countries outside the European Union, United Kingdom, but there are also some of the programs where I'm a bit afraid that there are dangers of creating new barriers between EU members and non-EU members of NATO. That's not good, because you need to utilize the full capacity of our transatlantic economy, both to make it dynamic, prosperous, and that's also the reason why I'm concerned about the tariffs which the US is imposing on European goods, but also concerned about any measures from the European Union that creates new barriers against non-EU NATO allies. Open trade, competition, innovation, also in defense domain, will strengthen our economies.
So you say the EU should treat us on equal measure. It would be a mistake if the fact that we're not members of the EU, we cannot partake in these programs to that extent.
Yes, that's my general rule. Of course, there will always be some difference between EU members and non-EU members, for instance, some of the decision-making. And I also understand there are some challenges related to some of the joint financing. So I'm not saying it has to be 100% equal, but we should look into the details on some of these programs and make sure we don't create new barriers. That will be bad for non-EU allies, but also for EU allies. We need to work together. And again, I'm going back to the Cold War. We won because we believed in free trade, open economies. We should not now start to close our economies. That will undermine the competitiveness both on the defense industry but also industry in general.
I would like to ask the Polish minister a question, but just to close this, Mr. Stoltenberg, you said there's other countries like the UK and Iceland and Norway. Maybe we see politics differently. But in Iceland, the conversation about joining the EU has really changed over the past year.
No.
Do you detect that the same in Norway, or actually you'd say it hasn't, and we just need to come to terms?
No, absolutely. There is a new government or a relatively new government, government in Iceland. It's not so new anymore, but they have been very clear that they want a referendum on applying for EU membership. And as a strong supporter and believer in the European Union, I will of course welcome if they move forward on that path. But again, one thing is a government that wants a referendum, another thing is to win the referendum, and then to negotiate an accession treaty that works. Just to share with you, we have the European Economic Area, where we have 3 countries, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, in what we call the EFTA pillar, which is fully integrated into the European internal market. So we have all the directives, all the regulations which apply for the internal market in EU, applies also for Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. And then I would say that I would have preferred that we have been full members of the European Union. The only thing I like with this EFTA pillar in the EEA agreement is that the EFTA pillar with Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, that's the only international institution where Norway is a superpower. But I would like to join the EU.
Okay. Okay.
And it would be all much easier, Jens, with Norway being member of Norway. This morning we were discussing some trade measures, some discussion about that there are some issues, and it would be really good with Norway sitting at the table in Brussels.
Well, that's good to hear. On this risk consensus, Minister, there's another question that we heard yesterday on day one with a lot of these European companies who say, if it's European money that's going to be put on the table, and to be fair, we are paying. So this is not a gift. This is coming from European money. This should go to European companies, and there should be a clear European preference. This money has to go into European companies. Do you agree with that premise? And what is the issue? Is it the lack of funding, or is there a question of you just don't have the institutional framework? Joint procurement is nice, but the industry is still very fragmented in Europe. What is the issue to achieve this European preference if you support it?
Sure, of course, that's Poland is in a very specific situation. We need that equipment now. Yes, we are not ready to wait 10, 15 years for the whole development of the European defense industry. Having said that, of course, that, as I said a moment ago, building strong Polish, strong European defense industry is our core goal. It's our top priority. We need strong European defense industry, and this is why, of course, in the SAFE you have preferences for buying European and for buying together, because buying together puts average price down. So that's our position. Having said that, of course, we need to buy a lot of equipment right now.
So just so we understand, for you, it would be more a question of, I care more about the velocity of the delivery at this point than the origin of the weapon.
We need to think about both, right? Poland is in a very specific position, geographical position. So as I said, we just cannot wait 15 years for development of some technologies. But of course, as a Minister of Finance of Poland, for me, it's always better to buy Polish products. Then, of course, I want to strengthen the European economy, where we have our closest economical relations. But we need equipment now.
Mr. Stoltenberg, your country is very specifically or very particular because you have a massive wealth fund, which is a beast. I mean, this is a huge moneymaker. Some believe when we talk about funding, it really should be all hands on deck and everyone should get involved. Do you see a bigger role for this wealth fund into defense? It takes a change of mentality in some way, because back in the day, investing in defense had a negative connotation, certainly in Europe. Do you see that changing, and do you believe, yes, it is all hands on deck, and that should include the fund?
Well, I think we need to distinguish. The fund is a broad index fund where we follow international markets, and we will continue to do so, also investing in defense industry. But that's a way to minimize risk and to maximize returns, to not be a strategic fund to invest in particular companies, but to be a small owner of close to 9,000 or 8,500 companies all over the world. That will remain the strategy of the fund. But then the fund generates income to the Norwegian state. And we don't spend from the kind of original installment. We only spend the financial return from the fund. That's the beauty of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. And of course, that return enables Norway to invest in many different purposes, like, for instance, defense. Meaning that we are now spending more than 3% of our GDP on defense, enabled by the return from the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I think there's hardly any other country in the world which provides more support to Ukraine measured against GDP or per capita. It's 7 billion cash from the Norwegian budgets to the euros, or a bit more actually, to military support to Ukraine. And Norway is among, I think we are now the only country in the world, together with Luxembourg actually, which provides more than 1% of GDP in development aid. So yes, the fund enables us to invest, and we will continue to do so. Let me add one more thing about the fund. Also, if you want to spend more on defense, you either need to cut other expenditures, healthcare and so on, that's difficult. Borrow, which is dangerous in the long run, because or increase taxes. I'm not give advice, but I always say that Norway, even with the returns from the oil and gas, we have higher taxes than most European countries. So that's the reason why we have the fund. because we didn't reduce taxes. We kept the taxes high. We saved the money from the oil and gas activities, and now we can use the revenues. So this is not, by luck. This is by decision enabling us to save because we kept high taxes. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's possible.
So you're saying this fund is the piggy bank, as sometimes make it out to be. We have reached the end of the session, but I have a final question. Your teams are going to kill me, but very briefly, since you mentioned, very short, since you mentioned return of investment, let me ask you a question framed like that. At the NATO summit, all of the allies agreed we would increase to 5%. It was a summit where people were very nice to President Trump. I'm not sure, Mr. Stoltenberg, if you would use that language of Mark Rutte, you're only you could have done this, Mr. President. We're so thankful. But you committed to the 5%. You tailor-made a summit for the U.S. You have accommodated every single possible thing, including the trade deal, which some argue is not balanced. All of this put together, is there a return of investment? Do you believe the U.S. will actually come to Europe's defense if that was necessary and they're committed to NATO? Was that a good investment that you made for the two of you?
Well, U.S. is our strongest and closest ally. Yes, we do believe that investing in security has a great return on ROE.
The U.S. specifically.
Yeah, but as I said seconds ago, we want a strong European defense industry. We need capabilities here. We need capacities here. So I believe that there is no any contradiction between those two. And of course, that trade deal with U.S. was difficult. Let me phrase it this
Triple
way.
tariffs.
But we are happy. We are happy that more and more European partners are declaring that they will increase their spending on defense, also because of this NATO summit.
Mr. Stoltenberg, obviously you have a personal history too. Do you think the U.S. is really committed to NATO after all of this accommodation that was made?
Well, I just published a book which actually describes all of this in detail and my assessments. That's 400 pages, so you can read it and then you will see my thorough assessment of that. But let me just say on defense spending and whether it is an investment with the expected returns. I would say that increased defense spending is the right medicine regardless of the diagnosis you believe in. Meaning it's a no-regret strategy. Because either you believe that the US will stay committed to NATO, then it's right to invest in increased defense because it increases the likelihood for US to stay and it strengthens the totality of NATO. So if you believe that the US may stay, then you should invest more in defense.
But do you believe it?
Yeah, but then I believe it. But second, even if you don't believe it, it's even more important to invest in European defense. So whatever you believe in, invest in defense. That's the short answer.
So Poland, with no doubt, is right now the best place to invest in Europe. And this is not only because we have this very strong economy with GDP growing about 3.5%, but it's also because we right now have the third strongest army in NATO. So you can feel secure while investing in our country. And this is why this investment is such a good return.
But don't tell the Norwegian Minister of Defense that I promised more money for defense because he's sitting there and he will have all the money.
There you go, sir. Well, thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much, both of you.
I'm so sorry we went longer, but it was excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay in the room because we will continue with the second part of the session. And now, if you allow me, I would like to bring on stage Beata Javorcic, who is the chief economist for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Thank you very much. Mikołaj Traczynski, he is the Vice President of the Management Board of the Polish Fund for Development. Thank you very much. And then, of course, Risto Stojkow, who is the Director and Head of the Defense and Security Office at the European Investment Bank. So, thanks for staying with us in this panel. There will be questions from the audience at the end, so I will be very fast with my questions. Obviously, we just heard from the two ministers. They talked about the synergies between defense and security. So I wonder, the implications of spending more in defense, what will that do to the economy? And what are the implications also for the dynamics of this economy? Because they also talked about difficult choices that will have to be made. Perhaps with you.
So thank you for the invitation. A pleasure to be here. I think we have to be incredibly smart about how the money on defense is being spent. And there are some obvious trade-offs. Let me mention three. The first one is the trade-off between spending money on core defense versus more broadly defined resilience. So think about resilient infrastructure, cybersecurity, or renewables, which are part of energy security. And that's because anything that's spent on broadly defined defense is going to help stimulate growth, because infrastructure and cybersecurity, these are all issues that matter for the private sector. And actually, since the global financial crisis, we have seen a decline in investment to GDP in this part of the world. That's not something that happened in other parts of the world, so anything that fuels investment is welcome. The second trade-off is between getting equipment fast and buying it locally. We just heard the minister talking about it. Of course, buying locally stimulates growth. The third, and perhaps the most important trade-off, is between buying the best defense systems available today versus developing the best defense systems of tomorrow, right? So it's about how much of that money we are going to spend on research and development. And that matters because that's our best bet when it comes to laying foundations for future growth. Let me give you a very telling statistic. When you look at the list of 2,000 companies with largest R&D spending globally, a third of them is American, a quarter is Chinese, only a fifth is European. 20 years ago, that list was dominated by European companies. So unless we increase expenditure on R&D, we are risking falling further behind the US and China catching up. So, that brings us back to the Draghi report, which was published a year ago, and which said we need to take action in order to preserve our quality of life. And because no such big amounts of money will be available in the near future, we need to make sure that defense spending helps lay foundation for future growth.
And you say also because that amount of money is not going to be available soon. Some argue, however, and I don't want to get into political debate, but some argue the issue in Europe is not money. Europe is a rich continent. There are ways to invest if you believe this is the right way to do it. The problem is that the diagnosis of the situation is still very fragmented. If you ask a German and a French, what is your view on this, they will give you two different answers. So is there a way that this can be put together? I mean, what is the end game that would achieve a form of consensus for Europeans?
Well, I think we need to pursue multiple strategies, right? One is an EU strategy of savings and investment union, which, as the hope is, will make sure that the ideas that are created in Europe will be funded in Europe. But the complementary strategy is to do more on venture capital front. I mean, if you look at the data, Estonia is the only country in this part of the world which has actually substantial venture capital investment relative to GDP. So that's something that national governments can do, and that's something that they could do relatively fast.
And of course, a follow-up question we heard from your minister, who said you should really invest in Poland because we're going to be the biggest army in NATO. We're growing much faster than the European average. But what is your pitch, not just specifically to the country, but also the projects that you're interested in? Where do you see a form of real business synergy? Because one of the things that to me is obvious in this conference after is that you can talk about defense all you want, but if there's no business case scenario behind it, it's going to be very difficult to carry it to fruition.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that the very important point is what Beata mentioned before, Minister Domański, is that we need equipment now. So it's obvious reason that we don't have a European industry in defense very developed. But what we see now is a strong initial signal, initial strategic push from the governments that, okay, right now we are buying from foreign nations, and it's not a surprise that we are buying from Israeli, US, and South Korea because obvious reasons. But what should be the broad government strategy around it is try to build something around that spending. And what Beata mentioned is the, for example, venture capital industry. Also in Israel, very robust defense technology sector. So, for example, what we are trying to do as a Polish Development Fund, we just launched a PFR Deep Tech Fund, which we are going to commit funds, our resources, to VC, venture capital funds, working in Poland, in the region, trying to support dual-use defense tech technologies. So that's our initial push as a state-owned company, as a development institution. So around the defense spending, which is happening around Europe, is very high in Poland. And actually Poland and Polish startups has a very unique opportunity because being closest to Ukraine conflict, so many Ukrainian people being here, an opportunity to maybe try some of the new technology just very close to the conflict, try to talk to Ukrainian military, give a big advantage, a big edge in developing the defense tech industry in Poland. That's one of the areas we believe defense tech is also a direction for investments going into Poland and into the region.
And it's very interesting you say that. I was here last year, and at the time, what people were very interested in was the air defense. That was the big talker last year. This year, funnily enough, everyone that I've asked that question, what's the #1 item that you're interested in this year? A lot of them have said drones. That's the start of the show this year. What projects are you interested? Now that you mentioned we can learn from the Ukrainians, they're very good at that now. What is it that you're interested in terms of what could be developed that's needed, but also good business?
I think it's more of the private sector role, which projects to choose. From year to year, we see different ones. This year, we are also opening the EDA bootcamp, which will be focusing on space and cybersecurity. But I think the right way to approach this is try to mix the public finance or the public source of funding and the private sector, which knows and put their money on technologies which they think will be in 2, 3, 5, 7 year times as in a VC needed for the conflict. This year is drones, cybersecurity, air defense, satellites. Those are the sectors which I think will develop over the years. And maybe last sentence, because Silicon Valley in the US, how it was created at the beginning. It was at the grounds of the Vietnam War. The technology sector in Israel also based on some defense spending. So we have an opportunity to create some VC space around defense tech in Poland based on the European defense spending and the conflict in Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that. And of course now, just to perhaps reset and go back to the initial title, at the European Investment Bank for a long time, you could do a lot of dual use. That was acceptable. There's a big debate as to whether just specific defense should be added into some of your duties. But the EIB was seen as almost a very social green institutions for a while. Now there's a big push to make it a defense bank. How do you do both? Can you do both? And ultimately, is there going to be a trade-off? If you say the economy, the way we understood it before Ukraine, will not look like the war that we won't have now, but also in 5 years, things have changed fully.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the question, Maria. You're absolutely right. The European Investment Bank is a very distinct multilateral institution. We're owned by the 27 member states, and in that respect, we are the only vehicle that Europe has to have a common approach towards financing of common goods. And yes, for like more than 60 years, we've been investing in green. 60% of our 100 billion euro per year investment go in green, social, innovation. Now, 2 years ago, you would not have someone like me sitting here with the title Director of Security and Defense Office of the European Investment Bank. It will sound ludicrous. But the times have changed, and our governments and our shareholders have spoken to the board, through the board and through the European Council, and our president, Nadia Calvino, has responded very strongly. So a year and a half ago, the European Investment Bank set up the Security and Defense Office, first of its kind of multi-purpose experts, to look how we can engage in the industry, but without creating this zero-sum game dynamic. So when we lend 100 billion euros per year, usually it's not black and white. It's not like we're going to stop investing in social housing, or we're going to stop investing in innovation and put money in defense. What we did is, in fact, we did a market study across Europe, and we tried to identify where are the pain points of the European industry, and there are a few that we identified. First one is the supply chain of our large prime contractors. So the primes in Europe are much smaller than the American ones. They're very inefficient in the way that we distribute between different platforms, their R&D budgets and so forth. And they all rely on thousands of SMEs to produce what they need to produce. So Leonardo has 3,500 SMEs supplying them. Rheinmetall has more. Airbus has 3 times more. They rely on 10,000 SMEs. The first thing we created was a program that will help SMEs to scale up their production and their supply chain, to strengthen the supply chain and their working capital. That, we believe, will have a wider effect over the economy, and it will create also a pull effect for private capital. We just signed a large agreement with Deutsche Bank in Germany and Banque Populaire Caisse d'Épargne in France, whereby through our guarantees and investments, and these private banks will be able to support thousands of SMEs that are suppliers to the European defense contractors. So in that respect, in this way, we achieve 2 things. Like, first of all, we help SMEs grow in Europe, which is the cornerstone of the European economy. And second, we work together towards a common strategy to boost the European defense industry. The second thing we looked at is common goods. Galileo is one example. Iris Square is coming. In Poland, for example, last year we financed also co-financed with the government satellite systems for observation, and these are more and more being discussed as common European goods. So we are engaging actively with the European Space Agency and the European Commission to look at what kind of assets we need to develop as Europeans and benefit both the economy and the European society. So this could be military mobility, airlift, this could be communication, this could be also observation from space, and these are things that we're looking at. The third thing is, and it was mentioned already, the venture capital system. So we are the largest investor in the European VC ecosystem. We are an investor in 60% of all the European VC funds through our subsidiary, the European Investment Fund. What we did last year is we tested for the first time a program with the European Defense Agency whereby we try to create fund managers that are specialized in security and defense. They did not exist in Europe. It was extremely hard to find management teams that are aware of the dynamics technologically, financially, but also geopolitically and legally, how you deal with this industry. Now we have already 6 funds signed. It's been 1 year, but we see more and more coming in. And overall, with these activities in the last 1 year, we managed to push 3.5 billion euros into European defense from pretty much from zero. Yes, we had dual use. And next year, we're planning to increase it. Last point is the social investment. So we just heard, like, we are democracies, and having strong economies also keep the democracies safe, and they can be protected against different hybrid threats. So investing in a smart way in defense infrastructure is something that we're focusing on. And I'll give you an example. We got approached by large and smaller European armies, and they were asking us, how can we help with, for example, social housing for military personnel? How can we help with military mobility that is of dual-use nature? How can we bring private capital in infrastructure projects that are linked to defense? And we have put together, and you can see it on our website, the first of its kind study on European public-private partnerships in defense, where we outline 27 type of joint undertakings that we have seen over the years in Europe, mostly in UK, to be honest, that have pulled together private and public capital for the common good in a sustainable way. So I know it's a long answer, but yes, I think the EIB is looking, and I think we are finding already the right way to promote the economy, strengthen the European defense infrastructure, and push forward the agenda. So,
but just to, as a follow-up to that question, because some believe ultimately when you have to spend more in certain areas where before you would not have to spend as much, either you get more funding or it's a question of priorities have to be reallocated. So if I understand correctly, you're still saying we can still do this green push, which, you know, in Brussels, you barely hear now the idea of the Green Deal anymore. We can still continue with this while doing defense. Do you really believe you can do the two to the same capacity in this new context?
Yes, I do. And as I said, I will try to be practical in my answers. I had a few of the largest European primes coming to our team and asking us to support green transition investments. They were saying, like, we ourselves, I had a weapon manufacturer in Belgium asking us, are you interested to support our green transition? I had other primes coming and saying, like, can you help us to install a new water treatment system for our chemical processes? So they are also moving into that direction. I think there is a way to find the balance between the two. It cannot be just black and white. And we are trying to select the projects that can achieve both at the same time.
Okay, well, interesting to see how the zeitgeist may be changing or not, but perhaps just because this conversation doesn't happen in isolation, you know, this is happening in a global context. We talked briefly about the trade deal. Well, if you can call it a deal. I know a lot of people don't want to call it a deal because they feel it was an imposition. That's what it was. You know, tariffs have tripled. There's a lot of uncertainty in the global economy. There's a real question as to how can you multiply growth accelerators in Europe. There's always a perennial question as to whether we're falling behind some of the bigger economies or not. How do you see all of this playing out while also saying we're going to pursue an aggressive policy of defense spending when there's all of this volatility around the world?
So many questions folded into one. So let me start with the trade deal with the US that was mentioned. We have just looked at what happened to exports from EBRD's regions of operations to the US. These exports have went up by 8% in the first half of this year. That's relative to the same period last year. But the performance was uneven. So Hungary managed to increase quite significantly its exports of medication and computers. In contrast, Slovenia saw a decline in exports on the order of $830 million. That's more than 1% of its GDP. So far, the tariffs have not had a bite yet because this increase in export was driven by front-loading. Everybody wanted to get goods into the US before tariffs took an effect. So what we are going to see is actually the implications of tariffs happening later this year. Now, that's just one part of sort of global picture. Now, the good news is that tariffs faced in the US by European economies are lower than tariffs faced in China. And we have already seen that in some products, US imports from China dropped, but they increased from emerging Europe. So that's good news. But of course, the situation is quite dynamic. The US is still in conversation with China.
Can I ask just briefly, because you say that, I know we have to finish soon, but you said relative to other jurisdictions, the Europeans can stay competitive even in this scenario. This is what the Commission says. If you compare it to the UK, if you compare it to Japan, if you compare it to China, yes, tariffs have tripled, but on a relative basis, we're still going to stay competitive, and that mattered. Is that something that you believe, and that could that cushion perhaps some of the worst case scenario?
Well, so if you just look at number of products that were exported to the US, what you see is that about 60% of products exported from Europe faced a tariff above 5% when exported to the US. And that's right before the tariff taking a full effect. In contrast, products exported from Mexico, it was only, I think, about a fifth that was facing a similar tariff. So yes, the deal Europe got is much better than the deal that China got. But of course, you know, Canada and Mexico continue to be in privileged position. And of course, we are seeing big changes in the structure of US imports. So imports from China are going down, while imports from Vietnam, Mexico, other Asian countries are going up.
There's a question I want to ask you about deficits, but maybe we could do it after. I do want to open the floor for questions. If anyone has a question, then you could just put your hand up and present your question. So if there's one, this is now the time to do it.
Do you mind if I throw a cat at these pigeons that we have at this conference? We've got about 3 years left of Mr. Trump. Assuming that we'd have 8 years of Mr. Vance, Europe has about 10, 11 years, essentially to replace Americans in Europe as a fighting force. So that's the scenario, a window of opportunity. Now, I think people more or less realize that there is this window of opportunity and are prepared to throw resources at it. As you see, European Fund, we tend to make money available. For what? We have no idea as to what is actually to be forged as the European force capable of replacing Americans, that glue that holds NATO together. We don't have that glue in Europe. It's not a question of technology. It's much more complex than that, but largely to do with leadership, command structures, and so on, IT, and you name it. But there is a lot of talk about technology, technology transfers, technology multipliers. So you have a force with a force multipliers. But where do you get the force from? The vulnerability is people. My generation, baby boomers, is fading away.
But sir, just because we're running out of time, what is specifically the question?
No, the point is...
It's a point, okay.
How do you forge that force, throwing resources that we have in Europe, given that vulnerability that the generation that is now coming doesn't want to fight?
Well, we'll see if the new generation wants to fight. Maybe they disagree. But, you know, to be honest, the question that he's saying, you could argue it's a form of, let's take the Draghi report, which in some ways talks about this aspiration and what's the end game. You know, we could talk about the percentage that has been implemented, but some argue we should have been much more ambitious the past year. So how do you accelerate that? And as the gentleman said, how do you drive this politically too, I guess?
Well, we have just recently looked at political preferences of voters of various ages, and societies, including in Europe, are aging very quickly. And actually, in this part of Europe, we are getting old before we are getting rich, meaning we are aging at a level of GDP per capita that is lower than the point at which advanced economies age. And what you see is that older voters are much more interested in defense, much more willing to support expenditure in defense, rather than, for instance, expenditure in education. So there is this trade-off between sort of focusing on now rather than investing in the future.
You want to...
Yeah, maybe just to answer the gentleman. I've been having similar speeches at universities in Europe as well, and I cannot agree with the statement that the young people are not engaged in this conflict. But I think they're engaged in a different way. People have to have something to fight for, and I think if we can manage to achieve this economic resilience that I was just talking about, if we manage to focus their mind on quantum, on the things in the future, like quantum sensing, quantum technologies, AI, and so forth, we will be able to have a much more coherent, educated, capable society, which eventually will win the war of minds, because we are democracies. So democracies cannot fight long, prolonged wars against autocratic regimes. The only way you can fight such wars is if you have strong economy, and if you have people who are willing to fight for this thing. And I think through investments in social housing, through investments in education, through investments in research and development and economic base, eventually we'll achieve that. And not only, but also through investment jointly in these things. So I'm a strong believer in the European project, and Airbus is an example that when we put together resources, we can be a world leader. Now, would we have Airbus of defense, like through MBDA and the likes? It's to be seen. But I think eventually the economic logic will prevail. And yes, maybe baby boomers have something to fight for, but I would say the people who are educated today in Europe and use the Erasmus system and live in different countries, they feel much more European than the nations in the past. So I think the dynamics are different, but not the motivation. I think the motivation is there. I've seen it around.
But some actually say that reflects a form of intergenerational pessimism. You know, if you have young Europeans who, on top of that, you say, "Are you willing to die for something?" They would say, "I can't even buy a house." So what are we sort of debating? I mean, that reflects also what is seen as an intergenerational balance that is no longer working. I don't want to make this now about demographics, but you know, that is a point that was recently made up by the French government. There's a disparity and a form of generational pessimism that's sort of entrenched because of the economics behind it.
Well, the young generation realizes that they will be saddled with the debt that we are accumulating now and that we have been accumulating since COVID and through the energy shock, now defense. And, you know, as Minister Domański said, right, this debt will have to be paid off. And, you know, at the moment, emerging Europe is borrowing roughly at the same rate as France. But the cost of servicing public debt is becoming non-negligible. You know, it's 4% of GDP in Hungary, it's 2% in Poland and Romania. And should there be any turbulence in the financial markets, this cost is going to go up.
If there's time for another final question, this is the moment to put up your hand up if you have a question. If not, Beata, I'm going to ask you in this final 3 minutes, how much do you worry about the idea, going back to what you said, market volatility can happen very quickly and markets can turn into a country very fast. How much do you worry about debt and deficit at this point? And the minister also said it. Debt, whether it's for a good reason or a bad reason, is still debt.
So one needs to worry in the sort of global context, right? If you look at the US debt to GDP, it is at the level we last saw after end of World War II. All governments are taking on debt, and as we have seen in France, the discussion about reining in the debt is incredibly difficult. So, you know, the cause for optimism is the fact that, you know, EU still has some mechanisms to discipline national governments. It's incredibly difficult for any government to commit to austerity. You know, we have seen some negative implications of austerity. So that's what gives me hope. But of course, you know, we also need to remember the broader context, the context of incredible uncertainty. We have uncertainty about trade policy. If you look at indices, highest we've had in a quarter of century. If you look at uncertainty about economic policy, it's the same. We have uncertainty about the war. And uncertainty kills investment, both domestic investment, both foreign investment. So therefore, it's imperative that if we are talking here about spending for defense, we need to use that spending to invest and to invest in the future.
I know you wanted to add a quick
word. Yeah, one quick thing to mention about the debt is that we measure the debt against the GDP. So the important part is if we're investing right now, getting more deficit into defense, it's because we want to defend the second part of the equation, the GDP, if something happens. So we always need to look at it from two angles.
So just finally, because we have 2 minutes left, unless there's a final question, I would like to end the way that I always do in this conference. If we start from today until next year when we're back in Warsaw for this conference, what would you like to see? What is the one item that you say next year, I hope we're talking about this or have achieved this? Perhaps we can, Mr. Stoikov, with you.
Oh, very quickly, I think next year I would like to already speak about European projects of common interest. It is a notion that has been around, but it was never put in place. I want to see the first such European project of common interest, being the Eastern Shield, being a joint observation satellite constellation, being a joint military mobility infrastructure. But I think it's now high time that we start actually acting upon this thing.
So that's your number one.
Yes.
Many would agree. Perhaps, Beata, with you, if we can just...
I hope that we will be talking about increase in R&D spending, either concrete or planned. And I hope that our ambition is to have companies from the region, including from Poland, on that list of top 2,000 companies with highest R&D spending globally.
So if you say in the next 12 months, that's where the focus should be. I know there's a lot,
R&D
but number
spending,
one.
there is a long way to get on that list, but what matters is the trajectory.
So that's what you would like to see. And just finally, Mikhail, just...
More private capital willing to invest in Polish or European defense tech. It's not just PFR, not the BRD, but the private money willing to invest. It will be a sign that the market is getting stronger and getting more strength.
We got to go, but I have to ask you that because this was said last year also. So I need to know what has changed. Is it getting better? Do you see a form of deadlock that's finally managed to go through? Because this was said last year, so I want to know what happened.
Yesterday, we announced the first fund from PFR Deep Tech, which the PFR invests only a small portion of the fund, and we will see more private money into the fund, and more funds will come later this year.
You've noticed a switch for the better.
Yes.
It just needs to be
definitely.
faster.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Well, we have reached the end of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you to the three of you for taking all of these questions. Thank you, of course, the gentleman and his very good point, and to all of you for being with us for this hour. Thank you very much.
Welcome again. My name is Maja Mazurkiewicz. I'm a host of the Anatomy of Disinformation TVP World show on disinformation, and we are kicking it off with the second panel of the day at the Brussels room, and it's going to be about connected but protected, the digital pillar of modern democracy. That is obviously a huge challenge for today's, and I would like to welcome to the stage Eva Ilves, advisor on cybersecurity policy international cooperation. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Without further ado, I'll get the panel. We are quite many. We don't have that much time. So we will try to be short, crisp, and clear, because the topic on control is huge, and it can go all kinds of directions. So I'll do a very brief introduction. As mentioned, my name is Eva Ilves. I come from Latvia. I've worked more than 2 decades in Latvian government, different agencies, but currently work for myself with different, I think, stakeholders who advance digital resilience, but work a lot in Ukraine myself, advising some institutions there. So we are lucky to have, I think, very diverse panel from regional perspective, not maybe from gender. That's a work to do. I just realized when I spoke word diversity. So we have on the panel, and to no particular order, I'll just ask the panelists to nod their heads. Deputy Minister from Ukraine, from Ministry of Digital Transformation, Mr. Balashov, correct? We have Minister of Defense from Kosovo, Mr. Macedonci. Did I do right? We have a minister from for Resilience and Preparedness. I just learned that it's a recent title, so we will look forward to hear from you from Denmark. We have Minister Vengu from Albania, Minister of Defense. I'm trying to also keep an eye contact. We have Secretary of State from Poland, Mr. Standerski, correct? Good. Ministry of Digital Affairs, State Secretary. And whom am I missing? I'm missing France. Director for Euro-Atlantic Security, Ministry for Armed Forces, Mr. Escortia. Correct. So let me dive in. We have a topic, connected but protected, really like the crisp title. And all of that in context of protecting democracy, be efficient, be secure, defend our citizens in a very complex geopolitical now situation. And I would love to start the discussion with both paying respect to Ukraine for incredible resilience you've shown and being a role model to all of us. But I would like you to, Deputy Minister, to kick off from a few points from your experience. To be and remain democracy at war and be digital and connected. Any your favorite lessons learned or experience you want to share? Because I imagine it would be hundreds of pages we all going to learn. Share with us, and we'll then take it from there.
Thank you so much. I think I have something to share because actually we also didn't, we still solving some issues, right? We are still on our progress. But definitely we identify a lot of mistakes, a lot of things that we must done before. And so what I will try to be short. I will try to identify some critical points. First of one, and maybe this is very obvious actually, and it was obvious for us. It was obvious for any service of cybersecurity, telecommunications providers, anyone. This is following the rules that we already know, right? The best practices in cybersecurity, in digital resilience, it's public. It's not a secret. It's a very obvious and logical things. But it must be done, and must be done with a high quality. And this is the issue in not only in our infrastructure, it's an issue in the world. I saw a lot of cases when in the some Western auditors can close the audits just because we need time to market, we need save money or something like that. So, and this is the evil. This is the thing that make a fundamental errors in case of risks will happen. So the quality of these rules is very important. Let me be more concrete. It's what I can share. Please identify and classify your critical thing that not only power grids and so on, that's very obvious. Our experience showed that financial services, payment services, health systems, any other civilian things can also be a target, a military target. Maybe we are not expecting it because of Geneva Convention and so on, but our enemy not always promises to play by the rules. And Ukraine is a showcase that it doesn't work. We have missile attacks on our healthcare institutions and so on and so on. Payment services, just imagine that your citizens, hundreds of thousands of citizens can make a digital payment with their PayPass. This is crisis. It's terrible. So this is a thing that must be very resilient. How to achieve this resilience? One more thing that we are continuing solving. I'm solving it actually. So this is very resilient infrastructure with cloud. How? This is a good question. Cloud should be sovereign, local, or it should be, or it can be abroad, like some hyperscalers. My opinion, it should be all of them. It must be sovereign solutions with high requirements with confidentiality, plus sovereign cloud in your country that's under your control. So the multi-cloud is an answer for resilience. How it can be, can be a lot of different configurations, but multi-cloud, it must not be one cloud, not only one data center, because our data centers also can be the target of missile attacks, or just power stations, electricity. No electricity, no data centers. Of course, we have diesel generators and so on, but this is a time. It's anyway, it needs a time to reconnect, so it can mitigate the risk, but it's not disable this risk. And maybe the last point that connected with my first phrase, practice at scale. You need to verify that all the things works. The resilience that you build, it really works. It works not only on the paper. No certification is not enough. You have to be sure that it really works, and you can scale quickly, and all the things will work fine as you expect. Unfortunately, it's an issue, as I already mentioned, not only in Ukraine. This is a global issue, and I don't know, to be honest, how to exclude it from this world, but we can pay more attention and remember that from the services, a lot of, unfortunately, we understood that a lot of lives can depend on some services. So maybe I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think you really well sort of covered the whole spectrum, starting from playing by rules against adversary who doesn't play by rules. I really love the panel. We have a lot of defense people, but in a way, your points are pushing that think of defense as beyond traditional military defense. You mentioned health or different other resilience. For those who haven't followed maybe that closely, if you remember a famous horrible attack on Ahmadi Children's Hospital, there were traces days before of cyber attacks and cyber penetrations which actually signaled a potential attack on Children's Hospital. So just sort of, there's a lot of experiences where you see, which goes against Geneva Conventions, that in the war, civilian infrastructure should not be attacked, but it has a heavily digital component. And I think I like the practice part. I saw a short glimpse into that, how much we regulate and how much we practice. So that's a favorite topic in Europe. And with that, I actually want to make a segue to Danish minister, and I was glad to learn, and maybe you can reflect a little bit on that experience that you have a new title on resilience. Maybe that is something that Europe will learn from you. But you hold the EU presidency right now, so you have some advantage maybe to set a stage and agenda. So share with us a little bit from your experience in this new type of portfolio and what you see Europe can do in advancing this.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, the Ministry of Resilience and Preparedness in Denmark was established last year in August to make sure that there is a stronger political focus on a matter that we have been not concerned enough about for decades. We're all investing heavily in military, but we also need to have a stronger focus on civil protection, on critical infrastructure, and that's basically the need that was considered needed more action in Denmark, and that's the whole purpose of the ministry, making sure that there's a strong coordination between different authorities, because I totally agree that those who want to stress our democratic societies, it might not only be military, but making civil unrest by attacking healthcare, and we are not stronger than the weakest link. And those who want us in a bad place, they will identify where can you make the most problems for our democratic societies, and they will look anywhere. So that means that, of course, there are true defense matters, but especially concerning the hybrid threat, we need to broaden our scope and look on the entire society. And of course, cybersecurity is a crucial matter in that perspective, because representing one of the most digitalized countries in the world, we really enjoy it. It's a huge benefit for citizens, for businesses. It makes our countries much more efficient, but it comes with vulnerabilities as well, and we need to address that. And I'm glad that the European Union has passed massive legislation over the recent years. And of course, having the presidency right now, we have a strong focus on making sure that it is not just legislation, but it is being implemented. And that includes the Cyber Resilience Act, the Cyber Solidarity Act, and the NIS2 directive, especially the last one, I think is of heavily importance to Europe, that we increase our cybersecurity on critical infrastructure, because we can see that critical infrastructure is targeted. We see it in the Baltic Sea, where subsea cables are being attacked. So there's a strong need that we also make sure that we not just pass legislation in Europe, but we also implement it, so it will be turned in effect. And of course, we are looking very much forward to working on the Commission's coming proposal for the revision of the Cybersecurity Act. This is something that affects all of us. There might be some matters in how you address the threat picture due to where you're geographically located in Europe, but the cybersecurity threat is crucial to all of us. Either if it's government initiated or it's criminals, it is a threat that we all need to address, and therefore it is something that is high on the agenda for the Danish presidency.
Excellent. I think you are, like you said, you are a good role model. Do you see practical steps? I mean, one of the practical steps I imagine is budgets. I mean, cybersecurity is not cheap. Do you see that these initiatives on a regulation level are followed up by Commission actions in financial or nation budgets?
Its follow-up on both the proposal for the MFF has increased budget, and also just implementing these two directives is even for a small country as Denmark is about €1 billion if you add up all of it. So it comes with a price, but I'm very glad to realize that there's been no negative discussion about the price, because everybody realized that it's a necessity, and the cost of not doing it will be dramatically larger. So there is a very strong common acknowledgement that this is something we need to spend more money on, because it's not just a matter of digital disturbance, it's a matter of critical infrastructure, it's a matter of protecting our societies.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Let me move, and I'm really glad we have Balkans here, that we can mix the experiences, and I'm glad we have a defense sector. So it's clear that in civilian side, we feel the threat, but sometimes these things are discussed in bubbles. Civilians talk about civilians, and militaries and defense building their own. So I want to hear from two countries, from Albania and then Kosovo maybe, your experiences. And Albania specifically, we know historically you had a huge attack in 2022. Again, geopolitical correlations, right? Not happening out of blue, and it's not money driven. It has a political reasoning behind it. You saw Americans heavily stepping in and helping you out and building up. Now on top of that, you are able to innovate, and I'm happy to hear also a little bit on your AI innovation. I think audience have learned about AI minister. So you were able not only protect, but move on with digital. So if you would look, if the same things would happen in Europe at that scale, at nation level, how do we get European resilience? How do we get you not call Washington, but call Brussels?
Thank you. You're spot on, certainly. And if we go back to the massive attacks we had, both into our critical infrastructure, public services systems in 22, we had a very typical European reaction, which is, let's ask the Americans to come and help. And as a matter of fact, they did very diligently and with huge support. And fast forward in 3 years, after a very capital-intensive effort, as you mentioned, these things are expensive. We did both a huge institutional reform, both for our civilian cyber efforts and our military cyber efforts, ending with creating a cyber command. But I would say that even if there is a question of discussing in silos, essentially cyber defense, it's a defense domain. Even in the civilian domain, it is a defense discipline, and we should think of it as a defense discipline. Otherwise, we don't connect the dots with regards to how important it is on resilience, etc. So with that in mind, and fast forward, and a lot of investments and a lot of support by the US, in the latest National Cyber Defense Index, Albania is ranked 15th worldwide, jumping in 39 positions over the past 2 years, really establishing the fact that the reform has paid its dividends. But overall, what also happened over these years in terms of the change of the mindset in the public administration overall, and the way we think the digital component, the cyber component, and the AI component increasingly, is that, of course, this thing is not the future. This is the present, and we better grapple with that reality now. And what really happened over the past 2 years, we created what was initially a large language model, initially designed for providing public services, digital public services, very much like the Estonian model, basically, trying to digitize everything. As we speak, 95% of public services are offered online. And then this large language model ended up being so infused by so many information, so many directives, so many also infused by our EU accession process dimension. And then the Prime Minister put forward this proposal of, well, it's so well informed as a model right now, so we better have it as a cabinet, initially as a cabinet member for consultation processes. And this started as a futuristic idea, but I can tell you that in 2 months' time, we'll have a permanent presence of this model in cabinet meetings. I'm sure that probably most of you are familiar with a lot of important companies worldwide, and in their boards, they already have these models supporting their decision-making. And if I want to take a step back and think about the implication it has on democracy, well, it certainly puts a strain into how politicians and policymaking works, in the very simple fact that increasingly so, and especially in the Western, let's say, in the Western world, politicians are increasingly put into pressure to act as tech entrepreneurs. Because at the end of the day, the question of the efficiency of democracy as a model translates into the question of the efficiency of public services, the efficiency and resilience of infrastructure, and overall, we have a competition of efficiencies. And if we want democracy to remain as a competitive, efficient model, we need to act that way. It certainly puts a strain in terms of administrative processes, because if you put AI into a consultation mechanism in a cabinet meeting, you run against the possibility that the AI model can already sketch the course and tell you what to do, and do it fast. And it runs against the very idea of public decision-making being based on consultations on things that take time. So it's not easy to grapple with it. The way we have addressed it so far is that, of course, our AI minister, Diela, it's her name, which means sunshine in Albanian. From a regulatory perspective, she acts as a minister of state under the authority of the prime minister. She's a decreed minister, right? So it comes with certain authorities. The way we have circumscribed that authority for the moment is that we have tasked the model to focus essentially on things that have an immediate public impact, on public services first, and a second item, which I think has a high potential of delivering results, is everything related to our implementation of the EU acquis. As you know, Albania is increasingly so a front-runner in terms of the EU accession process, not least because of a consistent support also from Poland, also from the Baltic countries, which we are grateful for. And so basically we are circumscribing the initial inclusion of these models in government decision-making in cabinet-level meetings for things that relate to, having an impact into public services and having an impact into how we translate the EU acquis in national legislation. But as I said, the pressure is there in terms of what implications it has on the way, how fast we make decisions, and the implications in terms of the impact it has on public consultations. Because at the end of the day, we are public officials, elected officials, and we have a parliament, and we have our constituents to be transparent towards. So we decided to take that risk, to take that chance. I'm hopeful that it will work and showcase the possibility maybe that, yes, even for small nations, that as you said, being under attack, being reliant on others' people capabilities, we can set the tone for a small nation maybe to have some level of digital sovereignty, and why not to showcase the possibility for democracy and AI to be compatible.
If I can make just a brief follow-up, the digital, and you mentioned in between, a number of people mentioned the trust and society, you know, trusting digital services, which is part of democracy. Do you feel, what's the initial societal take on this AI minister? In a sense, do people trust? Is it cautious? Do we need to prove still?
Of course, it sort of has become a sort of a litmus test on the efficiency of the government. A lot of expectation, of course, a lot of curiosity, a lot of criticism as well, because it has constitutional implications. But again, as in the public discourse, in public opinion, public services, the cyber domain, there is this eruption of the digital in policymaking anyhow. And we decided to embrace that eruption rather than refrain from dealing with it. So there will be most probably a learning curve. So we have a progressive way of including that AI minister in decision making, starting by circumscribing, a perimeter of authority on a consultation level, and then we will have to decide about the decision making level of its implications. But certainly, AI is now pervasive in everything we do. People that claim differently, either they're lying about how much they're using AI tools, or they're trying to, doubt its impact. Once you change the mindset and say, look, this is not the future, it's the present, we better start regulating it and start including it, and through inclusion regulate the way it functions. Then I think we have an opportunity to maybe showcase that it can serve democracy. But, the question is still up there.
Thank you. I'm glad to see we have a competition in Europe in digital domain. I think it's a very healthy. We really need to deliver. The governments and democracies are judged by what we can deliver in efficiency, and I think we have received a lot of criticism for not really delivering, but just talking. So glad to see competition. I'll go to Kosovo because myself coming from a small country, we really do not have a luxury to have millions of institutions. Cyber security in Latvia is part of Ministry of Defense. We keep civilian and military separately, but still it's a one institution. So you are also in a Ministry of Defense. So tell me, how do you feel being a small country, support from allies? We rely on allies a lot, from EU, from NATO. How confident you feel in building that capability, or what's maybe topical from your experience in your country now?
In Kosovo, we are really facing these challenges, especially related to digital era and technology that changed even way of war that is taking place in the world. And also Kosovo is not excluded from all of this, we can say, challenges that is facing also Ukraine and other countries here. But also we have support normally from international community on building our cyber defense capabilities. And in our Ministry of Defense, we actually have our central training center for cyber security for all institutions, because it's very important to understand that no, you cannot just separate the state institutions from private sector, because everything is interlinked. So when we do and when we have to do training and preparation for our state institution, we have to take in consideration also private sector, which is very interlinked to critical infrastructure. But first, I would like to go in general aspect of how digital era is affecting democratic societies, which is really linked to the opportunity that both democratic societies and authoritarian regimes are having with the digital era. And coming from a military background, I listed 4 advantages and 4 disadvantages of digital era and digital innovations related to democratic societies. First, I believe from advantages is the participation of citizens in decision-making. Having this, if we can say, digital revolution allows citizens to participate more on decision-making of politicians by influencing and being able to express their opinions. The other one is access to information. Now everyone can have access to information, voters, and to documents of our institutions in order to be familiar what is going on in our institutions. That was in the past really issue for citizens. Inclusivity, so everyone is included in, we can say, society and state level. So being able also to influence to representative, and also opportunity to two-way communication, citizens with government directly through their platforms. And disadvantages are, again, for disinformation, the spread of conflict narratives and other narratives that we are facing all the time, foreign interference. We are witnessing a lot of foreign interference in elections and in many other things from non-state and state actors, shaping of public discourse. In this digital era, it's very easy to shape the public discourse, mainly orienting it to material profit versus values, and also algorithms that can drive or to different extremisms. And I believe also that those who used to live in communist times understand how important was for dictators to have earth and eyes everywhere. And I believe that dictators and authoritarian regimes will use this digital evolution and revolution, we can say, in order to, we can say, achieve their dream to become totalitarian regimes, because mostly authoritarian regimes are driving themselves to totalitarianism in order to control everything, society and people. And that can be one risk that countries that are living under authoritarian regimes can face. And in terms of defense, really those who are coming from a military community used to believe for a long time that technology, it's one means that is changing character of war, but natural war is staying always fundamentally human, and it's always destructive. So with these changes, we really are experiencing changes of character of war. Still, natural war is staying as it is now, but I believe that in future, having in consideration that AI development, we will face the times where natural war will change, because normally AI is not human, and AI can be part of natural war. So currently, drones and everything are changing only character of war, but I believe that if we do not have, as humankind, enough presence and control of AI, we will face times where natural war will not be more fundamentally human, but will become something else that we currently don't know what is it. And normally for authoritarian regimes, I believe that AI will not be beneficial in the future due to the fact that AI cannot be intimidated. Like in Albania, they did for first time the step to include AI in governance. And I believe that having AI controlled normally and having presence of people inside of it will allow, we can say, democratic regimes, democratic societies to work and function in democratic way, but also will be good mean to, we can say, to be obstacle for authoritarian regimes to have control and to have more, we can say, to intimidate people. Because I will take one example. If Russia has in its own constitution or laws human rights, free of speech and other, you can say, articles addressed in their documents, then AI cannot read it differently. One person can read it differently if it's intimidated, but AI cannot do that. So I believe future will be a little unsecure, but still, if we are careful and if we regulate this, because now we have to really to address this in global aspect. It's kind of innovation of money. So in digital times, we have to kind of create joint global trust for system and to regulate with regulation and laws, everything, in order to not face challenges in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear this high level of our, as you said, post-Soviet and communist experience countries. We have a very high alert immune system, also on digital domain, not to be compromised. You know, we want to remain democracies. We don't want to become surveilled or automatized. We want to preserve democratic. So for us, it's important, and I'm glad to hear that from Minister of Defense, whose role has to protect and keep a nation alive, is, you know, thinking much broader. So for audience, just bear with me. We still have 2 speakers. I have each one a question for Poland and for France. But then I would love you to come in with any questions. As you can see, we have a very diverse experience, though I think very much aligned on thinking. But I would love, if you have some questions or topics you want to raise, please prepare. We still have time to go. So I want to go back now to France and Poland. I actually would like to ask a French colleague. Sovereignty and European capabilities come up often, also in this forum. And I see the challenge, right? We have to be sovereign. France speaks a lot about that. We have to have our own capabilities, but we have to face China's sort of value system cascaded down in technology solutions and being able to counter that. And we have to preserve the values. So where do we focus and invest? Do we build our own? We live in this platform world, right? A lot of American-dominated. How do you prioritize? Give us some practical hints.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. I assume I owe my presence here to the fact that France is a partner nation, and my presence, I mean, as only a director among ministers and state secretaries, so thank you so much for having me. Anyway, I think you're right. I think this is exactly the circle that we have to square, but I think if we take it back, if we walk it back a little bit, and inspired by the conversations I just heard, which were extremely enlightening, I think it's clear from what previous speakers have said that democracy has become extremely contested, sometimes a battlefield, sometimes a physical one, because Ukrainians are fighting for freedom, for democracy, for our freedom and for our democracy. But sometimes also, and we were discussing offline, a virtual one, an electoral one, and you were mentioning offline the Moldova case. It's very clear there, and I think, you know, French Minister Barrot was clear there too, that what's at stake is not only fair contests among different candidates, among which people can choose in an enlightened way, but more is at stake because our adversaries have chosen to weaponize democracy effectively. So this is what we're up against, and this is maybe why there are so many defense officials on this panel, on a panel about democracy, because the hour is grave in a way. So I think the good news is that there is much more awareness that, as you put it very well in your panel notes, the digital pillar of democracies is an integral part of our democracies, because this was said, and therefore needs to be protected. So we need to be clear-eyed. Minister Barrot, who was here yesterday, just made a very impactful, I think, speech at Harvard last week that I commend to you all, in which he said exactly that we need to be clear-eyed what's at stake here. You talked about values, and also that it's a battle for public opinion, hence a speech to make those points, hence panels and conferences like this one, because we are democracies, and democracies cannot do without public opinion and without public consent for the policies that they propose. This is the difference with autocracy. Autocracy can hold a certain amount of time without consent, but even autocracies care about about consent. Certainly consent for democracy in and of itself is crucial, and that people are aware of the danger is crucial, because otherwise we will not be efficient, especially as others, as you said, technologically savvy regimes are using those technologies probably against us, and in any case against democracies. From a defense perspective, purely defense, it's also about circumventing so our adversaries' techniques that seek to circumvent our deterrence through from below. Is what we call in French le contournement de la dissuasion par le bas, and it's the idea which is present in our strategies, including in our most recent defense strategies, that we are pretty hardwired and pretty efficient in the high-end stuff. France is a nuclear power, NATO is a nuclear alliance, so we're more or less good there. And we are gearing up in conventional, and all of us are making a lot of efforts and taking a lot of expenditure for that, extra expenditure, you know, the Hague pledge, etc. And therefore, the weakest link, as Danish minister was saying, may be below those nuclear and conventional thresholds into the hybrid and effectively into those that seek to weaken our resolve. And the resolve is the fabric of war, you know. If you want to fight, you fight. If you don't want to fight, even if you have the best hardware, and our Ukrainian friends are proving it to us daily, then you capitulate. You know, the Afghan government capitulated. They had pretty good hardware. So, you know, it's about the will to fight, and eroding that will to fight becomes the center of gravity of the enemy, and therefore keeping the will to fight has to become our own center of gravity. This is why it's a topic of specific interest for defense. But defense is only part of the answer as we think about cyber defense, Minister was telling about, but also about this fight against disinformation and information manipulation. The key also lies in education, and this is very clear, and from a very young age, you know, training critical minds is crucial. In societal resilience, and our Danish colleague was alluding to that, and you were also saying many sectors are concerned, health, energy, but many others. And yes, in regulation, because freedom of speech cannot be the rule of anarchy. So I think when we think about these things from a defense, but also from a more holistic perspective, we come up with all these ideas and strategies. Sometimes the relevant echelon is a European one, to answer your question. Sometimes it's an allied one because we have a transatlantic partnership that is strong and enduring. We want it to keep it so. But sometimes it's a national one, but we need to play on all those echelons because in the end, what's at stake is our values and our democracies and our way of life. And I don't think that if and when people lose, and we're in a country that knows what it is to lose democracy, to lose freedom, to lose statehood, to lose existence, sometimes then after that it's too late, and then we will only be in a position to cry or to regret what we have lost, and probably we can act and be decisive before we come to that point.
Thank you. I think it gave a very sort of focused on what we need to do, and the priority list just gets bigger. So, Polish minister, I'm sorry for keeping you the very last, but not the least, and I really want to express also gratitude. I've been coming to Warsaw Forum, I think, for nearly a decade, and your government, never mind which one, we've seen many elections in between, and we've seen wars and no wars and invasions. You've been always present here, and I think this forum has greatly benefited from all the different levels you've been participating in these discussions and driving. So really, thank you for joining also this discussion. And you have a portfolio of digital. And digital, as you hear, you know, goes through everything: air, sea, land, defense, hospitals, elections. At the end of the day, what French minister, their director from ministry, you said, minds and hearts, right? Future position. Minds and hearts are the ones that decide. You know, you can have the best equipment, but minds and hearts of people who are not at war, when the things are not black and white, as in Ukraine, but people are not in war, is also about trust. Do we really trust in government to put our minds and hearts and put an effort to do? So everything comes to digital down. So if you can reflect, you had a presidency, you've seen massive cyber attacks. I read about recently about water supply. You know, you can see how much it is non-military. So reflect on some priorities, hearing what Ukrainian colleagues said and others, and then I really encourage audience, we will have a 10-15 minutes discussion. Please get ready your questions.
First of all, thank you for having me at this fascinating panel. And as I've heard speeches of my colleagues, I see that we have a lot in common, and I'm also glad that our teams are in daily touch, not only from the political side, but also from this technical one. And from the political side, as our presidency wrapped up at the middle of this year. For example, in March, we've conducted our informal digital council only on the topic of cybersecurity, alongside with our friends from Polish Ministry of Defense. So for the first time, two ministries hand in hand were in the place, and we gathered also for the first time ministers responsible for cybersecurity, because when you think about trust in public sector, you mean not only disinformation attacks and the state of the discussion, but first of all, you mean by that to have free access to your public services. And that's why investment in cybersecurity is so important, it's the foundation. And that's why our government, within the last several months, invested about €1 billion in cybersecurity in this critical infrastructure, because we invested €1 billion to our local governments, to our water supply infrastructure, and to our government critical infrastructure, because we see that's the key. And not only because of this example you mentioned, the attempt to attack our water supply system in one of our largest cities, but also because of 2,000 daily reports on possible cyber attacks in Poland. And this number is growing. We have the growth of more than 30% year by year. And when I started my tenure as a minister, I've seen reports of 600, 700 reports. Now we have 2,000 daily on average. So we see that this approach needs to be systematic. And from the European level, during our presidency, we adopted the cybersecurity blueprint, the clear instruction on how to react on the European level in the case of the mass cyber attack, the mass incident. And that's the beginning of those works. And Danish presidency continues those works. And I would like to thank Torsten and other representatives of the Danish government of the exemplary teamwork during our presidency, because this is how it should look like. And on our internal level, it's not only about investment, it's also about the cooperation, because I mentioned the cooperation between Ministry of Digital and Ministry of Defense, but it's not enough. That's why we started our PW Cyber program of cooperation between the government and private companies, because we are fully aware that to build a cyber-resilient society, we are not enough in terms of only public institutions, and that's why we started this cooperation. We strengthened our cyber resilience, and with those foundations, you can think about how to check possible attacks also in the infosphere. And that's why, for example, on September the 10th, during the drone attack from Russia, we also experienced the attack of disinformation. And on this day, during the night of September the 10th, we started to test new solutions, how to prevent disinformation from spreading, for example, by naming it. We started to publish lines of narratives of disinformation. We started to explain it point by point on our government sites. And now we are working on the system where disinformation is as accessible as the explanation that this is disinformation. So there's a lot of work to do. However, we are not alone, and that's why I'm glad that we can do it together, not only within our country, but also with our European friends.
Thank you. I'm looking around, so this is time. Any questions in the audience? Or we've been giving so much food for thought? Or I'm sorry, you are really not in it. I'll share my mic.
Sorry. My name is Sabur Shadaoudzai. I belong to Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have cut internet and mobile service for almost 24 hours, leaving millions of people without access and communication. From your all perspective, how the EU should respond when regime weaponize digital infrastructure against the civilians? Thank you.
Anyone feels? Yeah.
Well, I think it's a good example that the digitalized opportunities can be weaponized, like you said, because removing the possibilities of communication and internet services is crucial in order to make sure that the public receive truthful information. And there are globally too many regimes that are controlling what information their public can receive. And that's because they want to defend their non-democratic system, because the best way to improve democratic values is to make sure that the public has access to free information and freedom of speech. So I cannot condemn a situation like you described enough, because the access for the public to free information, that is core values that we are sharing and we are trying to promote as much as we can, because that is in the heart of democracy, that the public has access to free information. So anyone who is weaponizing that opportunity is acting against our values.
Yeah, I don't want to put Vitaly on a spot. Would you be able to innovate the way out when you are governing, when you are cut out of the internet? Is there a way how we can work around? And actually, I want to reflect on that and also say, again, thanks to Poland, you had a very close call right now. If Poland's support with Starlinks would not be made available, you would be, certain areas of your country would lose that connectivity. That's, for military, is critical. Here you see whole civilian. Are we back to leaflets? I remember, I was thinking of Afghanistan and remember the times when you basically dropped the leaflets. That was the only way how to reach. Also, I think here resistance in Poland in Soviet times, right? Any way how we can innovate through, and where should we be investing to help?
It's a good question from you, thank you. And to be honest, I have two different theses for it, right? The first of one, maybe it's not 100% correlates with your question, yeah, but we also experienced in mobile telecommunications down in last year. One of mobile operator was down, as a result of cyber attack, was down for 1 week. So full down. But I was there, right, and I can't say that it makes a lot of impact of it. It was impact, of course, so it's a crucial impact. But how the people reacted to it? In Ukraine, we have three main telecom operators. And most of people just go to the closest shop and buy one more new SIM card and continue working with the competitor. So just waiting for 1 week, and that's all. Of course, IoT devices and so on, it's an issue. But it was result of enemy's cyber attack. If we will consider the risk of decision of disabling mobile operators, right, by politician decision, This is absolutely another story. And to be honest, it's hard to me even how to solve it for citizens, how to resist on it. Of course, you maybe the market, the transparent market can help you because broadband, on-ground telecommunications, but once again, if politically it's connected to only one IX point of communication, right, and can be disabled fully. So I'm not sure that I know the correct answer, but definitely you can build resilience, you can build protected communications, because to disable it to zero, it's almost impossible. Internet is a very resilient thing, and you can use a lot of things, right? We know protocols of internet that can't be controlled. Of course, it's not so convenient without cats and Instagrams and so on, but you can share the information. You can share the important information. And it's almost impossible to stop it. So this is our digital era, and so maybe we can spot more light on these alternative methods. Why not? Maybe this is all answer that I have for this is difficult question. Thank you.
You had added?
That's why we need to invest in the European satellite communication systems, and that's why Polish government decided on Friday to invest additionally 100 million euros into IRIS² initiative, and I believe that's the way to build alternative, resilient system of communications.
Excellent, thank you. I see 3 hands. I will collect all of them, and then we can just see. Where is the microphone? Okay, we start with one. We'll go
can I one remark? Please don't sit down. It's 3 seconds. Yeah, I don't know why I miss satellite telecommunications. It's really an option because, as you know, our front line works mostly on satellite communication. So it really solves the issue because, and actually Ukraine can't control this traffic. Even if Ukraine wants to, in one day would like to apply some censorship or something like that, it can't be done on without brands, right? With satellite. Thank you.
So I collect quickly 3 questions.
Thanks, Gary Keller from Ottawa, Canada, Strategy Corp Geopolitical Advisory. Thanks for the panel. The Kosovo Defense Minister talked about 4 advantages and 4 disadvantages. And I would say those of us who live in Western societies, who haven't lived under authoritarian societies, we too face the same challenges around how citizens perceive information online and the risk of disinformation. So a question for the panel, it seems to me that the 4 disadvantages outweigh the 4 advantages. How do elected officials and civil society work together to turn those disadvantages less strongly and advantages more strongly?
Okay, can you pass the mic here quick? I'll collect all of them and then we'll do sort of final tour incorporating the answers.
Thank you. My name is Miao Boya. I came from Taiwan. And as you might know, Taiwan is a very vibrant democracy. But we also are facing a very severe disinformation attack from China. So my question is, how do you balance the freedom of speech and combating disinformation? What's the key point? Thank you.
And if you can pass to... Maybe it's the one call.
Thank you so much, Maja Mazurkiewicz, TVP World. And digital pillar is super important, and countering disinformation and influence operations is the key. But I didn't hear one thing. One thing that I believe that is key in countering disinformation is the strategic communication. And the UK government is doing a big lesson on it. But I wonder if you are doing a lesson also on it, because you've been saying to communicate with the citizens, but do you know how to communicate with them so they listen to you?
Oh. I think a lot of that goes back to this hearts and minds and taking disadvantages into advantages, and sort of where is the balance between freedom of speech and accountability. I'll think maybe we go just one by one, because I see we have a bit more than a minute, so crisp and clear answers.
Reverse order, thank you very much. And I will answer with previous experience where we drafted and published a report on information manipulation when I was in policy planning in 2018. And one of the things that we learned on the basis of benchmarking, worldwide actually benchmarking, as we were trying to figure out how to craft our own system to fight information manipulation, is that democracies need to fight as democracies. So freedom of speech is the paramount value that we're here to protect. We're not here to impinge on it. But when you balance it, you talked about balance, and it is a question of balance with what was said earlier about by the Danish minister about the right to access quality information and what you call information. Then it becomes a democratic debate that's interesting, because you can define what is quality information, how it is spread, and conversely, what is information manipulation. Not everything is worth the same, and that just as you have on what you eat increasingly labels that tell you what the quality of what you're about to eat, you can have labels and things that are civil society initiatives, journalists, media, etc., that have, for example, a label to label this is quality information. You see it sometimes on Wikipedia, this is a quality article. These kind of things, it has to be civil society, because it's not the business of government to decide what is quality information and what is not. But you can create that ecosystem and that incentive so that people will be aware that there is garbage out there, also in the informational space, and that some of that is instrumentalized by adversaries to weaken our societies.
Okay, colleagues, I really encourage short answers. We are out of time, but I would like you to have a few words.
I will try to answer shortly. Like, in order to mitigate impact that is coming from disadvantages that we mentioned, I believe that one means it's like having national resiliency and society resiliency, working more with society in order to understand that whatever is coming, that doesn't mean that it's coming right and it's right information. And to build national resiliency, we have to leave a little aside this digital communication with population, we can say. We have to have more hands and boots in population and discuss with people. And I believe that mitigating the impact of these disadvantages will strengthening the advantages automatically.
Thanks. Vitali?
We'll try to be very short and cover all three questions. Yeah, and I think that the key is trust. Trust with your people. You have to provide very strong communication with proofs and build the trust to the source of this communication to you. Actually, in Ukraine, we have even maybe more than one center who works 24/7 on analyzing the messages that includes into Ukrainian information area and analyze it for its real information or disinformation. So I spent my previous weekend fully because one popular blogger don't have enough time to analyze some fake, rise it, and my weekend goes down. I spent it on the work, but it was absolutely fake, right? And we provide our communication. We provided our communication in 2 hours, as I remember, and we saw that a lot of people stopped looking for it. It's not a 100%. Some haters gonna hate. We have always them, but this trust with quick reaction, with proofs, it's I believe this answer.
Thank you.
Very rapidly, I think one topic that again, conjugates every aspect of the threats is we come back to the idea of how efficient our democracies are. So, both in terms of Stratcom and disinformation, accessibility of disinformation, as our Polish colleague said, everything that allows the digital component, cyber, AI involvement into governance that supports government efficiency is some ground gained on disinformation. That's how I see it. That's how we work on it. Because at the end of the day, the expectations of our peoples for better lives, more secure lives, and better futures, at the end of the day, it's about how efficient democracy is. So if we can make democracy more efficient through these tools, all the better with regard to how we fight disinformation. It's the only way. Stratcom per se, yes, I think all allies within NATO have a strategy on that and have centers that work on that. But again, disinformation is a political tool in our internal politics as well. It's not only a foreign threat, and it has become a daily tool. So again, it comes back to how efficient democracy as a process is and decision-making and democratic consultation is. So that's how I would reflect. Hence, our inclusion of AI into governance in a very, maybe curious way, but I think that's the only way forward. Thank you.
So investing in building efficiency for trust.
To quickly comment all those questions, I would like to point out that more and more disinformation and content in the internet as a whole is created not by people but by automated accounts. So on the one hand, it's a growing challenge because mass content is created automatically, so the response needs to be automated as well. But on the other hand, human rights, including rights of free speech, is for humans, not for bots. So that's how we need to treat it differently, and that's how we need to do it.
Excellent. Danish colleague.
It is fundamental that you have free speech and you have the right to your own opinion, but you don't have the right to your own facts. And that's what we need to address when somebody is deliberately using false information, made-up stories, and we need to address that it's not correct. And there is also, we need to have a public that are able to be critical about information they receive. So there is an educational part of this as well. Making sure that everything that pops into your feed, it might not be true. So we have a strong need to have independent media with high credibility, that the public trust, that they operate and they can be critical against government, and they play a crucial role in our democracy. And upholding public trust to our media is, for my part, that I think that is vital in order to combat disinformation, because we can see it's increasing, and we need to call it when we see it, making people more resilient in what they pay attention to, so they address things more critically with a high level of educational background, making sure that, well, just because you see it many times in your feed, it doesn't make it right.
Thank you. With my apologies to organizers, I'm not going to sum up. I'm sure you all picked up the right things or useful things. Just a round of applause to panelists and to the organizers bringing us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and thank you so much for joining for the first session of the day at the Brussels room. And we're going to be talking right now about disrupt or be disrupted, strategic innovation for security and competitiveness. And the session is held in partnership with the International Visegrad Fund. And I would like to welcome to the stage moderator Rekha Sharma-Kenny, Director of International Affairs, the Equilibrium Institute, and her panelists.
Well, thank you so much for coming and starting this day with us. I think I'm very excited and honored to be able to launch this discussion, which I think is on a topic that really touches our everyday decision-making and businesses and work and probably also even personal lives. So I'm very excited to have a fantastic panel for us today. But the topic, I think, before I introduce the panel to you, is really intriguing, because the topic is something that goes beyond just what we think of innovation. Disruptive innovation and strategic innovation are different from the basic understanding. They have several main points, and I would like to just highlight that as a kind of a startup for our discussion. One is, how do we measure whether something is disruptive and strategic or strategic in its consequence? It can be a strategic innovation if it has a systematic approach, if it has a future-oriented or repercussions for the future or consequences for the future, if it focuses on values and it focuses on longer-term values than immediate impact, and if it is integrated into a strategic thinking in any field from business to politics and government. So on this basis, I think we have the best panel to cover these issues, because we have a panel that covers both geographically and professionally all the areas that we need to think about in innovation. On my left, we have Mr. Wolfgang Zink, who is coming from being based in Germany, but with a company that focuses on Germany and a personal experience on Germany, France, the UK, European countries practically, and from a field of innovation in government, disruptive and strategic innovation in government primarily. Next to him is John Hultquist, Chief Analyst from Google Threat Intelligence Group, who is coming from the United States, so from the other side of the pond, with over 25 years of experience in cybersecurity AI and understanding what really cyber espionage means and how this can be fought against. So the wealth of experience is fantastic there as well, and I am honored to have him coming from my alma mater, teaching at the Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. at SAIS, yes. Next, left to him is our friend from Poland, Łukasz Haberski, who is representing Polish airports, CEO of Polish airports, but having a great experience in infrastructure, how an infrastructure that is originally civilian is really strategic, and what it means, what the innovation is necessary to ensure this strategically important infrastructure. And last but certainly not least, I think I'm very honored to have Mr. Simeon Somokos, who is founder and president of Delphi Economic Forum Greece. We all are honored to have you there, covering also a very important area of Europe. Southeast Europe, I think, is a part of the world that we also want to and need to understand better. So in addition to his Delphi experience, the regional experience is a very fundamentally important for our discussion today. So with this introduction, let me ask you, maybe from left to right, if it's okay, if there is any particular starting thought, maybe from John, starting with, I'm sorry, okay, with with Wolfgang. we have talked a lot about innovation in government. And of course, all of the innovation that we have needed is in a special light after 2022, with understanding, the challenges and impacts of the war of Russia against Ukraine. So I would like to ask your thoughts first. How do you see how these innovation consequences are reflected in government thinking? Should they be? Are they impacting government, innovation in government? Are they more disruptive than strategic? How do you see the situation after the third year of this war on government thinking in Europe in general?
Thank you, Reka, and thank you as well for the opening question. And I would like to kick off the ball by providing my view on what the term disruption might mean in that sense, because I think it's a helpful one when trying to get our arms around this topic. Everybody's talking about disruption, but maybe not everybody knows that the term was coined initially by a Harvard professor back in the 90s regarding innovation. A person called Clayton Christensen. And he basically made a distinction between sustained innovation and disruptive innovation. And the disruptive innovation has the characteristics that it's rather low end, rather at the lower end of the market, and then making its way up. So think about Netflix versus movie theaters. That's disruptive. The iPhone, we could argue, never been very cheap, never been very affordable, but it was accessible to the masses. And the iPhone moment definitely was a disruptive moment in our recent technology history. So if we take it from there and say disruptive innovation is an innovation that is rather low-end, accessible to the masses, and we apply this and look at the war of Russia against Ukraine and the Russian invasion, we can definitely see the way that unmanned systems, drones, particularly air drones in that regard, but it can also be ground drones or water drones, underwater drones, unfold in their impact. We can see an element of disruptive innovation, for sure. And this is challenging to the Western government world. Why? First, because we do have a very settled regulatory framework. And the framework is there to protect given rights of given people, given technologies, given places, and so on and so forth. It's not geared towards changing fast, welcoming new technologies, and embracing them in a positive way. So it's changing our regulatory framework, and regulatory framework is very hard to change. Second is challenging our military thinking, because our military thinking traditionally is top-down, and it's long-term. We're talking about decades of planning cycles. And drones, as we see them with innovation cycles of whatever, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, maybe 3 months, are a challenge in that regard. So military thinking must adapt fast. And the third one is traditional government innovation policies also have difficulties with that kind of innovation, because they're also rather long-term, compliance-driven, rather bureaucratic in the way grants are given out. You can apply and then you deliver against these grants and the specific terms of reference and so on and so forth. It's not up for surprises. And with that regard, I think the development of unmanned systems as displayed in the war between Russia and Ukraine is a very good showcase to say that we need to change the way we think, we plan, and we experiment.
I'm not sure if I'm happier with this than we were before, because it really raises a number of big problems. And I think this is why we have to see...
Sorry for that.
what we're up against, right? And I think this is why our discussion is very important. As a short follow-up, what would you say as a most important element that can help us to be up for surprises? To be looking at the positive side, to be looking at this as an inspiration or as a possibility?
I think we do not need a lot of groundbreaking new research. If you combine a few ingredients from proven concepts, you get very far. One would be to have courage and think rather in portfolio approaches than into specifically planned micro projects. So the idea, like DARPA is doing, for example, to have a broad portfolio of projects, of endeavors, and you don't know which of these 100 will succeed, but you know that there will be 2, 3, or 4 that really go through the roof, is one concept. And that is challenging our bureaucracy and our framework as we have it. Basically, all Western European countries have tried to copy the model of DARPA, and everybody has kind of a wannabe twin sister or brother, but a crippled one. That's one. The other one is to think in terms of ecosystems rather than of controllable spaces where everything is government-driven or driven by a specific grant or a specific program. Rather think in terms of openness with academia, with private research, with public research, and so on and so forth. And give that room to experiment. And these kind of projects count for the most rewarding ones for me as well professionally. I used to design a few industry and research centers in Europe and beyond. And seeing this unfold, also in a way that is not predictable right from the start, is very, very rewarding. If you combine these two ingredients, you already get a pretty good recipe, I believe.
That's something to continue to come back to. Let me jump now to John on the other side of the Atlantic, because I believe if any of the experiences pop up in anybody's mind of the last couple of years, it's the immensity and the seriousness of strategic cyber threats. So what would you say as a consequence of this and how this can be or has been disrupting or creating strategic innovation?
Well, I think the interesting disruptive event is actually disruption, right? Disruption by cyber means, and we're seeing more and more of that. And there were actually two, I think, major events that sort of brought that about. One was suddenly cryptocurrency came around, and it basically allowed the monetization, direct monetization for criminals. Previously, cybercrime was about essentially fraud. Somebody would go out and steal a bunch of records and then monetize them for fractions of a penny per record. What changed was the ability to sort of monetize directly with a target or a victim and ask them directly to pay. And what that has led to is a sort of slow escalation that started with people targeting single computers, and they realized they could target entire networks for disruption. They realized, you actually have to invest time in a target. You can't just, they have to actually hack it before they ask for money. And so you want to make sure that they're going to pay. So what do? You go and target somebody who's more likely to pay, and that's critical infrastructure, right? And so we're seeing generally more and more of that. Now, the response to that is go arrest the criminals. But the other really important piece here is that there's a safe haven. If it was hard to arrest criminals in Russia before the war, it's certainly hard now, right? We know that many of them are working alongside the FSB. The FSB is responsible for law enforcement. It's also responsible for intelligence collection. You can see where that goes. And so these two events have probably led to a real national security consequence for all of us. Not all attacks are state-directed. Most are not. They're just to make money. But they recognize that critical infrastructure is an opportunity for them. But it also creates this wonderful cover for action for state-directed attacks. We do know that the Russian intelligence services are working with these actors that in some cases they're probably state-directed attacks or at least state-acknowledged or the state is very happy to see it happen. And so it's created this really strange environment where critical infrastructure attacks are happening from Russia, and we're sort of powerless to stop them.
Again, We're getting more and more gloomy.
Sorry.
But I think it's a very important element that you highlighted, and there's several very important elements in what you highlighted. But one that I would like to ask you to go into that is that if you see this as more obvious and not even hidden that it's coming from Russia, so it's kind of not a consideration to cover these, I would assume it gives us a better leverage to respond to or try to detect these. Is it better or worse?
I think that it's very difficult to fight this because it's also coming from a marketplace. And what I mean by that is essentially somebody gained access to your computer and then they sold it to somebody else who hacked it, who then worked with a third party who's a ransomware service. And even if we can disrupt any one of those actors, because it's a marketplace, they already have additional partners that can fill in those spaces. So we're fighting an entire marketplace. And that marketplace is then unreachable physically. So even if you could disrupt it, say, through cyber means, you can't necessarily, they're going to get back online in a few months max, right? And so we've got it's a sort of lasting, strengthening problem that we're facing.
Wow, there's a lot to discuss by the audience as well, so start preparing your questions, please. I'm sure that we have big questions to cover. Let me now jump back to this side of the Atlantic and ask Lukasz, if I can see, that if there's one sector that is obviously coming from a peaceful kind of commercial civilian background and is becoming strategic and is having an impact of strategic relevance for the security of an entire country is definitely air travel. So can I ask how you have seen this? We have seen in the last couple of weeks, just to think back, how much an attack on an airport practically has disabled an entire capital or entire city and had repercussions in other countries as well. What is your take on this? What do you think could be learned from this?
Thank you for your question. I'm representative of Polish airports, so we are managing Chopin Airport at Warsaw, but also we are included on the 12 from 15 civil airports in Poland. So our group is 19 entities. So we are in the almost all civilian airport at the Polish side, and as you know, we are really close to the border with the Belarus and Ukraine. So yes, also Rzeszów. I want to also mention about Rzeszów, because Rzeszów was before the war the small regional civil airport in southern east of Poland, and nowadays everyone knows Rzeszów like the biggest military, also the civilian hub on this part of Europe, and it's crucial to make the help for our neighbors, which they fight at the war with Russia. And of course, aviation is really important, not only at the economic side, but also at the secure and safety. And also before before war, we know that it's really important from the economic and that's from the also military side. But now we are sure that all the infrastructure, transport infrastructure, are crucial. So we know that also the aviation can be susceptibility because the drones, because the cyber attacks, because of many of threats. But still, we know that all of the infrastructure and our procedures and so on, they give us some resilience resilience nowadays is really, really important to be, because we know that for sure we will be impact, but it's important how quick and how strong we will stand off after this disruption. So. For example, in Chopin Airport is the biggest hub airport on this part of Europe. We have almost 90,000 of passengers per day, and with the employees and operational guys, we got each day we got more than 100,000 people in one place. And we have more than 600 aviation movements. So we have movements with the passengers, but we have heavy traffic with the let's say state planes. And all this is really important to have good cooperation, not only at the civil side with the air navigation service provider, because all the disruption, almost all disruption is coming from the air. We are at the point port at the map near to city, but they know before something is coming, and that was at the 9th of the September that the drones was flying over our airspace. That the PANSA, so Polish Air Navigation Service provider, have some cooperation with the military guys, and they told us before that, and we can make some operational movements at the airport to carry out with the passenger, because everyone asking what's happened. Maybe it's war. So it's really important to cooperate with all stakeholders. And like I said before, for sure we will be disrupted many times, but it's important how we choose the path to work on this, and how to be more resistant.
Thank you so much. I think it's really showing how much we have to link already in our thinking a civilian airport to be like a dual-use airport, civilian and military, and to think of a very strong and established kind of cooperation. So one era when civilian airports and civilian flying was just for fun, and military was another thing, that's over.
Yes, this is really important, and this is why we are also talking with our friends at the European Union on the Commission that we should spend funds to infrastructure, aviation infrastructure nowadays, because decades of time ago they decide that the aviation should be all competitiveness, and should be strictly the commercial one. But nowadays we are talking about the war, and that we know that all airports are needed. Also the smallest ones like the Rzeszów. It's really important to have this ready when we need it.
Yes. Which brings us back to what Wolfgang was saying about the importance of regulatory flexibility and need for a regulatory reaction to the reality on one hand, and also to what we heard from John, how we have to look at all these cyber threats as a threat targeting our civilian infrastructure as well, and how we can cooperate on this. Which will bring us to our last speaker on this first round.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you.
And invited by the Warsaw Security Forum that we are partners. They come to our flagship event in Delphi every April. They participate in our satellite events that we organize in DC, in New York, Brussels, and many other places. I'm not an expert on the field, but allow me to offer a few opening remarks which are rather political rather than, technical. I think we all agree that the world has changed entirely. General Petraeus said yesterday in this room that the world is in total transformation. I attended a discussion last week in New York during the United Nations Week. Gordon Brown said that from a rules-based, world, we are going to a power-based world. So this changes entirely the geopolitics, including our region. So with this, I think strategic innovation, in my humble opinion, is not longer optional. It is existential. It is no longer a luxury. It is a condition of survival. And of course, in a world of rapid acceleration of technological change, nations, I think, that fail to innovate strategically will become security independents and not providers. However, let us not delude ourselves that this requires substantial investments, institutional coherence, you mentioned this, Wolfgang, long-term thinking, Google is providing this, and all of which I hope are not in short in Brussels or in other countries. The pace of today's technological innovation, particularly in AI, in quantum computing and cyber warfare, is redrawing definitely the boundaries of geopolitical influence. And we see that very well in our region, unfortunately. And of course, I would like to say that strategic innovation thrives in ecosystems of trust, like NATO. It's a pity that we don't have the expert from NATO here today to tell us 3 more things. And in alliances, also between government, between academia, and between private sector. I think I can provide my thoughts saying that government provides strategic innovation and funding. Industry brings agility and know-how. And academic contribution is bringing cutting-edge research and talent development. So I think we need to follow all this. But I think the biggest, in my humble opinion, disruption these days may be internal. We speak about the democratic erosion, which we see in many countries. Greece paid its price during the economic crisis, 10 years between 2010 and 2020. And I'm here to follow up a question about democracy, Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You really gave a wonderful overview of why and how important this discussion is. And I very much agree with you. This is an existential threat. And I very much also appreciate the thinking about this is in ecosystems. And I believe this is exactly what needs to be established. Would you have a recommendation to create a platform nationally or create international platforms of creating such ecosystems based on your perspective?
In Greece, we're trying to do this. We have not succeeded, yes. And I was planning to refer later to my comments about Greece. We try to develop an ecosystem these days on issues of energy and on issues of defense. This is of primarily importance for small countries like Greece, where NATO cannot protect us because of the Article 5 against our aggressive, neighbors that we have these days. And I think we're trying hard, but I think this is essential, Reka. I mean, Greece and every country has to create this kind of ecosystems that will, help, and develop the innovation and competitiveness for the countries.
Thank you so much. It also highlights, I think, what was referred to in Lukasz and the need for thinking of infrastructure in this dual use, understanding also dual use of our investment in it, investment in innovation in this. Because as you remarked, €1 double impact. Would you elaborate on how you see a potential for development, for innovation in your sector?
Yes, as you said, we think that one spent euro can be twice, because in the normal times, let's say, the peace times, we spend the money for the infrastructure and to make some improvements, making the AI and machine learning and so on at the airport. But at the most dangerous times, we can also use this to secure national defense and to be useful for the military side. So this is why we are thinking that the funds and the dual use infrastructure and procedures can be established at the European levels. So this is why we also need this funds, and this is one of the really important issue that we decide in Poland to build brand new greenfield big airport. Call it CPK, maybe you heard about this, and at 2032 we will establish near to Warsaw, but at the really strategic place between the two big cities, so capital of Warsaw and the city of Łódź, and this will be really good connected infrastructure with railways and highways, and without any problems to growth, no any environmental issue and so on. So this is why we will have the infrastructure readiness to collect and not only the civil traffic, but mainly military if it's needed. So. And we also treat this investment like investment in our safety and secure and the future.
Which it is. And I think, as traveling a lot into various cities in Poland, always through airports or mostly through airports, I can see how much they have developed, and it's a very impressive case study of how innovation really at the air travel field has helped so far.
So till 2032, we are going to spend more than 12 billion of euros at the aviation infrastructure in Poland. So this is not only the CPK, the big one, the biggest airport hub, but also at the regional airports, and of course at the investment on the NSP. So because the old systems that supervise the airspace, even in the peacetime, are really important.
Very much appreciated. It seems like, to me, I don't want to be overly optimistic, but like a best case scenario. Wolfgang, can you tell us examples in your experience of government innovation, best practices, worst practices?
Okay, worst practices, how much time do we have? All right.
It will be enough.
Pointed only 12.
All right, take it from there. Yeah, just a few thoughts to develop that further. When listening to us in this gathering, on this podium, one thing clearly stands out, and I think this is a paradigm shift in thinking. There is no 100% protection. Cannot be achieved anymore. Maybe it never was, but certainly not any longer. So what we're talking about, and I think this is the way the narrative should unfold, is rather a broad-scale resilience pattern that we need to have. You cannot prevent the first punch. It's not possible. But you need to have the ability to react, to compensate, and to continue from there. That's one thing. And that's why I believe let's not chase kind of a fata morgana and try to put everything into securing buildings and so on and so forth. They won't be completely securable. You can have certain protection levels against, let's say, drones again, to get back to my example, but you cannot achieve full-scale protection. That's one thing. The other one was, when we talk about innovation, we do think that we need to completely reinvent systems. Maybe we just take what we already can achieve from the means that we know, from the technology that we know, from the processes, the ways of working that we know, and try to secure pockets of dividends out of current systems. If you look at, for example, at the social security systems across Europe, there's so much dividend that you can have, so much workforce, labor time, and also precision in the ways these systems are run, that you can bargain a lot and spend that money and that time saved into other areas. Three is we need to have a look at policy coherence, and there comes my example. It gives me hope. We are entangled across Western democracies in a variety of oftentimes conflicting policy goals. And we are here at the Warsaw Security Forum, and security is the call of the day, and defense is the call of the day. It's not about, let's say, healthcare, it's not about childcare, it's not about whatever. But, you know, these policies, at the latest, when budget is voted, get into conflict. And we need to sort them out. We need to sort them out. And they're all legitimate. Healthcare is not number two. So we need to reconcile them, and we don't have a method right now to make sure that even if we pass well-intended laws and regulations, to make sure that they really stick into a kind of a systematic approach. So one element, and that would be a suggestion and also best practice to go further, is if we have broad policy goals, like for example, digitization, why don't we have like a checklist when passing new laws that they actually spur digitization or at least don't prevent or hinder it? We do have such schemes at the federal level and in some federal states in Germany, and yes, it's not perfect, but it's an approach to basically discipline lawmakers and to softly, gently move them into the right direction. Why don't we have that for resilience? When we pass a law about financing public hospitals and other schemes, why don't we have a resilience check to see whether these hospitals could also be converted for uses in the times of defense? What would be their role in a defense scenario? Why don't we have that? And why do we have these piecemeal approaches, bring them together, make them coherent?
That brings exactly to what I had in mind as a next step. You know, we have a vast experience of these attacks, how they have hurt, you know, our infrastructure and institutions, and of course, governments are trying to react to this. It's always the police and the thief dilemma. You know, the thieves are always ahead of us, and we're trying to sort of catch them. But we do have successes, and it's going to be a constant fight. So definitely there's no 100% protection. I very much appreciate that. But I also very much like the focus on coherence and thinking of this in a larger package from the start as a default option. And I think this is why our experiences that we have gained so far can be very helpful and very important, successes and failures. So I don't know if... and I've got a zillion questions. I would like to encourage the audience as well to collect your questions, because I'm looking around, so please indicate to me if you are ready to ask a question. But before that, I would like to ask John if you can give us a little bit of an experience. You have also had successes in identifying malware and in identifying malicious actors in this field. What made it a success? How was it? Was it just individual smartness, super smart, people identifying it? Was it some institutional background? What was it that made it successful? Is there a lesson to learn of how to do it and how not to do it?
Well, there are lessons that I think we can learn right now, and we probably are. That I started doing this, like I started tracking Russia about 20 years ago, and I will tell you that the majority of the really great successes we've had have come from intelligence out of Ukraine. It's where the sort of cutting edge, the bleeding edge of their evolution has always been, and when we track things going on there, we tend to get actually a leg up, right? And so a lot of the conversations I've had since I've shown up in Warsaw have been along those lines. What are we learning out of there? What can you take away? I mean, these actors, like we're talking, the concern I have currently, for instance, is disruption in the rest of Europe. If you want to know what that's going to look like, you just look at precisely what they're doing in Ukraine. So we have a real opportunity. We have a real opportunity there to get ahead of this problem. I think the other thing that we have to keep in mind, though, is that we're risk managers. This is a risk problem. It doesn't go away. We're not like risk eliminators. It doesn't go away. You're from the airspace where safety is a huge thing, and there's a lot of lessons we can learn from safety. Safety's there's a lot as risk managers, but we have to remember that the difference between safety and security is like a tornado doesn't think, how do I get at you, next time, right? Or it doesn't turn, to catch up with you. The adversary does, right? And they're constantly evolving. They're evolving with technology, but they're evolving in response to all of our improvements. One of the things that when I first started doing this a long time ago, I remember we used to, for instance, adversaries from China, we used to print out their spear phishing emails and thumbtack them to our cubicles because we thought they were hilarious. They were poorly written, and now we're watching them target the network edge with some of the most advanced techniques I've ever seen. And they did that because we got better at catching them targeting us with emails. Right, the adversary is absolutely changing, but the reason they're changing is because we have gotten better. Right, we're never gonna get off this treadmill. It won't happen, but we still have to continue to sort of fight. Right, and we have to evolve with them, and we can do that. We can limit their effects that way.
Which means you need to have your own troll factory behind you?
Let's talk, if you want to be better than them, right, you have to have as much visibility as possible so that you can predict what they're doing and evolve with them. And the best way to do that is to get as much visibility as possible. The threat actors that generally we're talking about here are spies. They take a lot of care in you not finding out what they're doing. And so what you want is partnerships that slowly open up that visibility, right? You're collecting information from essentially crime scenes and slowly gathering that data until you have a bigger view of the criminal, right? That's what we have to do. And the real opportunity right now is in Ukraine, right? And honestly, helping Ukraine has actually been one of the ways that we've learned a lot, in operating there. We've learned a lot, and it's actually forwarded our ability to help elsewhere.
Fascinating, very, very important element of the future. If I can ask Simeon about your reflection of how these developments from what we can see from Ukraine have impacted thinking in the southeastern part of Europe. Do you see any reaction to...
There was a very strong wake-up call, believe me, and I think it was in Europe as well. But I must admit it was a little stronger in Greece, because of our geopolitical situation and our threats and our challenges, if you like. And this is why we managed, or at least we are trying to manage, and tackle through strategic innovation 3 main areas that I mentioned before. The energy, we have these days Actually, 1 week from now, we have the PTEC, which is a huge conference of all the ministers of energy, initiated by the US Minister of Energy in Athens, to discuss Greece as a kind of a road bridge, for energy, in Europe. Defense, we spend more than 5% defense lately after Ukraine, trying to, develop the industry as well as the armaments. And of course, population aging, and which is a major issue in our country. I know we have a time limit, but I would like to come back to democracy. And give me only 1 minute to read a few thoughts, which may be of value. I think, the biggest disruption, in my view, is the democratic erosion. And I think while we all focus, and rightly so, on external threats, many states, for internal disruption, from polarization, disinformation, institutional decay, we suffer a lot. And let us be brutally honest. The most insidious disruption, perhaps, may not come from China, Russia, or AI, but from within our own democracies. Martin Wolf says that from Financial Times. And if we cannot restore a sense of shared purpose and legitimacy, no amount of innovation will protect us. Strategic competitiveness begins with political coherence. And let me say also that the Western model of governance, rooted in consensus and legalism, is being stress-tested by the speed and scale of change. Meanwhile, more authoritarian systems are faster, through often at the cost of legitimacy. The West, whatever is left from the West, must find a way to combine agility and accountability. Without this, even the best technological edge, I think, will be squandered. Sorry for this, but
no, thank you so much.
Very
it's
much. Thank you.
very much part of our discussion, and I very much appreciate it. And I'm sure that it is very inspiring to many in the audience as well. Let me ask your questions. Please make sure you have a question, so we can have as many as possible. 1, 2, and for the, yeah.
Yes, André Lezugo-Petri from the Joint European Disruptive Initiative, European ARPA. Actually, building on the last comment, my question, if you say that speed is of the essence, and that speed is actually where authoritarian regimes outmaneuver us, is actually 5% and just a money indicator the right KPI? Isn't that just the speed that should be the KPI? And even, is the 5% actually not making us invest in the war of the past and the materials of the past wars?
Great question.
Maybe it's not enough. I don't know what to say. I'm not a politician, I'm not running a government, but at least we need to try hard with whatever means we have in order to cope on this. But thank you for the question. Someone else can?
Yeah. Maybe to eliminate some element of confusion. Of course, there is also a timeline attached to it. How to reach and when to reach the 3.5 plus 1.5% pledge. My personal concern with that pledge is rather the fact that it's an input indicator, how much you put into it. It's not an output indicator, what you get out of it. And I'm leaving aside all of these political games now. How do I make sure that whatever building roads and so on gets accounted for and so on, so all of this kind of murky maneuvering to make sure the numbers are okay-ish. But that the pure essence is it's an input criterion. NATO is coming up with capability frameworks. That's much more important. Defining its capabilities, but then we go back to our initial dilemma. These capabilities are defined over a very long time frame, and they don't provide the windows that are necessary for very quick, speedy innovations that are not predictable per se.
Thank you. One question.
Thank you very much. I'm also building on the last statement because it was a great summary of the situations that we actually have. So, but what can we do? What is actually the way that we can or not we as a individuals, as politicians, what should be done now?
I do think sometimes we all suffer from kind of a collective depression. We do not see our own assets as they are. How many nations around us envy us for what we have, for the strength of our economies, for the robustness of our science systems, our education, welfare systems, and so on and so forth, including our defense capabilities. Let's be proud of that and move on. Not proud in terms of, okay, we got it, we achieved it, now we can do something else, but let's take some kind of reassertion that we can do it. You know, I think it was Winston Churchill who once said that a fight will be won by soldiers, but a war will be won by nations. So it's a collective attitude that we must display that is optimistic and future-oriented. And if that is possible, we believe in ourselves, we can fix the rest. We can fix our regulatory framework. It's not, you know, it's not the Bible. It's not Moses from Mount Sinai or whatever. You can change even the Constitution. You can change it. It happens all the time. You can change the way how grants are given. You can change the way military planning documents are being written and updated and so on. It's not too hard. Yes, it takes a lot of consensus and, you know, getting alignment and so on and so forth. But let's focus on that, do that work, and be a bit more optimistic towards the future, please.
That's a great.
I think, if I may only say that governments need to take a very good care about resolving the issues of the people, of the societies. Social cohesion is extremely important. We need to work very hard for social cohesion. This is, I think, an element, a key element, that we have our societies being raised up. And having, as I say, the poor children in the poor neighborhoods to smile one day, I think societies and the world will resolve the problems. But we have to work very hard, and we have to pick up leadership for those issues to be resolved. Sometimes in countries, we've seen that in Greece as well, we selected leaders that unfortunately they didn't deliver at all. Rather, they brought the country to the brink of the catastrophe. So these are my comments to you.
Thank you so much. We have one question here.
Yes, hello. My name is Nathaniel. I'm a PhD student here at the University of Warsaw, and my question kind of relates to the theme of the topic, which is how can we be more disruptive to the disruptors? Are there ways that we can innovate and, you know, essentially fight fire with fire?
Well, from a cyber perspective, you know, I could tell you I had to stop and really, like, literally stop for a couple weeks and try to focus on figuring out what's going on in AI. Like, there's so much, there's such a deluge of constant progress going on that I found myself completely lost. And I started making phone calls and asking people for their advice and reading white papers. And it took a long time for me to sort of like started to feel like I've caught up. And I think we've all got to do that, right? To begin with, it's moving very fast. And the biggest thing that I walked away from all of that, though, is that we are on the precipice of like serious consequences to cybersecurity, for instance, like AI adoption by the adversary. And the answer is probably AI. This will play out in the physical realm too. You know, there's conversations about drones, like AI drones being fought by other AI drones. It's the reality. It's the only way that you're going to be able to keep up with this space. And that's what we're thinking probably is going to happen in cybersecurity too. We're looking at a problem of scale. There's going to be a lot more 0 days and vulnerabilities as a result of AI. We're looking at a problem of AI-powered intrusions. So right now, a human gets on a server and figures out a way to get to the next place, figures out a way to steal what they want to do, and it takes step by step. all that's going to be in computer time. It's going to be taking seconds, but it's also going to be persistent. They're going to be able to do it again. And the answer most of us are coming up with is we're going to have to fight that fire with fire, right? We're going to have to be able to get inside their decision loop, right? And the only way to do that is using AI ourselves. So that's the future that that we believe that we're facing. That means we're going to have to embrace the technology as well. You cannot opt out. Like I've had this conversation, and I realize I'm an American in Europe, and it's and from Google, and it's a little awkward. But I've had this conversation. You can't opt out. The adversaries have opted in. Everybody else has opted in, right? They're using it, whether you use it or not. They would prefer that you not use it. We have to embrace it now to keep up.
Thank you. One question here in the front.
Hi, I'm Paula Hanasz from the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment, and I would like to return to this idea of resilience and how do we build domestic social resilience, economic resilience, but also environmental resilience. And my question also harks back to the security of critical infrastructure, particularly energy and water infrastructure. What role do you see in the innovation of green tech and climate tech, but also policy innovation in increasing the energy security and water security for citizens? Thank you.
That's a good topic. I'm based out of Hamburg, and in Hamburg we have the Military Training Institute, which is in charge of training higher rank officers. And I've been engaged into modules that link environmental protection, climate protection, with the defense agenda. And it's not easy, because you have these old school generals that think that diesel is good. And PV is bad. And so how do you reconcile this? And then it took quite a few approaches, actually. And then first, we tried to outsmart them and say, look, I mean, the Americans are now thinking about their strategic islands in the Pacific and how they will be affected by rising water levels. So they're moving away their strategic bombers and find other places. So climate change also has an element of how do we tackle with the new reality. So adopting. That's one paradigm shift. So okay, they understood it to some extent. And then came the more difficult part, which was like, okay, how do we contribute to prevent climate change? And I never really succeeded into that one, except for a few solar panels on garrisons and so on and so forth. So some kind of alibi projects that are helpful, but in the big balance are neglectable. Third chapter, and now everybody's listening, is how do we increase resilience? We are not sure in a world of electronic vehicles that we will find a gas station all along the way for our tanks. So maybe we need to reconsider the mix of petrol, electrical vehicles, other vehicles, and make ourselves more robust through that. And that's a chapter where everybody is on board. And that's the discourse that we're currently having, with a lot of different measures. Some are quick fixes and others are really, really long runners. But I think the topic is on the table. It's a completely different situation than the one that we had 10 years ago when we tried starting off with our journey.
From a security perspective, I think there's two ways to think about it. If you are an adversary and you're trying to affect or impact an area, you're looking for choke points, right? And so, a lot of our systems currently have been built for efficiency, right? And so you essentially are, when you build for efficiency, you build a giant pipeline, for instance, to move things from one place to another. That's just a choke point in a military sense. It's a huge opportunity. right? And so the answer from a military sense or for security sense may be to decentralize those assets. And I think in most cases that may actually be a great answer. I will say, what we have learned though, I have learned protecting critical infrastructure for a very long time, is that the issue with decentralized assets is oftentimes they are involved in, they receive less security. Because when you know you have sort of an efficient single place to put all your assets as far as security, you have a very robust security mechanism. If you think about water assets, and this is a case in the United States, you know, a lot of our water assets are protected by one IT guy, and he's the only person who's there doing security and IT and keeping this thing running at the same time, and he is not getting he doesn't have access to intelligence or any of that stuff, right? And we have seen Russia, Russian actors reach out and break those things, right? So there is some, you can break smaller things in those cases, but I think overall they're probably more secure in some sense as well.
On this cheerful note, I would like to thank our speakers because I think we have had an amazing insight and knowledge of expertise from an amazing regional as well as professional backgrounds. And I very much appreciated the ideas that we had. I came out a lot more optimistic than we were at the first questions, that I was at the first questions. So thank you so much for your insights, and please join me thanking our speakers.
session, which is special. Yes, President, CEO. This session is never been here. Yeah, it's reserved, so I think you can take those seats. Yeah. And General Gurka, welcome. Everyone, yeah, please join. Andre, come on. Yeah, join us. You are Jedi. Come on, join us. This guy is from France, and he's investor. So I don't know where are those guys, the startups. You are somewhere here, yeah? We made this for you only, guys. Only for you. I mean startups, right? Yeah, John, yeah, take a seat, join us. Yeah, this is a unique session, and I'm telling you, I work with this guy like 6 months. Really painful, but we manage. We manage because what we would like to discuss, to show you that innovation comes from power or from willing to innovate, and from cooperation, right? You need to have this idea, and later on the founders will tell you you need this vision, strength, and cooperation. So we wait a few minutes more, but I want to make this introduction because this is the only session, and I got even purplish, which is unique for me because I'm always black. And I got this because I said I'm MSc for this session. So this is how it came. So briefly today, what we will be having, we'll be having a fire chat, we'll be having a presentation of the one of the part group of the startups and the program by the Polish Development Fund, which is one of the leading institutions, been for so many years that it's really them to do a lot in terms of from the public, let's say, public-private sector. Yeah, we know we have a lot of investors, but this institution is behind this. Then we have a second group of startups and with a different idea, and then you will see the presentations. Yes, Chris, please, join us. Good, so we have almost all the speakers, because at the end we will have a panel discussion and we will have presentation. You all have now the dual-use founder's handbook, and this is where is also our logo, and great gentlemen, Wojciech and Marcin will tell you just a bit. They have 10 minutes for this. I hope they manage. They are the venture capital investors. Please, Sylvia, join us, take a seat, Maciej, yeah, don't be shy. This is where we all should know by name, and I hope you remember my name, Wojciech, or Adalbertus in Latin. So this is this session. It's 2 hours. It's very intensive, and hopefully we'll keep up with the schedule with Veronica and our guests. So we have 2 hours, and how I said, it's unique, and I think this is the beginning for Warsaw Security Forum to open doors for such a innovation in terms of the subject, innovation in terms of how we organize panels and so on. We do have later on in the evening, there is other event. Probably you got some invitations also connected with this. I don't know if Sebastian is here. He probably will join us. Another guy that helped the things rolling for today. So, yeah, I managed even before. It's still like, I don't know, 1 minute. Yeah, 15. No, the 15 will be first session. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I'm very happy also to welcome some of the partners, and we have also partners that are for the first time and continuing with us, and very happy to have also the Polish investors in a company like Millennium, welcome, and also our partners. And this is why I mentioned this. It's not because there's any agreement. This is because I believe in such a projects, and I believe that we can have also our partners from US, many different countries, the big one, and do it something together. Okay, so welcome to Warsaw Security Forum Innovation Hub 2025. Let's the show begin. Veronica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to match Wojciech energy. Once again, big applause for our MC. I'm delighted to be hosting today's fireside chat, where we will explore the defense innovation landscape with my distinguished guests. And please welcome on the stage Brigadier General Marcin Górka, Director, Department of Innovation, Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Poland. John Hultquist, Chief Analyst, Google Threat Intelligence Group. And Aleksander Mokrzycki, Deputy CEO, PFR Ventures. We don't have much time, gentlemen, so let's frame this conversation. Is defense innovation calming the world or heating it up? General, please take the first word on it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Going straight to the question, I believe that nothing is good or bad from the nature. Yeah, this is about how you use it. So you can use a knife, to slice the bread, but you can also use the knife to threaten someone. So it depends on how you use it. So it might, in some way, create a threat, or you can just deter from the threat. So that's more or less general what I believe. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. John, your perspective from the cyber world?
Well, I think there are a lot of technologies that have made my job harder, right? But I think ultimately they've probably been net wins for the rest of the world and for most organizations, right? And we recognize that sometimes when we make these changes that they come with some downsides, right? And the part of our job is just managing that, right? Managing the risks associated with that.
Perfect. And Alexander, how does the investment community see this trade-off?
In general, we can see more and more investments in this field. There are more and more investors that are willing to put additional money, more and more venture capital teams that are looking for new ideas. And all of this is coming from the fact that more and more governments are investing much into defense. So, and that also includes Poland. Maybe that's in short.
Thank you. And you mentioned government. So it's interesting for me to hear such consistency across all three sectors. So maybe let's go a bit deeper, and we will start with that government. So General, is government prepared to take the same risk on innovation that startups do?
I believe that government is, of course, not at the same, I would say, risk appetite level. But this is something we are working on in the Ministry of National Defense. That's why we are trying to engage with the startups and innovator communities, with the venture capitals and technological parks and any other institutions that can in some way help us to develop the capability we need to develop, and also to create a kind of the environment that the armed forces, they are looking into the latest technologies and trying to understand what they can do with the technology. So that's a kind of the way we are on. And I think it's also the good place to say that we are very thankful to the Polish Development Fund and also Polish Development Fund's venture for the support we are getting, also the Krakow Technological Park, because we are getting a lot of support from them to better understand how we can be exposed to the risk and how we can in some way learn from this risk and implement this into the armed forces, which is quite challenging because on the other hand, we live on the taxpayer money, so that's a great responsibility to make sure that we spend the money in the way the taxpayer they want us to spend.
Perfect. And John, turning to you, is the private sector now the first line of defense, particularly given the rise of cyber threats?
Well, I think it's an extremely important part. It's not the only part, right? I think the really interesting thing about cyber threats is that a lot of the threat traverses the private sector, and so that we became a really important part. You know, I started doing this in the government a million years ago, and I went to a lunch, and somebody said something to me about a espionage campaign that I'd only heard about in very, 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 controlled spaces. And the hair on the back of I remember my hair on the back of my neck stood up. And what I didn't realize at the time is so much of this was going across the internet, right? And there were other people who had visibility there that could be of value. So yeah, I think we're an extremely important partner, but not the only place to learn.
Perfect. And Alexander, is Poland investing in defense innovation fast enough to remain relevant globally, in your opinion?
We could invest faster, but that's one side. But the main issue is not how much money and how fast you put into this business, but how fast the armed forces are able to implement the solutions that the funds and we indirectly are investing in. So I think that we created a situation. We started the cooperation with the Ministry of Defense like 4 years ago, something like that, when NATO Innovation Fund was created together with our support and the support of the Ministry of Defense representatives, including General Gurka. So that's going on, and we are speeding up somehow. We started also investing into funds. We have just announced the first investment into the fund called Expeditions Fund. That's the first fund within our deep tech strategy. We are planning to sign additional agreements with new funds very soon. And we hope that this cooperation with the Ministry of Defense will speed up. So in short, are we investing fast enough? I think so in current circumstances.
Thank you. And you already mentioned a few times cooperation between PFR and MOD. So, General, how MOD sees the startup? As the partner or not really on the same level as the primes?
That's a very good question, because this is the question how the Ministry of National Defense, the Polish Armed Forces, how they satisfy their needs. Yeah, this is who are the providers of the solutions to the Ministry of National Defense. So I would say that from the traditional point of view, we like to go to the primes, to have a long discussion with them, to discuss about our needs and requirements and come up with the solutions. But on the other hand, there is a kind of the factor, I call it like the technology lifespan. With current technology lifespan, you cannot do it in this way anymore. So what you need to do, you need to try to put together everyone in this kind of the ecosystem, that you've got the startups. They are very fast to develop technology, but based on already delivered a kind of research outcomes. Yeah, so you can use the research to develop the capabilities based on the latest technology. But at the same time, you cannot expect that the startups that you bring to the armed forces, the kind of the weapon system solutions, you need to have the primes to implement those latest research and technology into the innovative solutions that you can apply into your weapon systems. Yeah, so you need to build this ecosystem, and to build that one, we need to change a little bit our approach to the procurement system to make sure that our procurement system is fast enough to accommodate what is developed by startups. Yeah, and that's I think today the main challenge. Yeah? The question was if we are ready and if we can implement this quickly. I believe we would love to be ready and after the implementation phase, but I think we are still on our way to make sure that we can, I would say, take advantage from all those developments which are done by the typical civilian market, but the development, they've got a kind of the dual use applicability. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are circling around Poland, but John, Google is an international company, and you mentioned your experience within the government or the military or within the private sector. So is there anything that you want to elaborate when it comes to cooperation between governments internationally and your company?
Well, I can tell you that one of the real benefits we can bring to a problem like a problem in Poland is global visibility, right? Historically, one of the ways that we've gotten ahead of threat actors is going to the place where they target the most, and that place for Russia has been Ukraine. We've actively watched what's going on in Israel. That's how you learn about what's going on from Iran. We've been in Taiwan. That's how you learn what goes on from China. That global visibility and that sort of global perspective can be incredibly valuable that we can bring with us and apply to a local problem.
Thank you. And since we are lacking slowly of time, I have one last question. I would like to close with just a quick yes or no from each of you, or maybe one sentence max. Gentlemen, do you believe the next major breakthrough in defense likely to come from a startup or not? Which one would you be? Alexander, what is your opinion?
That will come from startups, and that's the quantum area. Quantum will change the world that we can see right now, and it will happen in maximum 5 years. Quantum is a kind of complete change maker for both the business, and the same is for defense. There is nothing more important than quantum, and of course you can merge that with other areas like cyber.
That was very specific. I hope that next year we can meet again and check your opinion. And John, yes or no?
I think it's going to be a mixture. I could tell you, the problem that I'm really looking at right now and I'm really interested in is AI, right? And there's sort of like two major use cases that I'm really concerned about. One is the use of AI to find vulnerabilities in software. Google is actually leading the way. A team at DeepMind built a model that has found 20 vulnerabilities already. We've literally used it to stop 0 days from threat actors. It's incredible. And it came out of a group that was purpose-driven and extremely well-resourced at Google to do that sort of thing. At the same time, I know a lot of people who have left for startups that are currently basically getting involved in sort of AI red teaming. And we expect that will be a huge part of the sort of AI cybersecurity scene as well. And so that problem may actually, the answers to that problem may come out of a startup. And so I think both sides have something to offer.
Thank you. In general?
It's a really hard question to answer, but I believe that this is going to be a kind of a combination of the typical research and development. And when you put this innovative way of thinking on this kind of the R&D developments which come from the startups, yes, you can get a kind of breakthrough. I do look closely to the quantum, and also because AI, it's happening now. it's happening now, but I also believe that we cannot say that the quantum or AI or any other human enhancement technology is going to make the breakthrough, because this is going to be a combination of the number of technologies. When you, for example, if you use the AI to support the quantum solutions, this might give you a kind of the kind of the breakthrough.
Thank you very much. All clear. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights and your honesty. And I think that you will dig deeper into the subject with Eliza in the next few minutes. Thank you. And now let's welcome on the stage Mikołaj Raczyński, Chief Investment Officer and Board Member at Polish Development Fund, here to officially open the AIDA Bootcamp and present PFR work in a deep tech ecosystem.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you at the opening of AIDA Bootcamp 2025 here at the Warsaw Security Forum. And let me start with congratulations to the 30 selected teams chosen from a record 111 applications. This is a proof of how much energy and ambition there is today in the field of dual-use innovation in Poland. The mission of AIDA is clear: to support companies whose technologies can be served both in civilian and defense needs, to help them to prepare for cooperation with armed forces, procurement agencies, the defense industry, and with investors. In other words, to bridge innovation with real security needs. AIDA Bootcamp is a flagship part of this mission, an intensive 3-day accelerator preceded by preparation and followed by mentoring. It gives founders a chance to test their ideas against real operations, real operational requirements to meet users, industry leaders, and investors, and to present their solutions at the demo day. And this year's edition focuses on two tracks of critical importance. The first one, space and secure communication, where satellite, imagine resilient data networks, and cyber-secure communications become the backbone of both civilian life and military operations. The second one, also very important these days, given our energy transformation, the protection of Baltic critical infrastructure, a track addressing offshore energy installations, ports, and subsea cables, where new technologies can directly enhance the resilience of Europe's front line. These themes are not abstract. They reflect concrete challenges facing our security environment today. And I also want to thank you, our partners, for joining forces together with us this year. The Ministry of National Defense, Argus, Formosa, PGZ, WB Group, ISI, Cloudflare, and Palantir. Together, we create an ecosystem where innovation can be tested, challenged, and scaled. Although AIDA is still young, but results already speak for themselves. In 2 editions, 45 teams have taken part, holding over 700 one-to-one meetings with military representatives, industry, and investors. We have seen venture investments in startups such as SATIM, such as DefendEye, continued cooperation with the armed forces by the teams like Quantum Quest and Cryact, and even partnerships formed between the startups themselves, PUAV with Odorun or RB Defense with Ravobeam. The program also led to the creation of the first map of Polish dual-use solutions, which has become a reference point to the entire ecosystem. To build on these experiences, we are also presenting the updated dual-use handbook. It's here in the room, prepared with Bolnord, which shared lessons and practical guidance for innovators entering this demanding field. AIDA is about preparing projects, but innovation also needs capital to grow. This is why, and we have been discussing this today, PFR created and launched the PFR Deep Tech Fund, committing 70 million euros to the program in the first stage. We believe it strengthens the ecosystem by supporting experienced venture capital teams who then back the most promising deep tech startups in Poland. And the focus is clear: AI, cybersecurity, robotics, quantum, and space technologies, the very areas where dual-use innovation is most critical. IDA builds the pipeline. PFR Deep Tech ensures that the pipeline flows into real investments and skylabs. Ladies and gentlemen, today's innovation is tomorrow's security. The presence of 30 selected teams today is a proof of how much determination and potential exists in our system. IDA is designed to turn the potential into structured projects aligned with user needs and ready for investments. I wish you very productive sessions, concrete insights, and results that extend far beyond this bootcamp. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paweł Huras, dual-use program manager at the Polish Development Fund, and I have a pleasure to start pitch deck session of 3 startups coming from previous IDA editions. Today, they will share their inspiring journeys. At the beginning, I would like to invite Satim, a company that took a long road to bring their product to life. Their boldness and consistency paid off with commercial success supported by VC funds like Balnord. What do they do? Let's give them floor. Stasia, tell your story.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you and share our story, our technology. So my name is Stasia Pożycka-Strzelczyk. I am co-founder and CTO of Satim. Satim is a Polish company, but it's a global leader in AI-based object detection and the classification on satellite source scenes. To simplify this, we transform satellite data into actionable information, and we are doing this mainly for defense. We all know that information is critical. It's very important as tanks, as critical as ammunition. Therefore, satellite systems, radar systems, are a game changer. Why? Because they see at night, they see through clouds, they work when optical systems go blind. And you have to all know that on Eastern Front, more than 75% of time, soldiers faces darkness, clouds, fog. Without radar system, satellite system, drone systems, we are without information. But SAR images are extremely hard to interpret, really, really hard. To analyze one scene that is like 5 by 5 kilometers, we need sometimes hours to do that manually. And we have to analyze hundreds of images per day, and we have to analyze them as fast as possible to deliver information. Look at this image. It's very sharp, beautiful image acquired by ISAI. Congratulations to ISAI. They transformed what we can do with SAR system worldwide. It's beautiful. It covers the Russian airbase that is located around 150 kilometers from NATO borders. And ask yourself how many objects you can detect, you can recognize on the SAR scene. And now ask yourself how many of them you can detect and classify in seconds. Doing this manually is not an option. We have to automatize the process. Otherwise, SIR images will remain unused and we will stay without information. And this is exactly what SATIM delivers. We have very advanced AI models that can automatically detect and classify objects present on the SIR scenes. We are doing this with very high accuracy, like 90% accuracy, and we are doing this in seconds. So now you can look again on the SIR scene that I presented, and this SIR scene hides quite large objects, like 40 meters long, long range, supersonic, strategic Russian bombers, Tu-22M. If you look on the SIR signatures of these objects, it's not so obvious, right? We have different signatures of exactly the same objects. We can transform this information within a second for you. And remember, we have to analyze hundreds, thousands of images per day. Time is short, and we don't have enough specialized analysts, and we will not have. There is no chance to scale up the analyst. What I said is not just a promise that we can do this. Leading defense and space organizations already use SATIM solution. You can see here the names of the companies that using our solution or now are entering the partnership and deployment. And those big names rely on us because we can deliver what no one else can. So after this very short presentation, please remember SATIM, Polish company, global leader in object detection and classification on satellite SIR scenes. We are ready here to support, to strengthen our security with our technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stanisława. Now I would like to invite RB Defense. Their story proves that engineers and scientists can solve complex scientific problems while building commercial solutions successfully sold to the defense market. Rafał, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Rafał Rodblom. I'm the managing partner of RB Defense. So yes, basically we are a research and development company, and our experience and expertise is taken mostly from the R&D projects. For example, for the European Space Agency and for example, NCBR and SHAFIR program. We have magnetism, kind of an interesting phenomena, which is that kind of information that is not really easy to disturb. So basically, if we are basing on the magnetism, we can detect and get information very precisely, and very precise information about the, for example, vessels on the sea or other objects that are just passing by our sensors. So we have a range, we've developed a range of magnetic sensors. Some of them are handheld devices that are kind of more sophisticated metal detectors, but some of them are the fully professional sensors that are used, for example, in projects like MagTrack, where together with Polish Academy of Science, we are developing the navigation system based on the anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field. We've also developed acoustic sensors, which is kind of the answer for current threats when it comes to drone detection and drones classification. Regarding that acoustic sensors, we have based our product on the Telinga dish microphone that is the world's best microphone from Sweden, which guarantees the best and the longest range of detection. Having the chance to stand up here and tell some things, I also wanted to mention that in most cases we think that maybe the scaling up the company is about the money, for example, or about the technology. From our experience, it's more about the collaboration and cooperation, because in today's world, money is not a problem. Technology sometimes is also not a problem, but the problem is how to adapt and how to collaborate in a fast pace, that pace that is somehow relevant to the current threats. And so with that thought on mind, I think that we are able to stand strong and create technology and create this technology in a pretty good scale that will be sufficient, for example, to meet the requirements from the Polish army, for example. But we need to collaborate, and we need to collaborate in a pretty fast pace, just to be ahead of our friends. Let's call them in that way from the Russia, for example. So I hope that we'll find a way how to collaborate together, all together. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rafał. Last but not least, CodeQuest, the perfect example of what dual use means. As a software house, they saw market needs and with a strong sense of mission that creates new product for defense sector.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's December the 8th. 1941, and thousands of people all around United States of America completely spontaneously are gathering on the streets, on plazas, in workplaces, even climbing the mountains and towers. Why? Well, because they're looking for threats. Because this is what happened the day before. Pearl Harbor Air Base, naval base, was completely destroyed by undetected Japanese airstrikes. No one have seen that coming. Nor FDR, no Congress, not even the whole US citizen community. They were completely blind. So, what do they do in order to respond to that attack? Well, in infamy speech, FDR declared creation of Ground Observer Corps, which basically was an extremely large, consisting of thousands of volunteers, network of people just like us that were watching the sky day by day, night by night, for weeks, months, even during the Cold War. That's how effective this program was. Now, that was 1941. If we fast forward to 2025, we can see exactly the same pattern replicated in Ukraine. They have the app called IPO, which basically do exactly the same. Connects thousands of volunteers and really simple detectors in order to notify whether the threat is coming or not. So luckily, we have not read that newspaper, right? We are too young, at least I myself. But unfortunately, we have seen kind of similar headlines recently, 2 weeks ago, when Russia attacked our airspace with around 20 drones. We don't know exactly how many of them were because, once again, as with Pearl Harbor, there is no detection system. Not yet. So the US did their job in order to respond to that. Ukraine is luckily doing their job on their side. The question is, what about Poland? And that's the question that we've been asking ourselves at CodeQuest, since we are an AI company 100% from Poland. Can we solve that issue? In order to respond to that question, we have to firstly think, okay, what do we need for a system like that? Firstly, we have to have a lot of cheap detectors, the net of detectors. Then we have to also have a software that will combine the data. Also, a lot of volunteers, and lastly, the funding. Luckily, it looks like we have solved the hardest part, so the hardware and the software. Even though we are a small company, around 40 people, you probably have used this week apps we created, no matter what country you are from, like Glassdoor or Żabka in Poland or Weight Watchers. We've been nominating by, we have a lot of awards, and we went viral recently on X. More than 2,000 volunteers are ready to participate in this network. The problem is last missing component, which is the funding. So, if you are an investor and you want to join us, let's chat after this call. We just launched the Solata.pl, which is going to be the largest, at least for now in Poland, but hopefully in whole Europe, network of civil defense society. And this is the prototype of our solution, which is 10 kilometers away from this conference room. I can show you if you want. These are my credentials. Drop me a line or just let's chat after this call. Luckily for Poland, the Pearl Harbor moment did not come yet. Let us prepare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for Google Startups.
Welcome, everyone. Can we put on the slides? This one or this one? Hello, my name is Michał Kramasz. I'm leading Google for Startups in Central and Eastern Europe. And no worries, I'm not going to talk for the next 30 minutes. I'm actually going to talk for the next couple of minutes and then introduce to stage a couple of the startups that are supported by Google for Startups. But first of all, why Google is here? We are at the Innovation Hub. We've been pretty successful with some of the innovations many of you might be using. We're also, as John was saying during the panel, doing a lot in terms of cybersecurity. And our mission is actually to support the founders with our products, technology, and our knowledge. So in terms of focus on the cybersecurity, we believe one thing is the technology, but second thing is community trust and collaboration. And this is why we have launched almost 3 years ago cybersecurity focused programs where we support the startups that are building the solutions that can support our own safety. So the Growth Academy programs are actually 3 months long programs where we basically from across Europe and US gather the startups that build using AI technologies the cybersecurity solutions that can help us solve for the coming challenges. And in terms of the programs, we focus on 3 elements. So one element is, of course, helping with Google technology. Second element is helping with mentors and with the best know-how that we have. But third element is actually building a community of people that solve the similar challenges that can help every one of us and that can help protect our safety. Throughout the 2025 edition, we have welcomed 16 companies in the program. The startups have been supported by the best experts on the Google side, including Google Cloud, including Mandiant, including Virus Total, which are the companies that Google has built or acquired throughout the years. And basically, we believe that utilizing this joint knowledge helps us be better protected for everyone. And the case is, we are not only focusing on Poland, we are actually focusing on European and US startups. And today we will have also representatives of the 3 companies from the Central and Eastern Europe region talking about their solutions and showcasing what they have built. Throughout the last 3 years, we have supported over 40 companies. And actually the 3 of them, which is Autologic, Let's Data, and Talsec, are the companies that will be speaking in a few minutes, showcasing their solutions. Why we've selected these companies? Because these are representatives of Central Eastern Europe. So we have Autologic from Poland, we have Let's Data from Ukraine, and we have Talsec from Czech Republic. So the cybersecurity solutions and cyber defense solutions are built actually from this region. So we will be continuing this, and by the end of this year, we will be announcing a 3rd edition of Growth Academy programs. So if you are a startup, or if you have a startup, or if you know a startup that is building cybersecurity from this region, I encourage you to scan this code and learn more about the companies we already supported, how the program looks like, and how to share this and how to apply for the program. So let's meet the founders that will be speaking today. So let me start from Andriy, representing Ukraine, Let's Data, dealing with misinformation and disinformation, which I think in the current situation is super important. So Andriy, the voice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Michał. Thank you, everyone, and Google for Startups for this opportunity. So my name is Andriy Kusy. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Let's Data. Let's Data is a radar against information operations. So what are those information operations? You might know them as hundreds of fake Facebook profiles reposting Russia Today 86 times per second in your news feeds. Or you might know them as AI-generated journalists on TikTok calling for a protest in front of the company offices over the unexisting abuses. At Let's Data, we use AI to detect early signals of such events, and we provide threat intelligence for you to be able to mitigate those events before they get viral. And we talked a lot at this conference about the new landscape of security and how AI is changing the security landscape and the defense landscape, and about the new geopolitical reality in which we all live. And I wanted to bring a few cases of showing how the AI is transforming information operations. And the first case is we recently have detected an AI-assisted crypto scam targeting UK, Czechia, Poland, and many other countries. So how it works, it's very interesting setup. You have Facebook pages, hundreds of them, that use AI-generated content and deepfakes of the famous people telling about how they earn on the crypto apps. And this content is being disseminated through the meta ads to the audiences and the clients of the major banking and financial institutions. And then what's interesting, that this content does not simply lead to the crypto app or a website or anything like that. Instead, it leads you to the replica of the BBC or other reputable news outlets with lots of real articles, as well as lots of fake articles with those same deepfake videos of famous people telling how they earn. And then, only then, there is a mention of the crypto scam app or a crypto scam website on which people enter their data, invest the money, and when they try to withdraw, they understand that there is nothing to withdraw anymore. And they are hating BBC and TVP and all of the others for not vetting that properly. What's interesting about this use case is not just that it's being run by the cyber criminals to earn. It's interesting because the exact same technique has been used by Russia a few years ago in the doppelganger campaign, and back then it was unprecedented. Like using such a level of infrastructure and such a level of techniques was available only to the state actors with the large budgets. But nowadays, the return on investment works for the crypto scammers. So now the businesses and the regular institutions are under threat. But if the return on investment works for the crypto scammers, imagine what the hostile state can do now. And that brings me to the second case. We've been for the last 2 years monitoring Moldova info space and working with the institutions and the media organizations there on analyzing, detecting, and disrupting information operations. In the 2024, we had 270 incidents. This year, it's not even the end of the year, we had close to 500 already. And if you've followed the crypto scam case, this is just peanuts comparing to what's happening in Moldova. You have hundreds of AI-generated TikTok accounts being connected directly to the LLMs, reaching millions in 30 days. Overall, it's estimated Russia spent 200 to 300 million on disrupting Moldova, and luckily there have been a big consolidation of the organization, and there have been lots of AI-driven monitoring deployed in Moldova, so we can see that the results were not that much impacted, but and we still have the pro-European government there, but Russia will try to take the revenge. And when you have such a diverse set of adversaries like cyber criminals, hostile states, and others using the latest advancements of AI to attack you, it's very difficult to defend if you don't use AI in the defense side. So what we've been doing at Let's Data for the last 4 years, we've been building researching all of those attack vectors and building AI systems that detect anomalies in the media signals and then help us to understand that this is an early signal of an information operation campaign, and then we deliver the alerts. And we aim to do that at the inception phase when it's just first few publications or when the accounts are just established, because at that stage, the malign actors already did the investment. They paid the people to set up the infrastructure, to set up the channels and everything. And if you can disrupt this campaign at the inception stage, the return on investment doesn't work for them anymore. And we aim to do that with 97% of the accuracy, so not to spam too much. And I wanted to quickly say about the Google for startups and why it's important, because the problem in this space is that everything is about trust. You're a startup, and there are 4,000 of us trying to get attention of the defense forces and the companies, and no one trusts you at the beginning, and Google has been an amazing supporter for us in that, because we went through the rigorous vetting process and started working with people from Mandian, CISO office, and many other institutions. And as a result, the trust started to appear. And we started getting pilots with the military organization. We started getting pilots with the defense forces. And now we are working with the NATO country armed forces. We are working with major European and the US financial institutions. And that's all in part due to support of Google. And this is a cool highlight of that. We had a chance to have a breakfast with Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. It was a very productive breakfast. We told a lot about the information operations and heard a bit, but nothing helps to build the credibility more than things like that. And my end message is that reality is that information operations and AI transformed in the information operations more than anyone can imagine, and we yet to see the most of the impact. So we need to revolutionize the cyber defense, and these information operations are the cybersecurity problem in reality, not just the comms problem. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jarek. I'm a co-founder of Autologic. We are building an identity infrastructure for the human AI agent internet. So I'm not sure if you know, but the gold standard for identity verification online right now is to take a photo of your physical plastic document and then a photo of your face. So this is obviously not something that we want to have in the 21st century. And because of AI, this process is completely obsolete. So what you see on the slide is how deepfake looks like. So the first element is a person that is impersonating other person by applying deepfake technology in real time. So whenever you talk to someone online, you can't be sure whether this is a real person or someone else. And the second picture is actually AI-generated picture of a passport. So you can log into any AI image-generating tool, and you can ask the tool to actually generate any document you want. So recently, the big scandal was about North Koreans generating military IDs of the South Korean military and accessing their systems. So that's a big problem, but we have more problems because of AI. So the new cases or use cases for identity are emerging almost every day. So the first one is privacy-preserving age verification. We would like to understand who is 18 plus or not on the internet. The second problem that AI is generating is proof of human. So basically we have good AI online, we call them agents, and bad AI, we also call them agents or bots. And we need to understand who is human, who is not. Andrei talked about the misinformation. A lot of this misinformation is generated by the bots. One of the things that both age verification and proof of human is delivering is to understand who is human online on the social media and how we can, for example, permaban someone or a bot from social media, so spreading the disinformation. Last but not least, financial services. We are working with KYC, AML, so anti-money laundering organizations. And because the identity is so crucial to the system, we can enforce sanction lists and understand who is getting the money, who shouldn't get the money, and stop fraudsters, but also terrorists and state actors who are not behaving nicely. So new regulations and adoption is skyrocketing. So in Poland, we have mObywatel, which has 10 million users and is growing rapidly. It is being used at least 1 million times a day. On the slide, you also see Google Wallet, which is emerging and is growing rapidly as well. Google Wallet allows us to add US passport and UK passport right now, but the coverage will spread very quickly. And of course, Apple Wallet, and these are just some of the digital identity wallets that are currently being put on the market. We are days or months before the eIDAS 2.0 regulation hits the market next year. All European countries will have identity wallets. This is the project called EUDI, so European Union Digital Identity Project. We are part of that. We are shaping this landscape in making digital identity easy to use. So what exactly do? We provide a global EID hub. We connect all the wallets, all the identity verification method into single API, single EID hub. If anyone wants to use the EID, for example, Solata can have mObywatel being a primary source of new users, verified that this is a Polish citizen, and no threat from bots, spreading misinformation on the network. So Autologic is the easiest way to get access to those identity wallets and digital identity in general. So join us. Thank you very much for your. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer. But thank you. Have a good day.
Everybody, my name is Srihi. I'm CEO of Talsec, a mobile security company backed by Google for Startups, and thank you for having me here. I'll briefly give you my speech and explain you what we do, what is special about us. So, first of all, introduction into context of the problem we solve. You might notice that we as a human, our online experience, our internet experience moves to mobile apps. even in this room, majority of people online, and some of you in mobile apps, and majority of you in mobile apps. Like before, it was like from the stage you see a lot of laptops. Yeah, now it's much more flexible, having just mobile. And the same way attackers did. So attackers also did go to mobile apps as well. And we have to admit that EID, e-government apps, digital identity, banking apps, even messengers and communicators, all these apps are part of critical infrastructure. And APIs, which are backends exposed for communicating with these apps. This is our current critical infrastructure, and we should take it accordingly. So first of all, we need to actually apply the same kind of protection and resilience requirements we impose for other types of critical infra. And yeah, many governments actually notice that, and these kind of resilience requirements and app protection requirements are today part of many regulations in many countries, and national banks, government institutions more and more impose specific requirements for protections and resilience. Mainly it is against reverse engineering, against malware, against some kind of social engineering problems available. So what we did in Talsec, actually we took it as a challenge. The solution actually, legacy solution exists, and what these app issuers could do, and governments that issue the apps today, and financial institutions, what they could do, they can hire a big team of mobile security experts and developers that will target this issue. And another option could be to buy some legacy product from big security corporations for big money. And what we did in Talsec, actually, we put together the team of young talents, about 30 people. We put them together. We solved the challenge, actually, the technical challenge which was available to tackle, actually, by Pareto principles, like most typical security problems which app developers are experiencing. So we solved that, and we made it available for free for security enthusiasts, for community of AppSec experts and app developers. And we gained a lot of support from them, and later we did it, made it available for affordable price for long tail of organizations like fintechs, neobanks, small banks, governments of like small countries. And this is how we actually started, how we actually gained our, how we penetrated the market, and how we kind of reached the level of status of most widely adopted security runtime app protection SDK currently. And yeah, so how we did it, when we get this status, we actually got noticed, we got invited and accelerated by Google for Startups, and thank you for that, and gave us a lot of, again, credibility. It's a very important word for us, indeed. And this is actually our status today, and we have, of course, a lot of things to do ahead of us, in front of us, a lot of challenges, but we kind of feel responsible for our big footprint on the market. It is about, I don't know, 10% of human population today have at least one app protected with our technology. And there's huge responsibility and great challenge that we facing today. And yeah, we are really actually optimistic about our future and our wish to contribute the future of mobile security. Thank you.
I'm as well very optimistic because, to be honest, I was on a stage 2 years ago on this event. And I remember when I was talking about dual use, collaboration between startups and the military, everyone was a bit skeptical. And now look at us. Here we have the whole round table listening to some great pitches. Guys, well done, really. I feel really proud that we have such projects coming from Poland or the region. And hopefully the collaboration that everyone is talking about is really going to happen. So 2 more things in this session before you're going to talk to Balnord and their presentation of the report. I would like to have a half an hour conversation with some amazing guests. And of course, I will always want to make it very vibrant, and I will ask you to prepare some questions because I would like to make it very interactive. But today, I will, of course, we're going to talk about how innovative startups are transforming security across defense, cybersecurity, and government technology. So I'm delighted to be joined by an outstanding panel. General Marcin Górka, Director of the Department of Innovation of Polish Ministry of Defense. John Hultiks, Chief Analyst at Google Threat Intelligence Group, USA. John Hultiks is already here with me. Christopher Kirchhoff, founding partner of Defense Innovation Unit. Great to have you here. Yeah, some people were telling me, oh, I forgot the book that he wrote, so he could sign it. He wrote it with you, with him. Great to welcome you here in Poland. Nikos Lautas, Director of Innovation, Hyper and Cyber Division, NATO. Last but not least, Marcin Wiśniewski, President of CTM PGZ Group, Poland. So as I said, I will pose a few questions for each of you. Please be brief, around 3 minutes each, and I will try to leave around 10-15 minutes for your questions. And I'm a very practical person. So we talk a lot about collaboration of startups and government, but we all know there are so many barriers. So from your perspective in the MD, how can we make it faster? Because the geopolitical situation is as it is. Everyone talks about it all around us. How can we make it faster, more efficient, and to protect ourselves more?
That's a great question, but this is the question we're trying to answer, I think, at least for last 4 years. How we can make it faster, what we can really do, how we can in some way modernize our set of mind to from the governmental point of view, to be more market responsive and to better understand all of the problems we've got inside and all the barriers we've got inside. I'm really happy to see Christopher with us. I'm a big fan of your book, and yeah, that's the great, I would say, that's the great solutions you implemented, but I really analyzed all the problems you addressed at the first stage, because when I'm looking into our Ministry of National Defense and into our procurement system, we are so deeply similar to the problems you described. So starting with the long-term analysis, and trying to understand the market for years to make final decision to acquire something. So at the end of the day, the technology we're trying to implement, it's not the latest one, and very often it's the lifespan of technology is already done, just addressing what I said before. So yeah, that's really difficult. What we are doing, this is my presence here is part of the things we are doing and the cooperation with the Polish Defense Fund and our approach to the technological park and trying to engage in the world which we call in Poland open innovation world, and trying to bring all those smart people with good ideas to our end users to discuss, to be iterative in the processes we've got, and be very, very much reactive with the market. This is what we are trying to do. As I said, we are not there yet, but I think that we are going the proper directions, and we've got the industry in almost each exercise we are doing. We've got the industry present when we are trying to address operational problems, and we've got a number of forums when we discuss, implement, screen what we really achieve, and trying to learn from the failures. So more or less, this is what we are doing. But I do believe there is still a long way ahead of us. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we look at Ukraine and we look at Brave One, how agile and how flexible they are. So, General, what do we have to do to create Brave One Polish version in Poland? Sorry, it's my dream.
So the first, I think that we are on a proper way to do it, and the first thing is the national regulations. So we need to, in some way, be closer to the solution makers. Yeah. So because this is a kind of the heritage we've got from the previous time, where was a kind of the wall between the military and industry and academia. So there was a very little of interaction in terms of the creating the requirements, in terms of understanding the needs. And when we were ready on the military side with our needs and requirements, then we went to the industry just to learn that maybe our requirements and needs are not good enough to be answered. So this is the first part. So create a kind of the environment that we can, in a very open way, speak with the industry and academia. The second one is to be proactive in terms of finding the solution. We shouldn't just wait for our armaments procurement bodies to bring the solutions to us. We, as a military, as the end users, we need to be part of the process from a kind of the understanding the problem up to the delivery of the solution. And we also should be able to answer to any market changes and the technology changes during the delivery time. And just implement, test, understand what's wrong, and in this incremental way, bring next version of the solution you are looking for. Yeah, and be open. That's I think the main message.
So we have some end users here with whom I would like to ask a few questions, how you collaborate with startups. But before moving to that, I would like to pass my question to Christopher. Who knows Defense Innovation Unit? Okay, so I think we will need a brief introduction from what I Googled. It's Pentagon's Innovation Experiment that was launched in 2015. Christopher was the leader of this experiment, and we all around the world, I think, are looking at this experiment and what came out of it. Even at PFR, we are trying to get inspired how you made those things happen. So maybe you could share with us.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a privilege to be here at the forum talking about innovation, and so I commend WOTEC and everybody involved in today's event. Defense Innovation Unit was an experiment that in 2015, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter began because he realized that startups and tech companies in Silicon Valley were moving much faster and in fact actually had more R&D resources behind them than government labs. And his key insight was that militaries were soon going to have to become fast followers of commercial technology. No longer were we going to have technology generations ahead of what's available in the commercial market. So he sent my colleague Racha and I to Silicon Valley to stand up a small office with about 35 people and initially about $30 million to try and see if we could buy technology, pilot it in military missions, and move it to Silicon Valley speed. It sounds very straightforward. However, in practice, it's incredibly difficult.
So how did you overcome all those barriers, and what kind of lessons we could learn here in Poland?
Well, for us, it really came down to support from leadership and from Secretary Carter himself. He knew that the existing processes of the department, how we bought technology, how we developed requirements, were not serving the warfighter. And he knew that we were going to be swimming upstream. And so he gave us incredible authorities. And he also made us report directly to him, which is very helpful when you're going to a meeting with somebody that might not want to be helpful. And if you look at where Defense Innovation Unit is today, not only is the unit now spending between $1 and $3 billion a year on some of the most important initiatives of the U.S. military, but the changes that we were able to get started under Secretary Carter have now grown into much bigger things in the Department of Defense. And I'll just name two of them very quickly that all of you should be watching as they roll out. The first is that Secretary Hegseth, in a memo in March of this year, said if you're going to be buying software, you have to use the fast contracting process that DIU developed. And because of that, we now have, I think, done about $80 billion worth of technology acquisition, in a contract process that lasts just a few weeks. But he made an even bigger announcement just in August, announcing that the requirements process that the Pentagon for 20 years had used to define joint warfighting requirements no longer existed. So these are big movements at the top of the department, backed now by real resources that in the United States are opening the floodgates for change.
Wow, that's a speed of really fast. Nikos, we know how NATO is active in terms of investment. We as the PFR, we are an investor in NATO Innovation Fund. We help MOD to promote NATO Diana activities in Poland, and we have some great examples of startups from Poland going to top 10 companies. What's your top strategy for the next, exactly, I don't know what kind of horizon we can have. Normally I would ask 3-5 years, but now the situation is so dynamic. So what's your investment strategy for the next, 1-2 years?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, also thank you for having me here today. It's a real honor. As you mentioned, the timelines have really changed given the current context. So obviously we have a 5-year plan, but I think we focus now more on our immediate future. And you mentioned Diana and the NATO Innovation Fund. They both play a key role, each of them in their own field. They're helping us really strengthen what we would imagine as being a strong supply of relevant technological products ready for military use. Now, our efforts for the year to come are really focusing on how we can accelerate the adoption of those products. It's great to have companies. There's now over 120 companies in Diana's portfolio. There's roughly 10 or so in NIF's portfolio, and that's in addition to all other incredible startups out there. So there's enough products on the market, but what will really make the difference is once those products are really being adopted. So all our efforts are focusing on that. We launched in the Hague Summit a new action plan, which we call Rapid Adoption Action Plan. And our ambition there is to have a cycle that is roughly around 24 months from the time a requirement is identified to the time a contract is signed. And that can be very short or very quick or very slow, depending on different parameters. But we felt that this was a target everyone could agree with. There's 4 elements there that I would like to stress upon that are really important for us. First, in addition to all what's been said today, we need a strong signal, top-down, that experimenting is part of all our job and failing is fine. This means that we need to be prepared to take certain risks, especially when it comes to acquisition risks. And I think our friends in the US are very good at it. We in Europe are not as good, if I say the least. So we have to be much more bold in actually working with those startups, experimenting with them. Many of the companies in the room, I guess, if you ask them what they need, is actually a contract. The second is more opportunities for those companies to understand our problems and experiment and test their solutions in real-life environments. And for that, we launched at The Hague a concept that is called NATO Innovation Range. We already have 6 such ranges being deployed in cooperation with our allies. The concept of those ranges is that we will have standing facilities, oftentimes co-located with a NATO force, that will allow startups to experiment in real-life conditions. So gaining maturity, but then also a place where startups, operational end users, procurement people come together, and hopefully once again we close the gap between experimentation and contracting. The third element is obviously procurement. NATO cannot do much in procurement. We're not a legislative body, but we do want to facilitate exchange of lessons learned and good processes like the one mentioned to make us all move faster. And the fourth element is how can we, even within the current framework of capability development processes, how can we introduce new, more agile practices that help us deliver as we go? So no longer say we have super detailed requirements and after, 10 years you get something, but actually every 6 months have something filled it. And for that, in the Baltics and soon in other environments, for example, in counter-UAS, we borrowed the paradigm of Task Force 59 and 66 and deployed it in a NATO context. You might have heard of Task Force X in the Baltics, where in order to solve an old problem effectively, which is surveillance of a maritime region, and in order not to solve it with an old or a traditional solution, which means deploying Navy vessels, we deployed around 50 or 60 uncrewed sea vessels, and we achieved pretty much the same thing faster and at a fraction of the cost.
So it seems that the challenges are quite similar, like in 2015. We are moving very slowly forward, and the challenges are very similar. But I wanted to ask CTM, which is a tech company, state-owned army tech company. What's your perception? You are our partner in the acceleration program, IDA, and we've been working for the last 2 years together. And I think you are the agile company open for collaboration, because I know you have some experience with startups. So I wanted to kind of give you as an example, maybe you're going to inspire other tech companies, traditional big companies, how to collaborate with startups to make the process fast, secure, and that will benefit your business.
Thank you for coming and asking me to be here. Of course, with you, I can say with PFR. You have to go with PFR and the world will be easier. Of course, it's a joke. I can say that from my private experience, I would like to be open for everybody, for engineers. Yes, we are in the PGZ group. It's not quite easy company. Not a group where is the agile development and some initiative are born. We try to make a CTM the environment and the spirit for the startups. For us, it's a challenge, of course, from the one point of view, but from the other point of view, it's a chance, because we would like to find the partners who has no constraints, who have open mind to find the technology, because when we are talking with the MOD, we receive the requirements which describe the capabilities, the new capabilities. They would like to have new capabilities in the fastest way. That we try to translate to our partners, I mean to the startups, how to how to work and how to achieve the requirements. And from them, we are receiving the quite good response, because they have many ideas, many issues which can be solved under using the new technology. For us, sometimes it's not so easy, because we have to be compliant with the internal group regulation. We have to be compliant with the procurement regulation, and sometimes the new generation guys who support us in that environment, they have no this kind of constraints. They can't see the risk, and it's open the mind to find the solution. That's why we would like to be at the EDA bootcamp. The next EDA, I mean that year EDA bootcamp 25, we create the challenges for the partners, for the startups, because we are focusing on the maritime, on the sea. We would like to protect the Baltic Sea and to protect the critical infrastructure. From our point of view, it's a natural, because we are a naval company. We worked with naval, and today there are many threats, and we understand the sea, and we understand the environment, we understand the customer, and we would like to translate and provide the information for the startups who can support us. And of course, today we are working with them and trying to build the new technology. That's my experience. I can say with our colleagues from the CTM, we are open to discuss with them, we are open to create the challenges, and we are open to receive the feedback, technical feedback from the startups.
Great openness. So now all the startups who would like to pitch to CTM, it's the moment after our panel, use it. John, over to you. You do, as Google, a lot in Poland. You have the campus here. Today you launched the cyber security badge that you're going to start next year in Poland. I would like to ask you for some examples of already, did you use any startup solution internally? Do you have some stories you would like to share with us?
I came from a startup.
There we go.
It was a startup. There was an interim company, and then we got brought into Google. We were acquired. But I feel like I've got this. I've seen the trajectory and how it's developed, and what I've learned is what is really special about a startup is you have a lot of focus, and then you have the ability to turn on a dime. Mm-hmm. Right? And my experience in a startup was, I don't know if this is a metaphor that will work, throwing spaghetti at the wall. Has anybody ever heard of that? Okay, well,
what does it mean to experiment?
Okay, yeah. Well, you would consistently try something new, and it wouldn't work, and then you would just change. And in a startup, you could change your mission like that, right? You didn't have a lot of the same amount of responsibilities, and that obviously changes over time. But I was part of a mission that was doing cybersecurity. We were trying to figure out how to, we were doing threat intelligence, and the threat was constantly changing, and some of the things that we tried worked, and many of them did not. But eventually we figured out what we were doing, and we were able to bring that along with us. What we brought, though, what we gained on the other side, though, was access to resources, which was tremendous, and reach, right? And so I found that we were able to do something very well, but suddenly we had the resources to actually fuel it, and the reach to get it out into the world. And between those two things, it really made us successful.
So do you still throw spaghetti at the wall, or?
I do, but it's a lot harder, right? Because we've got a lot more clients and a lot more responsibilities, and it's harder to turn that boat, under those circumstances, right? And that's one of the things that startups really bring, is they're free from a lot of those encumbrances.
Yeah, that's actually a question. If startups are able to sell directly to the military, I wouldn't say so. Perhaps they have to collaborate with bigger, more experienced companies that have all those certifications already to be able to implement this solution in the army, isn't it, General?
Yeah, yes, it is. But I think that both ways. It depends what you are doing with the startups. Because when you are talking about the software, very often you can get straight to the military and sell the software, because we can easily do some tests and implement the software if it's applicable to our daily business, and we can do it. But when we are talking about the deep tech solutions, mostly they are part of the wider weapon systems. So you cannot just deliver to the military that part. Yeah? You need to work very closely with the primes, and it brings additional constraints. Yeah? Because when that's part of our idea behind working with you on IDA, because we want to make sure that the primes, they get all the information about the latest technologies from the market, and together with that, a kind of our military assessment if this is the promising solution or not in terms of our needs. So this is how we deal with that. And on the second part of that, I would like to add that the typical procurement system, which is done in Poland by the Armaments Agency, is quite challenging for the startups. They are probably not most of them. They are probably not able to go through this kind of the quite demanding path, providing all those guarantees, all those elements which are required by law. So this is part of a kind of change we want to implement, just to make sure that we've got a kind of the parallel procurement system, which is going to be much easier, much, I would say, startup friendly, just to make sure that they can compete with any other companies for our contracts. So this is a part of the change we need to implement. And coming back to the main question, yeah, that's for startups. It's really challenging, and a lot of them, I even can say most of them, are not able to deliver according to the regulation we've got now in our typical procurement system. Yeah.
So maybe using your model could be our opportunity for Poland. Yeah.
Well, I am actually very optimistic. These are all hard problems, but we're at a moment when we're all facing, potential airspace incursions from an adversary in Europe. So that ought to focus the attention, if Ukraine hasn't already in a tragic way. But I would say, I just started a couple months ago at Scale AI, a $29 billion AI company. And we have 1,000 people who work on both the data aspects of artificial intelligence, but also people who work on the application side. And we are building some of the most amazing systems, both on the more classic weapons platform out of the house and also on the decision analysis part of the house. And we are plugging in both to startups and actually into primes. So I see the ecosystem evolving to be able to work smoother, perhaps as we catch up the rules and regulations that will power it further.
I know you wanted to add something.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, I want to build up on what Christopher mentioned. So I think it's not just about startups versus primes. I think the reality today is that if we want to solve and address the challenges we're facing, we need to extend our industrial base as far as we can. We cannot rely anymore on 10 or 15 companies in the globe. That we know. So I think finding ways to work not only with startups, but also with what we call the non-traditional suppliers. So companies that maybe some years ago, like Scale AI, like even Google and Microsoft some years ago were not considered as primes to defense, is really imperative. We need to find ways to work with them. Otherwise, we're really in deep trouble because we won't be able to benefit from these technologies. And in many cases, also, it might take our primes time to integrate those technologies. So we have to be able to go directly to them. And the last point I'd like to raise is that I would also be very careful trying to establish or create some kind of a glass ceiling, telling a startup, you can do your best right here, but you are never going to be right here to work with me directly, because then I find this very discouraging. And in Europe especially, we need to work very hard to double and triple and quadruple the number of our primes, of our unicorns. And to do that, we need to give them opportunity.
Okay. I have one question to sum up at the end, but this time I would like to give a floor to some of our guests here. Oh, there we go, some startups. So let me pass here.
Thank you so much, Bartosz Łopiński, Millennium. First of all, I would like to congratulate to startups and you, ladies and gentlemen, for your journeys. It's really inspiring. I have a question because we are right now probably in 2015 trying to reshape or actually create ecosystem that combining all universities, government, and enterprises. You've been through this path since 2015. What was the most challenging and how to navigate? If you could recommend the top 3 or top 5 recommendations, because you started your expose by saying it was difficult, it was challenging. So what was the most challenging, and how did you overcome those challenges?
Oh, in the first week I was on the job, Congress cut our budget entirely. And we also realized that we weren't able to contract with any Silicon Valley firm on commercial terms because nobody had yet figured out the loophole that we then discovered and quickly implemented. So we had no money, and even if we had money, we had no way to deploy it. So that's how we started, and that's why I used to be much better looking. It was a hard slog, but it was worth it, and it was what the mission demanded, and we should all let the mission here lead us, because the pace of change on the battlefield does not respect how our institutions have done business in the past, and we cannot allow our institutions to let us fail.
Chris, and I also have a question to another Chris, Mr. Kirchhoff. From your story you told, it sounds like the biggest choke point in making the procurement process fast enough was actually a politician. You were fortunate enough to have this direct exposure to Secretary of State, if I recall correctly. And I don't know what's the experience of other dual tech startups here in the room. From our experience, that's exactly the same bottleneck we have right now in Poland. My question is, or my assumption is that they're bottleneck because they're afraid of taking the responsibility, because they may be scrutinized. How to convince politicians to take that responsibility? If we can unblock this choke point, I believe we can unblock the whole process. How to do that?
I mean, I would just say we're still building tanks. 3 years after we realized that tanks no longer are survivable on the modern battlefield. And I would much rather take heat for a procurement failure than I would what would happen if I had to go to war and all I had were tanks and I didn't have any autonomous systems.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think what NATO is doing and the fact that NATO is having investment fund, acceleration program, that already opened eyes of the politicians in Poland. Because it shows, somehow you show us the way, you lead us, that it's important for you, and that definitely that help us as the government institution to talk to politicians that that's the way to go.
Maybe, actually, in this Rapid Adoption Action Plan I mentioned, if you look at the opening paragraphs, the main focus was really on this risk, and practically the text that was really heavily negotiated practically says that government should be able and ready to accept certain types of risk, and acquisition risk is such a type of risk. And that was a document that effectively was endorsed by heads of state, and the reason why we want to have this at that level is because we understand you and we want to find ways from our point of view, we're bureaucrats, so our ways will be a bit more bureaucratic, but at least, this can also give you ammunition to have these conversations.
Any more questions? Oh, wow. So, okay, maybe not from startups. I'm sure it's challenging. Maybe here, and then we can give back to you.
Bad news, I'm from startup. Okay, but
That's great.
Not very young. But I have a question. I liked what you said here about the glass ceilings. And all of you was talking about procurements and that they are not prepared for collaboration with startups. And the simple question to the general maybe, have you ever tried or are planning to try just to ask companies what should be changed in the procurement rules? To have this feedback and later on start to prepare the law, to change it.
Mm.
So the simple answer is yes, we have. Yes, we have, and we are working to change our procurement system. But I think the main point, and I would come back also to the previous question, is that I think this is not very much about the legal framework in terms of the procurement. It's not very much about ability to accept the risk. It's very often about kind of the courage of people go out of the typical procedures they are used to. So if you look into our public procurement law, there are a number of the ways you can satisfy your needs using very innovative approaches. But I don't know why we are trying to change it, but it's not very much in use. And we are trying to understand why. What are the kind of the mindset problems within the procurement system to use these easy ways to approach even the small companies, ask them for the problem solution. So this is one part. The second part, on the military side, we are very much tied to the very detailed requirements. And instead of trying to address to the market how you can solve my problem, it's can you deliver me this kind of solution? That's also the problem, yeah. And this is also the kind of change we try to implement. So, and I think we are quite in a constant dialogue with the number of small companies around different ecosystems. I would say, asking them, so what you really need from us that you can get in terms to be better informed and to be in the competitive process with us.
Okay, startup.
Okay, so thank you. Part of the innovation process is the research and development grants and collaboration between startups or smaller companies and the institutes. So I've got a question. Do you see the way or a chance to speed up the process of application assessment and speed up the process of the grants themselves? Because nowadays it looks like it takes years to get any results from the application, not to mention that later the development process. And sometimes even during this development process, it takes months to get any response from for example, from the military or from the other entities that are somehow connected with the matter of the project. So, do you see a chance to change it?
Yeah, this is also the part of our interaction with the market we are working on. We see how it works in terms of R&D, which is from definition quite a long process. And our understanding is that to make sure that we create the proper environment for innovation, we need to invest in traditional R&D, because you need to get a kind of the knowledge and technology competencies to build on that innovation. And I do agree that the process, it's not perfect now. And that's why we change a little bit the Polish Ministry of National Defense approach to R&D process. There is less R&D projects which are very based on the kind of the requirements. Most of them are based on a kind of the area of interest from the military, and you can come to the military and propose what you want to do in terms of, for example, the artificial intelligence in support of intelligence. Yeah. So this is the change we are implementing. And also what we want to do, we want to improve our cooperation with National Center for Research Development to make sure that we've got access to all the tools they've got, not just the military part of them, but also the civilian market. Yeah, this is what we're trying to do. Thank you.
So slowly we're gonna sum up. Yesterday, while looking at Twitter, I've seen a quote of a representative of Institute of Defense of France saying, in 2025, France in the EU is very different. France believes Europeans should rely on their own strengths. Of course, we all believe that Poland should rely on our own strength, but I deeply believe that we should rely on transatlantic collaboration. And my last question will be to Christopher. How do you see dual-use deep tech shaping transatlantic security in the next 5-10 years?
I am so excited because I think there are technological approaches growing up, not only in the US context, but also in the European and the Ukrainian context, that will allow Europe to make some really smart decisions about leapfrogging capability. In a way, the United States is more burdened by having a lot of old legacy platforms. And the combination of the infusion of resources that European leaders have committed to, combined with amazing new AI-enabled technology growing up in pilots right now at Defense Innovation Unit and in the military services, could come together in an astonishing leap in capability in the next few years here.
Even this stage that we commonly share with Google is an example of a very good collaboration that we have. So thank you very much for this conversation. Thank you for all these inspiring questions and all the pitches. Enjoy the rest of the event. Although here, five more minutes. Okay, yeah, everyone stays at the same place. Thank you for.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, wonderful panelists. And we have the last last presentation. So stay at your place. Thank you, Eliza. Thank you very much. And you can go.
Thank you.
Last presentation, supposed to be 2, but it's 3 gentlemen. So, yeah. Good.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy that you decided to stay with us on this special event. My name is Wojciech Dowczyński. I'm from Balnord. We are Frontier Tech investor investing in Baltic Sea dual-use companies. And today, together with Paweł Huras from Polish Development Fund and my teammate Marcin Kowalik, general partner of Balnord, we would like to make special for you world premiere of our dual-use handbook. Before we dive into the details, I will pass mic to Paweł, who will tell you why this publication is important.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. A few years ago, I thought it will be easy to adapt open innovation model into defense market because it will be easy. But from today's perspective, I don't know what dual use is. I don't know. What is it? What technologies we talk, how to implement these new technologies and adapt it into big defense system. So we think with Wojtek and Marcin, we need to change it. And we prepare together a handbook where we collect knowledge from different perspectives, investors, innovators, defense industry experts, military, in one place to try, understand how to thinking about dual-use technologies, because the definition, it isn't important. Important is to how to enter to this new market, defense market, from a civil perspective. So thank you very much, Wojtek and Marcin, for prepare this handbook. And I think it is a good stuff to read and understand about dual use.
Thank you, Pavel. I will be quick. You know, we are tired. So sometimes the one chapter say more than 1,000 words. So if you're looking about the chapters, the question is, Europe is ready to create 200 billion, 1% of the GDP of the European company on the new prime, new sectors, as a Palantir or SpaceX. This example is showing us like the traditional defense company, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, their fair market value, and the SpaceX and Palantir. And this is the difference, where is the single use and dual use. And the huge question is, Europe is ready to create 200 billion company. And that question is coming from me, from the huge movement what creates Mark Anderson and Catherine Boyle from Anderson Horowitz company. That movement is in American dynamics. So how to invest in the critical industry. And the question is, Europe is ready to invest in the critical industry to secure our democracy. And the next chapter is, I have the massive questions. What happens when the war ends? The dual use is die, you know, nobody wants to invest then? No. We are in Warsaw, so I'm showing you of the GDP of the Poland. You know, the Poland is one of the successful countries of the world. We are growing from the last 30 years. So then you can see on that line in the middle is the normative GDP growing from the 2.5 times from the last 20 years. And the second one is the R&D the spending of the defense on the Polish GDP from the last 20 years is very regular line. But the red line is the spending on the R&D altogether in Poland from the last 20 years is grow up 8 times. But what happens of that blue line is the R&D spending on the defense. So you see of the huge gap between growing R&D and down R&D on the defense. And this is the answers. No, after war is the end, that not means the end of the invest in the R&D defense. That's just starting. And the third chapter. If you're looking what happens in Europe, Europe is wake up. Then you can see how fast growing the spending and the investments on the dual-use sectors. This is the companion data because, you know, we don't have exactly the, you know, the data, you know, who is invest and what is the exactly dual use. So we compare the different company, deal room, pitch book, and many, many of the data. And then you can see how that fast growing. So 3 most important things. Europe wake up. Europe needs 200 billion, 1% new prime. And we must switch spending stupid R&D projects to what is really matters.
Thank you, Marcin. And knowing all of this information, these opportunities, but also challenges, we decided to create dual-use handbook for funders that are building technologies for European tech autonomy. Last year, we provided first edition of the handbook, and my colleague told me, wow, Wojtek, you have wrote the book. This one today is twice bigger than the one from December, so enjoy this. But to revealing you what's inside, we got a lot of practical knowledge from the people who are making these technologies be tested and used on the battlefield. There was a question how we can take lessons from Brave One. We got lessons from Brave One, how they evolved and how we can make it for the Poland or Europe. We got also founders who are on the daily basis building dual-use companies. Rafał Modrzewski from ISI, Radek Piesiewicz from APS, and also Sebastian Klaus from Germany that is trying to build a re-entry capsule for Europe because it's the must. These founders are sharing their strategies, tactics for building European champions on the dual-use markets. But not enough. We need also financial part and investors and decision makers. So you can find in the dual-use handbook instruments of European Commission, of European defense funds, of NATO, and information how to work with investors that would like to support dual-use companies. So we have taken 36 experts from 10 countries with the one mission to help to accelerate European dual-use ecosystems. Some of them are all together with us in this room and on the conference, so try to catch them up and ask them more questions to get more knowledge. I would like also to thank you to all of entities and partners involved in making this publication happen, to Wojtek Dzięgiel from Casimir Pułaski Foundation, to Polish Development Fund, PFR Ventures, European Investment Funds, and many, many, many other entities that supported us to make this publication today for you. So there are still few physical copies of the publication to take. This is very rare opportunity to take it with you. If you want also, you can take the PDF file direct from our website. And yeah.
So, long is lazy, short is scarce. Let's go make the new prime.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And I think it's 5 to 3. So this is, I think it's just something that hasn't happened during the Warsaw Security Forum, but it shows that we are just keeping in time and we know how to make a wonderful presentation and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And how I said, this is not the first. This will be continued during the forum and in between, because the Warsaw Security Forum is just annual conference. It's not just. It will be the. It will be next year will be the great 13th anniversary, so 1-3, which will be today. And stay with us because we will pronounce the partner country. But referring back to the Innovation Hub, stay with us. We will continue this. We will work with our partners. And I just got this news of 150 million euros being invested from a deep tech. So this is wonderful from PFR. So I think we see those money coming, and hopefully there will be money coming from private investors. And those guys, those primes, they are looking for venture capitals to invest into startups. So we need just to get this ecosystem in Poland work, isn't it? Yes, we have a lot of fantastic people also writing on AI and so on. We are here as the Pulaski Foundation in Poland, around the globe. So just, please call us, use us, and we will do the magic working with partners from MOD, from Poland and other countries. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon, but please stay with us until the end of the conference. And then you will be earning the next year entrance. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, honorable participants of our panel. So I'm really thankful for those who come today because the discussion about the genocidal war of Russia against Ukraine, I think it's a very important topic for all of us. And today we will have our distinguished panelists, and our discussion will have 3 parts. At the beginning, I would like to invite Alexandra Matviichuk, chairwoman for Center for Civil Liberties, Nobel Prize laureate 2022 from Ukraine. And I would like to also express my gratitude to the Warsaw Security Forum, because this is the second time when we are raising the issue of and advocating for the recognition of Russian aggression as a genocide. And why it's really important? Because we are talking about Russian imperialism. And we in Ukraine know for centuries what Russian imperialism means, including the genocidal practice. And unfortunately, unpunished genocides through Holodomor during the Soviet Union, we are facing now the new genocide. And this is why it's really important today to discuss what could be done actually for global recognition. The genocidal nature of Russian crimes in Ukraine remains hidden by the lack of international awareness. Only 7 countries, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Canada, Lithuania, Czechia, and Ireland, made political declarations recognizing the ongoing Russian genocide. Only 2 international institutions, the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe and the European Parliament, highlighted in their resolution that Russian criminal actions in Ukraine may amount to genocide. And actually daily, all Ukrainians which are under bombs, missiles, shaheeds, they are feeling the real goal of Russia, to obliterate Ukrainians as a nation, as a people, and actually to kill us and to kill Ukrainian statehood. And if we read Russian propagandists like Dugin, it's clear in their goal by destroying Ukrainian statehood to build Euro-Asian empire. So Alexandra Matviichuk became a voice of Ukrainians who were tortured to death, and also people who are still in captivity, waiting to be released. And since Lesia is very proactively advocating for Ukraine victory, so I would like to invite Lesia with the opening remarks, but asking a question. Alexandra, you travel to many countries, not just transatlantic community, but also to Asian countries, Latin America, African continent. So how do you see what else could be done that we will be closer to this recognition of Russian aggression as a genocide? Please.
Thank you very much for providing me a floor. I think we must to explain that justice is precondition to sustainable peace in our part of the world where Russia for decades uses the war as a tool how to achieve its geopolitical interests, and for decades uses war crimes as the methods how to win the wars. Because unpunished evil grows. And all this hell which we now face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity, which Russia enjoyed for decades. Russia committed horrible crimes in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Libya, in Syria, in other countries of the world. Russia has never been punished. Russia believes they can do whatever they want. We must break this circle of impunity, not just for people in Ukraine, but in order to prevent a next Russian attack to the next nation, because there is no justification for Russia's action. My colleague, Ukrainian journalist Victoria Roshina, risked her life to tell us truth, what Russia is doing with people under occupation. She went to the occupied territories to collect evidence about illegal abduction, torture, sexual violence, and killing civilians there, and she disappeared. Now we know that she was abducted herself and severely tortured, secretly transported to Russia, where she was held with any official charges. We also know that she didn't receive medical care, and according to the words of her cellmate, her weight was only 30 kilograms. But we still have no idea how she died, because Russians refused to return her body to the grieving parents for 6 months, and when they did, we saw the body with a horrible sign of torture, and several internal organs were missing: eyes, brain, and part of trachea. I know Victoria personally, so for me it's a personal story, and I know that she was not just talented and brave, she believed that this is her journalist obligation to come to occupied territories, to reveal the truth and to tell us what Russia is doing about all these horrible crimes which is going on daily there. She believed that when we get this information, we'll start to take decisive actions and she can help people there. And I don't think that her belief is naive. And I know also that sometimes we see to justice just from the narrow perspective, like something which has impact to the past or to the future. But justice has a power to change our reality. How it works? Even if part of Russians start to be doubt that probably this time they will not avoid responsibility, this doubt will be converted in chilling effect of brutality of human rights violations. And because we speak about ongoing war, it means that with our decisive legal actions, we can save thousands, thousands, and thousands of lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. The pattern of Russian genocidal crimes has not changed since 2014. Only the scale has. More than 160,000 war crimes have been registered since February 2022 alone. So, and now I would like to invite our witnesses to do the testimony, and we are working on a special document providing all legal arguments, evidences why Russian aggression is a pure genocide. And it's not just about forceful deportation of kids, the crimes against kids, and also genocides through captured prisoners of war and civilians. So I would like now to invite to our panel Yaroslav Bazilevich, Ukrainian father who lost his wife and 3 daughters in a Russian missile attack in Lviv. Also, Yevhen Malik, Ukrainian veteran, defender of Mariupol, who's for 29 months he was in Russian captivity, in Russian prison, and Vladislav Zhayvoronok, Ukrainian veteran, defender of Mariupol, Azovstal, and also prisoners of war. So thank you for coming here to Warsaw Security. And Yaroslav, when this tragedy happened and you lost all your family, I was thinking why we were unfortunately not successful convincing our partners to build a sky shield over Western Ukraine. And this is what we are now talking and advocating. And my colleague Lesia Robec is here with the initiative Sky Shield over Ukraine. And we do hope that Poland and other neighboring countries which are members of NATO and the EU will help us to defend civilians. And when this tragedy happened, we all were crying. because this is the crimes against Ukrainians, and it's a part of Russian genocide. So now you are very intensively traveling to different capitals and trying to convince to recognize Russia's aggression as a genocide, and also to provide Ukraine more weapons that Russia is not able to kill more Ukrainians. So the floor is yours, please.
Дякую, що ви тут сьогодні. Дякую, що не мовчите.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having.
Please, the number 2 is Ukrainian. Number 1. Yes, please.
Я тут сьогодні, бо
Thank you. I would like to say that I'm here because I have experienced
чого не має переживати жодна людина.
something that nobody should experience, I guess.
Росія вбила мою сім'ю,
Russia has killed my family,
мою дружину Євгенію.
my wife, and my 3 daughters. It's not simply a war. It's a genocide of Ukrainian people that Russian commits on everyday basis.
Кожен день російські ракети забирають життя.
Every day, Russian missiles take lives of Ukrainians. They do not only hit military objects, they destroyed families and our future.
Те, що сталося з
The
моїм
fact that has happened to my family, I think that is a critical military crime committed by Russia. I would like this case be the last possible tragic event, but I do know that thousands of Ukrainians still suffer from Russians.
Ви могли би бачити
You might have a look at pictures. The territory that usually Russian troops live are completely destroyed and turned into total destructed territories. These are the territory that used to be full of life and livelihood. They have been transformed into the desert. And Russia is moving forward. If we do not manage to stop it now, the number of deaths is going to increase. The aim of Russia is to destroy us as a nation, and it will not respect the borders of any country in front of it. It will go faster and forward, and Russian drones are being attacking other European Union countries, including Poland, Estonia, and Norway. If we do not stop Russia now, your families will suffer as well.
моїх найрідніших
My dearest ones cannot be returned. I have never thought that I would have to participate in any kind of security forum like this. But at the moment, I feel that it's my commitment.
Виразіть свої співчуття не лише словами, а
If you want to express your condolences, please do it by real decisive actions.
допоможіть створити
Help us to establish the common sky shield in order to protect our children and all children of the European Union.
просто оборонна ініціатива.
It's not simply a kind of protective initiative. It's a chance to say no, stop to the evil that is going to spread not only throughout Ukraine but throughout Europe as well. The world has no right to keep silent. If Russia is not punished and is not, if we are not united, it probably can happen again. The genocide cannot be ignored. It should be stopped immediately. And it depends on each of us. Thank you.
Дякую, Ярославе.
Thank you, Yaroslav.
So, what we're hearing from Russia, that Russia has exited the European Convention for Prevention of Torture. This needs no comments. So, and if you look at the real amount of prisoners of war and detained civilians, unfortunately, the data is not available because Russia does not fulfill its obligation to hold accounting of detained persons. However, the approximate figures vary from 6,000 to 8,000. And today, we have Yevhen Malik, Ukrainian veteran defender, after 29 months of captivity. So, Yevhen, we are thankful that you are here with us, and thank you for keep advocating for Ukraine victory, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Evgeny Malik. I'm a veteran of 36th Marine Brigade. I was fighting in Mariupol city from the very beginning of full-scale invasion. And yes, at the end of this battle, I got to the Russian captivity. And I spent 29 months on the territory of Russian Federation in the Russian prisons, such as Ryazsk, prison number 2, and prison number 10 of Republic of Mordva. I've seen what Russians done in Mariupol. After that, I was a witness of the way they treat to the captivities, to all prisoners, no matter the nationality, because a lot of prisoners on the Russian territory were an international soldiers who served in Ukraine, legally in Ukrainian army. They were from Great Britain, from Monaco and other countries, and still Russian Federation, the soldiers didn't care about their nationalities. The treatment was the same, and I came here to remind you that the thing is that it is hard to believe, indeed, what you can see online, the facts which ex-prisoners, Ukrainian prisoners, says about the Russian captivity, that is true. I can understand that is hard to believe in all these facts. What are we talking about? But the thing is that more than 10 years ago, no one believed that Russian soldiers are in Crimea. And then, in fact, they were there. Nowadays, no one wants to believe that Russians are torturing people in prisons, in the captivity. No one wants to. But nowadays, a couple of days ago, Russia withdrew from the convention against tortures. So now, officially, on the Russian territory, Russian guards has a right to torture people. And this is the fact, this is the reality. So please try to understand and try to believe that this is the new reality, that we got this terroristic state on the eastern part of our continent. And we have to do something with it. Because, yes, Ukraine got problems with that. Our friends are dying. But this is today. No one knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Thank you.
In addition to general violations and offenses, all released prisoners of war and civilians provide the detained statements about the specific and discriminate attitude to the Ukrainians who have stable and definite patriotic position and express their loyalty to Ukraine, Ukrainian language, Ukrainian culture and symbols, and had the record of service in Ukrainian armed forces or law enforcement authorities. So now I would like to give a floor to Vladislav Zhaivornuk, Ukrainian veteran, defender of Mariupol, and expressing our gratitude for serving Ukraine, defending freedom, and the floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. My name is Vladislav Zhaivornuk. I'm a veteran of Azov Regiment.
I was prisoners of war in Russia, and I fight for Ukraine, I fight for Mariupol, and honestly not only for Ukraine and not only for Mariupol. When I was invited here, it was before Russian drones flights over the European Union territory. So I hope now all our words will be listened more with more interest. We can explain a lot about what Russians do with prisoners of war in captivity or what they do with civilians. I want for you to feel all this problem. I met with guys from International Red Cross. I met with head of International Red Cross in Washington, D.C. in United States. And I see that these old organizations doesn't work. Russians now tell that now they don't use convention anti-torture, and honestly, for Ukrainian soldiers, for Ukrainian civilians, it doesn't matter because they don't feel any conventions in captivity before this. So my friends still in captivity more than 3 years. It's the only friends who survive during this war. You can see different videos in internet. Some of them it's about what Russians do with Ukrainians from Ukrainian side. Videos from Ukrainian side. Some videos you can find from Russian side, and you need to understand situations in which this video was making. For example, if you was a father of family who was captured in Mariupol, doesn't matter are you military or you civilian. When they ask you on a video who destroyed Mariupol, you have the only way if you want to survive and if you want to live for your family. You can answer the way what Russians want to hear. Try to ask not only Ukrainians about what Russian soldiers do in Ukraine. For European Union, it's you have a more easy way. You can ask Germans' grandmas about what Russian soldiers do in Germany after Second World War or during this war. About prisoners of war, ask for Germany grandpas what Russians do with them in Russians' captivity, in Soviet captivities. Nothing changes in this. I want for everyone, you must understand that safety is not guaranteed in this world now. Now we live in a world in which International Red Cross cannot get access into Russian prisons. Steven Seagal can have this access, but International Red Cross, biggest humanitarian organization in history, cannot do this. After this, after 3 years of torture for our guys, for soldiers who fight for all Europe, it's a fact because now drones above Europe, Russian drones, and nobody can help them. We talk about justice, about what justice we talk. I don't see the ways how to get this justice if we cannot move these Russian soldiers or workers of Russian prisoners in courts. So we must to fight with Russia, we must to find a way how to do this physically, not just about words. If you have fire in your building, you don't need to have conversations about how we need to fight with this fire. You need to equip it, to get equipment for firefighters. You must to do something physically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I fully support that only Ukrainian victory and Russian defeat. This is the way to stop the Russian war crimes, crimes against humanity, Russian act of aggression, Russian genocide against Ukraine. So thank you for joining this panel, and now I would like to invite our distinguished experts to continue our discussion and providing their ideas, what else could be done to achieve justice and accountability. Дякуємо дуже. And now I would like to invite Björn Berge, Deputy Secretary General, Council of Europe, Marko Mihelsson, Member of Parliament, Estonia, Kaisa Olinger, EU Special Representative for Human Rights, and Alexandra Uznanska-Wisniewska, Member of Sejm, Chair of the Polish-American Parliamentary Group, and also Member of the Foreign Relations Committee. So I would like to start from the question to Björn Berge as a Deputy Secretary General representing Council of Europe, because in May 2025, this year, the Lviv statement by foreign ministers and diplomats from over 35 countries called for the creation of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. So this is really important step achieving justice, because for us Ukrainians, the nation of heroes, it's really important that this time Russian imperialism with genocidal war will not go unpunished. So this is the key, and when all this talks about ceasefire, peaceful settlement, and when we were really very humiliated seeing Putin in Alaska as rewarding him with the red carpet, so we consider Putin as a war criminal, and we would like to see him in The Hague, but not in Alaska. And for us, since it's for centuries of Russian imperialism, and not just Ukraine, as Alexandra Matvichuk mentioned, it's also the genocide that Russia committed against Chechens. So, Mr. Berge, what you represent Council of Europe. We are thankful for this important Lviv statement. Yes, it was just after the parade in Moscow. We had this gathering important in Ukraine. Could you explain and tell us more about the details and how Council of Europe and all these 35 countries and more are working on mechanism to punish Russia?
Oh, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for the very strong and powerful testimonies from the witnesses that we just heard. And I think it was you, Yaroslav, who said that we need decisive action. And this is what we are doing when it comes to justice. Because you mentioned the special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And crime of aggression is really the worst of all crimes. Why? Because this is the decision by a political leader to invade and try to conquer another country. Because after that, you get all the other war crimes, all the abuses, all the violations of human rights. And so far, you have to go back actually to the Second World War and after the Second World War, where you had the Nuremberg trial. And at that time, the talk about having a trial on the crime against peace. And the US chief prosecutor at that time, I remember it very well, and I read the whole statement that he gave. He warned the world and said that we need this type of a tribunal on a permanent basis, and on the war against peace, and as we call it today, the war of aggression, the crime of aggression. Since then, during the Cold War, nothing happened. The International Criminal Court, which has a fundamental role when it comes to international justice, they can deal with genocide, they can deal with war crimes of different, they can also deal with the crime against humanity, but they cannot deal with this issue, the crime of aggression. So what happened actually was, it was a well-known UK lawyer, Philip Sands. I don't know if many of you know him. He wrote a piece in the Financial Times 4 days after the Russian invasion. And he said, now is the time for the world to stand up so we can take and indict the Russian President Putin for what he has done. And we need a special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And then international lawyers came together. There was a special event at Chatham House. And then work started. In the Council of Europe, I represent the Council of Europe. We have 46 European countries, all European countries except Russia and Belarus. And this, with experts from over 40 countries, with the EU, they came to an agreement in record time. And you mentioned the Lviv Declaration, endorsed by all the foreign ministers in Lviv at that time. 2 weeks later, President Zelensky came to Strasbourg, where the Council of Europe is seated, and signed a treaty asking the Council of Europe to set up this special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And this we are doing now. And this is legally crucial because you're filling a hole in international law, and politically it's important. Because this is, this is fundamental for a rule-based international order. There might be smaller Putins around this world who has this in his mind that maybe they should use the opportunity now to take certain part of another country. But no, we need this special tribunal, and now it's up really to all the countries that have joined this work to take the next steps and help us set it up. So this is really important work, and one of the elements in providing justice. There are other elements that I can come back to if you want me to, but with that at least.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to ask Kajsa Ollongren, EU Special Representative for Human Rights, former Minister of Defense of Netherlands, and to express our gratitude for your efforts, especially helping Ukrainian armed forces and in the F-16 campaign to Ukraine, your leadership, and all Ukrainians who were traveling and meeting with you. Really remember your strong, proactive position. So this is really very thankful, because at the beginning of full-scale war, when we were demanding the no-fly zone and asking NATO to act now to close the sky and not to allow Russian bombs, especially in Mariupol, and to do these genocidal actions. So it was really important to see the humanitarian mission of international organizations preventing all Russian war crimes and crimes against humanity. So now in the new role, how do you see that, because we don't want that justice could be sailed at the negotiations table, believing that Russia might stop, because we are observing Ukrainians, and as a former head of the Foreign Relations Committee, I remember 2014, 2019, all this naive approach from our partners telling us Ukrainians don't ask lethal weapon, only political diplomatic solution, only peaceful settlement. And we had Minsk I, Minsk II. When we were believing that Russia might deliver long-lasting ceasefire, Russia was preparing for the full-scale war. So now sometimes I have this déjà vu when someone telling, no, only through negotiations we could end the war. But I think without justice, we could never achieve a sustainable peace and without Russian punishment. How do you see from this perspective? Because it seems like for Russia, human rights means nothing.
Thank you for your introduction, and thank you for organizing this event. I think it's very strong to first hear from first-hand witnesses what they have experienced, and I think it's very important that we hear their voices. It makes it real, it touches people's hearts, and it should touch all of us, and it should encourage us to continue the support for Ukraine. And I think now that I work on human rights on behalf of the EU, accountability is a very important part of that, because as you say, without accountability there is impunity. And impunity means that what Russia has done to Ukraine during this large-scale invasion, but also before, of course, that it is in a way not punished and therefore rewarded. And it will encourage Russia, but also other nations around the world who might have the same idea, that they could take advantage of their strength vis-à-vis a weaker neighbor to simply invade and annex parts of a country, and with huge human suffering because of the innocent victims, the civilians, the children that are the victims of this. In the case of Ukraine, even abducted and forcefully transported to Russia, and these are war crimes. These are crimes against humanity. These are things that we can never just allow to happen. And human rights are being violated every day, and that means that we always have to stand up to point this out and to do everything that we can to get this accountability. And I have worked on this as a Minister of Defense, working with Ukraine to collect evidence, to build the cases to eventually be prosecuted either in Ukraine or in international courts. And I agree very much on the special tribunal, because that was a void in our legal system that is going to be filled by the special tribunal against the crimes of aggression. But we also have, besides this special tribunal, we have the International Criminal Court, and the International Criminal Court has already acted with indictment against President Putin and others, especially also on the crime against the children. I think it is very important, and it is our obligation as European countries and as all signatories of the Rome Statute to enable the International Criminal Court to do this important work in independence. It's up to them to decide who to prosecute for what crimes, to collect the evidence, but we can support them in that important work. And I think it was very strong that Ukraine joined the signatories to the Rome Statute, which has enabled us to join forces on accountability. And I really believe, we are seeing such terrible things happening to prisoners of war, to innocent people that are subjected to torture, to sexual violence, to atrocities that you never want to happen. And the only thing that we can do against it, besides supporting, of course, Ukraine with money and weapons, it is to stand up very strongly for justice, to prevail. And this is what I believe. So human rights, it's not something abstract. Human rights is about all of us. It is about giving people agency. It is about protecting civilians in war situations. It's about international humanitarian law. And that Russia does not abide to these rules that we have created internationally doesn't mean that we shouldn't. I think that is also one of the strong things in Ukraine. And I think that is also the whole motivation for the strong Ukrainian people, that they want to live in freedom, that they want to regain their independence and their sovereignty for their whole country, because that's what they believe in. They believe in these values of democracy and freedom, values that also in our part of Europe we believe very strongly. And that brings us together. And I will do what I can on behalf of the European Union to fight for these human rights for every single Ukrainian.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to ask Marko Michelson, who is the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Estonian Parliament, and also good friend of Ukraine, who's always visiting Kyiv and also frontline, helping Ukrainian armed forces and we are very thankful, and also advocating for tougher economic sanctions, moving from sanctions to total economic isolation of Russia, and not to fuel the Russian war machine with more resources. This is really important, Marco. Your parliament, and including others, another 6, they made these political declarations recognizing Russian aggression as a genocide. So how do you see that we have coalition of willing? Also, we, unfortunately, at the UN level, Russian aggression was recognized after the full-scale war in March 2022. However, we were advocating for this recognition of Russian action in Ukraine as aggression much earlier. So on MP's level, what could be done that the number of countries which are joining these political statements and then governments supporting this will be growing?
Thank you, Hanna, and thank you for organizing this extremely important discussion here. Specifically, of course, thank you to you, dear friends from Ukraine, to tell us about realities of Russian barbarism and what they do today in this minute, actually. I will start with a short personal note that it happens that I have been face to face with Russian imperialism now for more than 30 years, first as a journalist and now as a politician. I was in Moscow correspondent in mid-90s, and I covered actually first Chechen war and witnessed pretty closely what the Russian imperial war looks like. And unfortunately that time, then tens of thousands of Chechens were killed, tortured, annihilated. Unfortunately, the world was silent. I remind you that Russia was accepted as a member of Council of Europe in 1996 with blood in their hands. And now, as Anna, as you mentioned, yes, I have been in Ukraine many times, not from February 2022, but when we talk about Russian aggression from first days of 2014. And ever since, visiting not only Kiev, but also different places in and close to front lines. And I have many friends, actually, who are fighting for us and for Ukraine right now. But I would like to just remind, yes, you mentioned Estonia and the Estonian parliament. Actually, I looked back and our first statement on Russian aggression and also on need for accountability and international tribunal, we adopted when? In the evening of 23rd of February, 6 hours before war started. It was clear for us what is coming. It was clear for us what has happened since 2014 in Ukraine, and we called international action. And every word what was actually adopted that time in Estonian parliament is very relevant today as well. We called actually also to give Ukraine EU candidate status and also to make Ukraine as soon as possible member of NATO. We recognized in April in another statement, as you mentioned, Hanna, also what is happening in Ukraine. This is genocide. And unfortunately, it doesn't have not been echoed back as much as we would like to see today. I must argue that actually I've been in Estonian parliament now for 22 years, since 2003. And I've never seen such a unity, actually, sincere unity among our allies and partners in Europe and beyond. And this unity has been created only thanks to Ukraine. That we understand what is at stake and what should be done. And this unity also tells you that alone we are very vulnerable. And this is why Ukraine must also understand, and I hope you do, that you are not alone. those who are fighting, they're fighting for us, and those who are standing firmly against Russian imperialism, they know that we all actually behind of it, but we haven't not done enough. And I argue that we have done a lot more words than real action. And during this forum here, but during other forums as well, I feel like I'm a parrot, the person who says time to time the same thing. We have to understand that without defeating Russian imperialism, Russian war in Europe, there will be no peace. There will be no just peace in Europe. And this is the first question when it comes to accountability, and also to bring those who committed crimes, the highest crimes against peace, which is launching aggression. They have to be brought to the justice. And then it's question, what is happening right now? This is schizophrenic situation. At one moment we say, oh, we have to negotiate in order to make peace. But how come? How then about accountability? You know, those we would like to negotiate, not me, but those who would like to negotiate and are negotiating somehow. Negotiating with war criminals, legitimizing with that actually their sort of immunity and also impunity. And this is why I argue that Russia has shown that they don't want peace, they don't want ceasefire, they don't want anything. They want war, destruction, torture, killing, genocide. The only way how to stop this, we have to defeat Russia with military force, helping Ukraine to do that, and also helping with real force what is needed for that, and stay very firm and very committed that this time this impunity will not, you know, stay alive, let's say. And this is why now in Council of Europe, Estonia has been very active helping to get this consensus where now it's up to governments actually to really act and put this instrument into work.
Thank you, Marco. And I would like to ask Alexandra, as a member of Polish Sejm and also chair of the Polish-American Parliamentary Group, because here in Europe, it seems like we have this understanding that Russia has to be accountable for the genocide, and Polish Sejm also adopted a political statement, a resolution recognizing Russian aggression as a genocide. But what we are seeing during the Trump administration, it seems like the international rules-based order with the full respect of territorial integrity and sovereignty. So it's not something that is really in value of this presidency. But for all these years, we are advocating for recognizing Russian aggression as a genocide, also labeling Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, what European Parliament did several years ago when we were really very thankful. How do you see in your contacts with the US congressman, as a member and as a chairwoman of the Polish-American parliamentary group, what could be done? Because with what we've seen from the beginning of September, there are some new voices in US Congress demanding not just secondary sanctions, but also recognition of Russia as a state sponsor of terror. And all the visitors from the US, which are under ballistic and missile attacks, and observing what's happening, the destroyed residential buildings, killed innocent civilians. It's a daily terror, and it's now even the deprivation of the sleeping. It's another psychological terror, attack on mental health. So do you have like a plans, and maybe you need support from Estonian, or we have United for Ukraine interparliamentary group in the European Parliament, which also includes representatives of national parliament. So we need transatlantic community as one voice, demanding justice, accountability, because this is a true way towards a just peace.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So perhaps before I answer the question, I just wanted to address our guests from Ukraine, our witnesses and survivors. I've been deeply moved and shaken by your words. I still have goosebumps. And Sir Jaroslav, Sir Vladislav, and Sir Yevgen, dziękuję. I wanted to say that I'm deeply, deeply sorry for the unspeakable violence that each of you, that you two personally and your family, Sir Jaroslav, has endured. And that I can only hope that you will find enough meaning, light, and justice, and support from us, your allies, to not compensate for your pain, because that is impossible. And we will not be able to bring and compensate for your loss, but to at least to find enough sufficient defiance to carry your powerful testimony forward. Dużo dziękujemy, sława Ukrainie.
Herojem slava.
And coming back to your question, Hannah, I think I will do everything in my power as the chair of the Polish-American Parliamentary Group to speak truth to power, to whoever sits in the White House, regardless if that's a Democrat or Republican administration, and to prevent a rupture in our understanding of what is actually happening. Because at present, whether Europe wants it or not, we do not have an autonomous military capabilities, unfortunately. We have to invest in them. But in terms of our vision and imagination, regardless of the negotiations on a very high level, which we will push to understand our understanding of the Russian threat and Russian imperialism, we have to, as Europeans as well, perhaps remind ourselves of the time where the United States of America did not exist, but the Russian threat surely did. And we as Europeans faced it for many centuries before. So perhaps we have to tap into that a little. But if I can also give a little of my personal motivation, as it was also given here before, I serve as the member of the parliament currently today. But shortly before I was elected, I had one of the greatest privileges of my life to serve in Ukraine, running a humanitarian mission for 12 months between April 2022 to April 2023. On behalf of Intersos, an Italian humanitarian organization providing medical and psychosocial humanitarian assistance on the front line. And the direct reason why I try to work on this Ukraine dossier, on our war dossier, is the bombing that happened on the 14th of January, where a hypersonic missile, a Kinjal, hit next to our office in Dnipro, and 236 apartments collapsed. And I was at the time a barely 29-year-old humanitarian aid worker, and seeing the scale of the international humanitarian law violations, seeing the scale of the carnage of what is a blatant and obvious genocide, both in terms of intent of Putin and the Russian Federation and the actions and the barbarity of them, it was unspeakable. It was the first time that I considered returning back to try to seek for bigger tools of positive impact. And I have to say that today, just a reminder, today is 1,314th day of the full scale of Russian invasion, which actually, of course, occurred 10 years back, but of a full-scale Russian invasion. And brave and battered Ukraine is fighting day in, day out, waking up daily to pools of blood of your beloved ones from yet another drone, Shahed, hypersonic missile, ballistic missile, hitting another kindergarten, school, civilian infrastructure. While we as Europeans, and we as with our American colleagues, of course, are sitting here in comfort, looking for a strategy that isn't yet clearly defined even. And what I wanted to say is that in Poland recently, we have had a series of 3 elections, which led to increasing populist voices re-emerging, some of them blatantly coping and sharing Russian disinformation, but also slightly populist voices even penetrating to the mainstream of the democratic parties. And what I wanted to say is that we cannot fall into this populist trap. Ukraine is fighting today a pure David versus Goliath fight. And the fact that Ukraine managed to push Russian aggression away in the first days of the conflict, and the fact that behind Przemysl or Rzeszów, Polish cities, we still have a fighting, bleeding out Ukraine rather than Russian Federation, that would put a dramatic shadow over the life of ours and our children for years to come, is only due to the bravery of the Ukrainian army and defiance of Ukrainian civilians. Poland continues pushing for sanctions against Russia, for stronger sanctions. We believe that the cost on the aggressor must be unbearable. We would like our other European partners to understand that the Russian frozen assets and the windfall revenues from these frozen assets must be used to use the assets of Moscow to rebuild what has destroyed in Ukraine. That we must push for the global political consensus on the recognition of the genocide, from the very fact that Vladimir Putin, Sergei Lavrov, and all the rest of the Kremlin currently today is speaking, first of all, of Ukraine as an artificial state, of Ukraine that doesn't have a right to exist, so denying it is a blatant 101 genocide handbook, so denying the right to existence. Providing papers and press releases on what should be done to Ukrainians prior to the conflict, including elimination of the Ukrainian intellectual elites, de-Ukrainization, Russification, referring, using a very classic genocidal language to Ukrainians as vermin, I'm quoting, as vermin, as parasites, as pigs. Very, very classic use of genocidal language, spreading it using the state propaganda worldwide, beyond Russia, beyond Europe, to global south, to Asia, to Africa, spreading that messages, which is why I believe we are so slow to respond, because historically it's the first time that we're dealing with a state which actually has a worldwide TV and internet networks to spread their lies. And we have to resist that. And only to finish off, I'd like to say that we also have, of course, a clear signs of genocide on the level of the action, from the killings to setting up of the torture facilities, which were mentioned, to forcibly kidnapping Ukrainian children to Russia, with over 210 Russian facilities, both inside Russia and on the Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine, that are Russifying currently Ukrainian children, which is exactly the same thing which we saw the thing being done to the Polish children by the Nazi regime. We have to name it, we have to speak truth to power, both to our American colleagues and our European allies, and provide hope to our brave Ukrainian colleagues fighting. And thank you for that fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this powerful statement. And really, we are now fighting, not now all Ukrainian government, all our partners, to bring kids back. Because the situation when Ukrainian deported children are forcefully and rapidly adopted by Russian families, when their identity, language, so they are trying to turn them like Russian citizens. This is what China is doing with Uyghurs. In the camps, the same Russians are doing. But also, teenagers are behaved and trained in military facilities with propagandist anti-Ukrainian educational curricula, and also young Ukrainian boys are already being put on record for future conscriptions to Russian armed forces. Some Ukrainian boys have already died fighting against Ukrainian armed forces. All the rest might potentially join Russian army and be used not just for aggression against Ukraine, but for the imperialistic ambition of Russian, which is beyond Ukrainian borders. Which is really important to understand that why we are fighting to deoccupy all our territories, because we are fighting for our people, kids, because kids are being conscripted to Russian armed forces. So it's a future of Russian armed forces which will be killing not just the Ukrainians with all anti-Ukrainian sentiment, but also against Europe, against Western civilization. And thank you for mentioning also the Russian, even the language, how they narratives, it's with genocidal narratives. We produced together with the Direct Initiative a paper with our partners from Canada, Roman Son and Ariana Geek, Protect Humanity by Defending Ukrainians from the Ongoing Russian Genocide. There is a number of actions which are needed, starting from the recognition, but also what worries us in Ukraine, that Russia, besides this genocidal practice, they are also recently, there was an assassination of Ukrainian member of parliament, former speaker of Ukrainian parliament, Andriy Parubiy, and it's not the first time, but previously it happened also in Lviv with Irina Farion, with another activist in Odessa. So Russia is trying during the genocide also through assassinations to kill political and military elites in Ukraine and to destabilize the morale of Ukrainian society. So I think this is why sanctions. You mentioned confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, full blockade of Russian trade and Baltic Sea and Black Sea, also oil embargo. Russia should not get billions from the EU and other partners which are fueling the war machine. So these actions which we are advocating for all the years, together with the military support, more, bigger scale, this is really important. So now I'm opening the floor for our participants of the discussion. So who is ready to ask the first question? Because you heard the speech from Alexandra Matvichuk, our witnesses, and our distinguished experts representing different institutions and parliaments. So please introduce yourself and questions whom you would like to ask.
Hello. First of all, thank you all the distinguished panelists for your statements, as well as witnesses for your testimonies. My name is Natalia Jasztal. I am a chief expert at the Polish Ministry of Justice, but I'm also co-founder and board member of an NGO called OSINT for Ukraine, where we utilize OSINT-gathered evidence for a pursuit of justice. My question is, in the course of my work at my NGO, for various months we gathered OSINT-related evidence on illegal transfer of kids. We submitted our case to the International Criminal Court after months and months of working. Just for the ICC workers in a private conversation to tell us that they don't really, at the moment, have the capacity and the manpower to really get into that and investigate that. I do have a question because we've set up the Special Tribunal for Ukraine, which I agree fills in the gap that is really necessary. But I do have a question: how can we straighten the already existing legal international accountability bodies? Also, in the statements of one of the witnesses, we could hear the statement that the international organizations are underperforming, and I do happen to agree with that statement. So my question is, how can we straighten the already existing legal accountability bodies, international organizations? How can we straighten the collaboration in between NGOs, civil societies, and regional actions that are trying to focus on accountability and justice? Because there is no long-lasting peace without justice. And coming from an international criminal lawyer myself, it is extremely hard these days to fight for accountability and fight for justice due to the system, due to other obstacles. How can we tackle that? Thank you.
Thank you for this, I would say, very important question, and I know who is going to start to answer it.
Oh, thank you very much for this crucial question. And I want to be very concrete. And of course, we cannot wait until the end of the war to bring justice. We have to start that work now, to gather evidence, to have the claims registered. And here I just want to say that it's important ongoing work now. A register of damage for Ukraine has been established in The Hague by 45 countries. We even have cooperation with the whole network or a platform of over 50 NGOs in Ukraine. And what is happening is that those who have been tortured, those who have lost their families, those adopted children, as you mentioned, those who have lost their property, has been destroyed by Russian missiles and drones. I mean, there are categories here. They can now use their mobile phone, the DIA app, which is a very efficient Ukrainian system on their mobile phones, and file claims directly to this Register of Damage in The Hague, established by all of these countries and also by the Council of Europe. And so far, we have over 60,000 claims. I think it will be hundreds of thousands. And right now, it's not enough just to register these claims. You need to have them adjudicated, looked into, and so on. So now we are actually establishing a claims commission. And that is not enough either, to register the claims, have them adjudicated. There has to be a compensation to the victims. And this is going to be quite a task, I think. And this is going to be linked, I think, to the overall reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. And there will be massive sums of money that these people are entitled to through this process. So I want to be concrete. This is action ongoing, and we need to do this right now. And so this is a partial response to you. Of course, the International Criminal Court are working on several cases. I think you mentioned it also, Kaisa. They even indicted President Putin and also I think it's the ombudsperson for children in Russia on the basis of these abductions of the children. They will look into genocide, war crimes, and so on. So there is a whole machinery going on there. So I think this is important to mention.
Kaisa, you would...
Yes, very briefly, I agree. But I think it's also important to be always critical and see what we can do more. This is in place. But the ICC also depends on countries to second experts to the ICC so that they can do their important work, also field work. They depend on the cooperation with NGOs. Always ask yourself, can we do more? And I think we can do more. And we must encourage member states of the European Union to step in and to step up and to finance these experts. So I think you're very right to raise the issue because we can be saying the right things, but we also have to put our money where our mouth is to be sure. And this is something really for the long term. This is going to take time. And also in Ukraine, it will take time. There are so many cases. This is not something that we can stop at some point. It will take maybe even decades until this is done, but we cannot give up on it.
Yes, I think also at the same time, then to tackle those issues on the level of justice, and so it is extremely important to have a political will to do that. To understand how important and crucially important it is, not only for Ukrainians, but also for all of us, and even for memory of those who were killed, tortured, deported throughout the time Russian imperialism, at least during the last 100 years, have caused for many nations. So and this is where Estonia, my country, I know Poland, others rally for this kind of strong unity among allies and partners, that we should not, rest until we get this justice done. So, but for that we need a lot of more efforts, including also the kind of political will to fight for a win and victory.
Yes, Alexandra, and there is more questions, please.
Okay. If I only might add, perhaps on the humanitarian organizations and the INGOs and the UN, which seem to be a bit toothless, to be frank with you, is that when I think of the humanitarian sector, which I have left and which I admire dearly, but in terms of the influences and impact. Sometimes I have felt, quoting Linda Polman in her book on the humanitarian sector, she says that humanitarian organizations, even though they're doing an incredible work, sometimes it's a bit as if you were, and now it's brutal, giving out sandwiches at the gates of Auschwitz. And what she means is that, you know, it's as if you were constantly putting a band-aid on a wound which keeps getting shot. And the real answers are actually, of course, political. And of course, UN Security Council is paralyzed with Russia and China being in it. Here's a question if it's better to have Russia at the table or not at the table at all. There was a brief period of time where the Soviet Union was not. Then you have international NGOs, humanitarian organizations, which are providing life-saving humanitarian assistance, risking their lives on the ground, but because they need to have operational access, they cannot call out the war crimes. So they have to stay operationally neutral, and they cannot even call, you know, who's done what, because they have to have access to the front line as much as possible and be accepted as much as possible by both sides. Then you have the human rights organizations, which, like Amnesty, which are calling out the war crimes, but then they cannot be there on the ground. Then they lose access. So there's a complicated scenario, but a complicated web. But what I wanted to say is that here, of course, we represent political organizations and international organizations and means of justice. But each of you in this room, if I can address our guests here, each of you in this room, on average, I'm making an assumption right now, but combines skills, abilities, intellect, and resources that and perhaps today on this conference, that is extremely rare on the level of Europe, perhaps. But with your skills and resources and intellect comes responsibility. I believe that today's world around us calls for responsibility. And each of you here, whether you work for a Ministry of Justice or for a think tank or for an NGO, has a role to play. And in order for us right now to prevail over these forces of evil and injustice and darkness, not only from Russia, but increasingly from North Korea, China, Iran, and other countries that are squeezing us in this imperialist sandwich, in order for us to prevail, each of us here has to work tirelessly and ceaselessly for the preservation of the values of human dignity, human rights, individual freedom, and sovereignty. And I encourage each of you to believe in the power that you have individually and to get to work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, we started many years ago when Russia started its aggression in 2014. We started to demand the reform of the United Nations Security Council to remove the veto right from the permanent members. But unfortunately, there is no political will, and we understand that humanity needs a functional UN Security Council that would be capable of performing its duty and to maintain world peace, not just to protect the perpetrators of the war of aggression. This is really important, but Russia always uses the veto right as a right to kill, right to commit genocide and others, but I saw more questions. Please, could you bring the microphones to these two ladies?
Thank you very much for this event and for speaking about this painful topic. Really, it's very hard to hear that essentially we don't have mechanisms in the world to bring direct perpetrators of war crimes to justice right now. And I'm the steering committee member of the Business for Ukraine Coalition. So we deal with not direct responsibility, but corporate complicity. Businesses who support Russia to commit those war crimes. And what we're currently trying to do, we are investigating in particular Western companies who supply critical technology that kill Ukrainians. And all those horrible war crimes, including this horrible tragedy of Basilevich family, they are done with high-precision munitions that require microchips, require navigation modules, require memory boards, and so on. And we study Shahed drones, we study missiles, and these components, they come from the United States, from the Netherlands, from Switzerland, and so on. And so in your experience, do you know of any maybe successful cases when we can basically demonstrate that a company, due to lack of due diligence, caused harm to civilians, and that this kind of strategic litigation can change their rules of the game? Because currently those companies, they don't really take it very seriously, because they say that we can't control it, we're not guilty that Russia used it to kill people. Do you think something can be done to change the way things are right now? Thank you.
Thank you for this. Maybe we'll take another question, and then please, can you give the mic to, yes.
Thank you. My name is Anna Richards, and I'm sort of a legal academic that works with a bunch of think tanks, especially in the UK. And what I'm seeing here in real time is we're shifting from a rights-based international order that's more, natural rights-based, to a positivist international order that's guaranteed within a multipolar world by sort of partly China, partly the United States. And how we're seeing that change in front of us right now is the European negotiation on Friedrich Merz's proposal on what to do with the interest on Russian assets and how to use that interest to fund the defense effort in Ukraine. So I think this is a particular opportunity for countries in our part of Europe that are wealthier right now than countries in Western Europe, to try and turn this new international order that's more property law-based, that's more positivist, to our own advantage in creating the new international system that will be created over the next 2 to 3 years. And because I worked a little bit on trying to advise the Conservative Party in the UK on what the consequences might be of leaving the ECHR and whether or not that's a good thing to do, my work was slightly overtaken by history, because the Reform Party stood up and said, right, we're just going to do it. And we're going to see more and more of that. So I'm very keen that our rules-based international order conversations don't just get overtaken by people who can speak more loudly about these questions. And I want to see how we can turn how wealthy we're getting, particularly in Poland, into enforcement mechanisms. Because right now the problem with Merz's proposal is that literally 2 hours ago, the Financial Times reported that France is slightly worried that because they're bankrupt already, this will even further undermine their credit rating on the international stage. So how do we try and turn the growing wealth of Central and Eastern Europe into power on the international law stage? Thank you.
Very interesting question. So the first question was about Russian circumvention of sanctions and also loopholes, and how components, microchips and others are in Russian Kinzhals. What could be done? Maybe, Kaisa, we could start from you with your previous experience and background as a Minister of Defense.
Of course, I'll be happy to. And maybe I can also then answer the second question, because that is more for my current portfolio and mandate. Well, the first one is of course, a very relevant topic, and it's very important that also from the business community and civil society, we keep addressing this issue. And it has also to do with the new technology and the new weapons that are being used, the drones, the autonomous systems, and the components that you need for them. We know also Ukraine, which has created an extraordinary strong defense industry now in country, also relies on, let's say, the same countries to provide them both with the raw materials and the components to build those weapons. So this is I think it's crucial. We have the evidence. Ukraine has gathered the evidence. We have it that indeed in the weapons used against Ukraine there are components coming from our countries. It is completely unacceptable. So we have to raise this awareness, and we have to be more efficient in implementing the sanctions, and also, of course, punishing those who are avoiding the sanctions and making companies aware of the fact what is happening to their products, where they end up. So this is continued, a story to be continued. On the second question, I think it's very interesting. I don't know if I would connect the two to each other, but you do. So the rules-based international order on the one hand and the frozen assets on the other. Of course, there is, I understand the link that you are making, but I would say on the frozen assets, we are progressing. I think there are legitimate concerns of countries like the Belgium and France, but they are also concerns that are being addressed. And I think we are building now a case where we are able to take away those concerns and to be able to use in a smarter way these assets to strengthen Ukraine, and especially now that we see that the war might be prolonged. And that the financing of the Ukrainian resistance to this war is going to be crucial to determine the outcome of this war. And I think on the rules-based international order, I do see the threat that authoritarian countries are posing to our rules-based international order. I see the coordination that is taking place between various countries. The narrative that they are creating in other parts of the world, seemingly more attractive perhaps than the narrative that we have had from the European side. But that is why I think we must work very hard on convincing the rest of the world why we created this rules-based order. It is not some abstract principle. It is not some Western values or something like that. This is about people. This is about protecting people, and this is about creating a future for mankind. It's really about the survival of mankind that we have created these rules. And I think in the end, everybody is much better off if we continue to abide these international rules, even though we know that many countries at this current point are not. Because the alternative is something that's not sustainable. The alternative is that some countries are more influential than others and will also eventually take over the rest of the world. And in that world, the concept of freedom will be very, very different from the concept of freedom under the rules-based order as we have created it. So to be very concrete, let's not give up on the rules-based order. Let's push back against this narrative that is coming from countries like China and Russia, of course, itself, that they're actively putting out there that is poisoning the debate also inside Europe. And let's replace it by the narrative about how we can sustain the rules-based order, which will protect people, which will enable people to have agency. Coming back to our three speakers today, the fact that they are here, that they are telling their story, they can only do that because it's here in Europe. You're protected when you are here in Europe. We want that for Ukraine, and we also want it for other parts of the world.
Thank you, Kajsa.
If I may, just quickly on this first question, I understand this is just a headache, to find out again and again and again that we actually helping to launch a war against ourselves. Ukraine, of course, but this is our war. But anyway, it's very difficult to find a solution here. Our ministry, who is very active every time on EU level, there's another sanction package is discussed, we raise the question, total trade embargo. Total trade embargo. Because at this particular moment, it is very, very difficult to enforce fully the sanctions. We know that it's not nuclear science, end of the day, how to avoid them, unfortunately. We know those routes, we know ways how they do, and to enforce it, it is really, really tough. And then plus, of course, you have China, you have other agencies to help Russians. So, but anyway, we should not give up. And exactly what you do is the right thing to do, to make publicly aware which companies are actually involved in this.
Maybe also a few words rather briefly. I think we really need to fight today to try to do what we can to preserve a rule-based international order. And as was said, it's not a Western invention. This is based on the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. And the alternative, what is the alternative? That is the law of the jungle. That is that the big powers can do whatever they want and get away with it, with impunity. And you know, the key element of this rule-based international order in Europe is actually the European Court of Human Rights and the European Convention of Human Rights and the whole convention system we have built up in Europe. And it's quite unique. If you think about it, how the rights of Europeans, 700 million Europeans today, are protected by this system. And it's unique. You don't find it anywhere else in the world, a similar system. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're in southern Spain or in northern Norway or anywhere else in Europe, you have the same rights, the same protection. And it's a dynamic system. It has developed over the years. It's introduced new conventions, for example, in combating violence against women with the Istanbul Convention. It's really a standard that is helping governments address this issue today. It's the European Convention, again, on, we call it the Istanbul Convention, on combating violence against women and domestic violence. We have seen it on artificial intelligence. The first international treaty now, you know, in regard to artificial intelligence and the respect for human rights, democracy and rule of law, is part of this system now. And it's just been negotiated. That's why I say it's a dynamic system. And the only country who so far has left this system or been kicked out, it took less than 24 hours, as a matter of fact, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where Russia was suspended, and 3 more weeks, they were expelled from the Council of Europe, and this whole system of protecting fundamental rights in Europe. Russia is the only country so far who has left this. So I know there are discussions, you mentioned the UK and others, about, you know, this, some feel maybe these judgments are going a little too far and so on, and some are even talking about, you know, leaving this. That would be quite a dramatic decision to do, I think. But it's a complicated issue at the same time, so I will not start a whole discussion on this now, but just a few words on that. And on Ukraine, the court, the European Court of Human Rights, has also come. There are 9,000 pending judgments, cases against Russian Federation. And they just came before the summer with a really important judgment, or it was Netherlands, Ukraine against Russia, dealing with these massive violations going back all the way to 2014. And also the MH17 that the Russians shut down. So this is a part of the justice system that we talk about, which is a topic for the whole seminar we are having together here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm really very honored to have our witnesses with us today, also our distinguished panelists, because it's important that Ukraine will defeat Russian imperialism, because our victory is a common victory and the best security guarantees for all of us and the future generations. And of course, we cannot achieve peace without justice and accountability. This is also our strong message. And you know that we have very famous T-shirt diplomacy. different one, F-16s, modern tank Leopards, make Russia pay on confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, make Russia small again against Russian imperialistic ambition to extend its borders. Remember, back in 2023, they were talking how to redraw the maritime border of Baltic Sea. So I think when we are talking about the violation of human rights, it's not just war crimes, crimes against humanity, and our witnesses mentioned. And so I think this is the higher time for Europe to demonstrate leadership, not always look at the White House and others, because this is our civilization, our values, our continent, and even confiscation of Russian sovereign assets. We started the legal arguments. It's a violation of UN Charter, and when Russia violated international law obligations, and it's a countermeasures, and it's legal instruments. But I understand some excuses why we are not doing this. So, but finishing, I really think that one day we will see not just recognition, but punishment of all these violators. And also, I think that the T-shirt I'm wearing today, make Bashkortostan free again, which is occupied by Russia since 1740s. So we also seen many cases that Russia used the representatives of national minorities, representatives of different republics, Kalmyks, Buryats, Bashkirs, and others, sending them to fight against Ukrainians. It's ethnic cleansing. So this is why I think one day we will see not just Putin in the cake, but also the memorials of the victims of Russian genocidal wars against Ukraine and others, better to see in the Red Square of Moscow. This will be decolonization of Russian society and a part of Russian de-imperialization. This is what we think that Ukraine as a spiritual basket of the world, and we have this bigger mission, and justice is important. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Warsaw Security Forum, for this panel. And thank you, our speakers, and hope all our recommendations, and especially with work with American friends, will be successful. Thank you.